as Geek Fam continues to survive. The King has returned.
This will be the champion, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with the booyah for round
Who managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International?
And it makes it far with the booyah.
Hello survivors and welcome to the MCPS Majors Season 4 Grand Final Weekend. Yes, that's it. Today is the Grand Final, Day 1. My name is Natalie. I'm going to be your host for this weekend. And of course, joining me are two amazing casters. We have Neptune, we have the Mustachio AJ. Gentlemen, how are you feeling on this weekend?
Neptune, I am super pumped. Danny, I am excited. I'm nervous for what is about to happen. I mean, there are suspicions of teams kind of holding back during the league stage, waiting for this very day, waiting for the next 2 days to really show the world exactly what they have, because a lot is on the line. We're not just talking about the lion's share of the $70,000 prize pool. We're talking about the spot at the World Series. We're talking about a spot at the Plains. We're talking about collecting your spots for MCPS Majors Season 5. A lot is on the line here today.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm really excited, on what's going to happen, because as AJ mentioned, a lot of teams might have been hiding strats from the league stages, and there's a reason as well as that they can do that, because they're only in there for the top 12 spot, and this time it's only top 2. And I think, Danny, there's a lot of epic gameplay that we're going to see from the teams, especially for those that came from the previous World Series.
Exactly. And I think this weekend's going to be very grueling as well, because we came in from the league stage. The teams were not playing 8 games in a single day. They were playing at 5 at most. So for everyone, this is going to be a big upgrade. It's going to be a big bump. Stamina is going to become a factor. And then, of course, along with the stamina, you have to play every single map, right? We've seen some teams that are able to really leverage the fact that they're good on maybe 1 or 2 maps. But if you're going to struggle on the remaining 2, you're not going to be able to stay on top of the leaderboard. And especially with top 2, right? Top 2. This is not top 12 anymore. This is top 2 that you're aiming for.
Correct.
It's a very big stretch. If anything, you've got to really put the pedal to the metal. 100% gameplay. If you have the strats, you got to whip them out now. There's no second chances.
Yeah. And, but the biggest question here is going to be, like, how many of the teams are aiming for the top 2? Like, sometimes you know where you stand. Sometimes you've had your run in the league already. You've tried your best. You know that, okay, maybe there are some of the teams in here that I just cannot outdo. So if I'm not going to play for my spot at the World Series, what else am I going to be aiming for? Because there's a lot of money still on the table. And like I said, continuity, right? You can also qualify for Season 5 of the MCPS Majors as long as you get the top 6. So that's going to be yet another goal for a lot of the teams out there. So minimum rank that you can end the grand finals here if you want to have a really good run on the 2-day of grand finals at the MCPS Major Season 4 is at the very least the top 6 here. But every single spot takes something back home. There's a little bit of that prize pool for everybody here in the grand finals.
I think everyone deserves it, though. I mean, it was, 4 weeks of hardcore action, having to adapt to the new groupings as well, as we all know, halfway through the league stage. So everyone deserves to take something home for actually qualifying for the grand finals. But it was a very, very big ask for all of our teams that are competing. But we're here. We've got the top 12. We've got literally the prizes on the line. It's on for show. Everyone knows what's going to be there that they could possibly take home. But I think at the end of the day, right, ultimately it's like, if you get top 2, you're pretty happy. 6 is like, okay, fine. At least I got something. But you want to try and get that top 2, right? You want to be the one to represent the region. But I think, so let's start talking about what we could be seeing this weekend. So just to sort of update our viewers on what's going to be happening. So today and tomorrow, it's a 2-day grand final. And for each day, we're going to be playing 8 maps, right? We're going to be playing each map twice. And we're going to be playing, it's back to back. There's no breaks. you just got to go. Speaking of, let's take a look at the map schedule, just in case anyone's kind of confused, like, wait, what do you mean we're going to play every single map? Here. Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, Alpine, rinse and repeat. We do it again. The teams get a second chance in case they possibly bomb out during the first round. But realistically speaking, especially for the grand final weekend, you cannot afford to bomb out at all, right? A team that, I think we've seen this in the past with, I don't want to name names, but I feel like I kind of have to. The old Geek Fam.
Yeah.
We expected that team to do amazingly on the grand final weekend. They bombed out during the first day and they had no chance of actually making it to top 3.
Yeah, and Sem9 kind of took the spot right above them in that 7th place. And this is a little bit of a rivalry between Sem9 and GeekFam, because for all of you guys who have been following the roster changes, the current Sem9 is the ex-GeekFam, and the current GeekFam is the super OG GeekFam, at least some of their players are, from MCP Majors Season 1, all the way back then, right? So it's a little bit of a crazy rivalry going on so far. And unlike some of the rest of the teams out there, for example, like Toda and Farang, I can't really say that these two teams for sure are hiding strats, because it looks like they are actually struggling to dominate the competition.
Now, of course, Neptune, it looks like we're going to go for the standard point system. I mean, there's really no reason to change it for the grand finals. What are we looking at for point distribution, though, for the teams?
Yeah, I mean, for those getting the Booyah will be taking 12 points, and as you go lower, it will go down up until the 10 points. And there's a huge gap between the number 1 and number 2. So hopefully teams will be aiming for that Booyah survivability to its finest. But unfortunately for those getting the 11 and 12, well, they need to get a few points in terms of kills. Early engagement is what will bring them those kill points, because 1 kill is equivalent to 1 point. And we've seen how much teams have dominated games as well as their placement on the leaderboard with just the kills.
Yeah, absolutely agree with the kill points. But going into this grand final, I think it's going to be pretty tough for teams to get kills, because we've seen during the league stage that a couple teams tend to hog the kills.
Yeah.
Which doesn't leave much for the competition. So I'm wondering if we're just going to be seeing the exact same situation for the grand finals this weekend. Is it just going to be AB Radicals and Expand hogging all the kills? Or are we going to be seeing some of these other teams coming out of the woodworks and saying like, hey, we can actually grab these kills as well? Speaking of teams, here are our top 12 teams that have qualified for the grand final. We have Farah, we've got Todak, Blacklist International, GeekFam, Pandu EWG, Axis Esports, Sem9, Expand, AB Radicals, Anxiety, Hard to Get, and lastly, SAF. So out of these top 12 teams, gentlemen, who are the obvious ones that we're kind of looking out for, and who might be the dark horses that might actually perform this weekend?
Expand, AV Radicals, obviously the ones who we expect hands down to step up and perform. But there are a few teams to also look out for. Blacklist International have been playing possum throughout the competition, are in 3rd spot at the league stage. By the time we made it into the grand finals, they kind of showed up towards the very end, but still quite a huge difference in terms of the points they had versus AV Radicals. They were 110 points behind the number 2 spot. So although 3rd place is great, the disparity in terms of points really shows the difference in what those two teams can do. But the biggest question is whether or not they were holding back. And then, of course, you've got the teams that have represented us at the World Series before. You've got Farang, you even have Toda, who really haven't showed up all that too much. But these teams, we really feel, Neptune, are actually holding back a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, for these teams, as we mentioned, they already have a chance and a feel of the world stage, and they can study what they experience in there, apply it to what we are going to experience in the grand finals, even in league stages. But it doesn't happen just yet. So probably it's one thing that Farang and Todak has in their back pocket that they can use so that they can get a grab of a bigger piece of the prize pool that we have on our screen right now.
Yes, this is what everyone's sort of aiming for, right? You've qualified for the grand finals. You want a big piece of that prize pool pie. First place going to be taking home 25,000 US dollars. Okay, it's not 25,000 pesos. No, not 25,000 ringgit. This was 25,000 US dollars. And especially with the currency conversion right now, it's looking pretty good in pesos and ringgit. These teams, of course, aiming for first place. Second place is not too bad either, right? 12,500. Third place, 5,000. So ultimately, you are trying to aim for at least top 3 if you want to get a big cut of the pie. I mean, everyone else still gets something else as well, but I do like how they sort of cut the prize pool here because they want to encourage teams to really aim for that top 3, right? You want that money. Like qualifying for the next MCPS, sure, it guarantees you a slot, but that money, that's pretty good. Cha-ching.
And once again, you are looking at basically a huge portion of the whatever that's available at the grand finals going to that first and second spot, which is quite apt because they are preparing to fly to Bangkok, Thailand. They are preparing for the grand final of finals at the World Series, right? So that extra bit of money can go quite a bit away, right? And I'm not talking just about pocket money to spend at Bangkok later on. I'm actually talking about the preparation to even get there. I mean, if you need to get an upgrade on your device, and first of all, if you're already not playing on the best of device possible and still are able to dominate to get to that number 1 spot, I am shocked. But imagine what an upgrade can do for you, right? And because it's not like everybody else out there is on the highest end device possible. Some of them might need some upgrades, and that bit of money can do a lot of favors. If we're talking about $12,500, I wish I had $12,500.
I mean, it'd be really funny if we saw someone going into the world stage playing on a flip phone of all things.
Hey, there are some amazing flip phones out there these days. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
For gaming, I kind of don't know. Could you imagine you're in the middle of a game and then you accidentally close your phone like, oh God. It's something that's unheard of. Like, I don't think anyone could really imagine. It's not very common. Oh, goodness. Right. So we've spoken a little bit about the teams that we know are going to be considered the front runners. But we do need to keep in mind that everyone is starting at 0, right?
Yes.
No matter where you place during the league stage, everyone is going to start at 0. There's no advantages. Everyone is on the exact same playing field. Neptune, I want to hear your thoughts on some of these underdogs. In just a second, actually, we just got an update here. Here is the milestone viewership that we're actually looking at for the stream. Now, how this works, okay, is that if we can hit a certain number of concurrent viewers, concurrent means everyone watching at the exact same time, we're going to be able to unlock some really amazing goodies. So if you have some sharp eyes, you can see down there the graphic. It's not showing us everything, but if you look carefully, you might be able to see some of the things that we're giving away. So just a heads up, make sure if you haven't already, let your friends, your family, anyone that you know that actually plays and tunes into Free Fire to watch the stream. If we can hit these milestones, we're going to be able to provide codes for everybody. This is not just a code for one person, okay? We're not going to ask thousands of people to give one person a code. We're asking all of you so that everyone that watches is going to benefit. So yes, if you can, share, like, do whatever you need to, whatever platform, whatever streaming service you're using to watch this, make sure we can hit the milestone. I think we're going to have a good time this weekend.
I hope we have a good time this weekend, right? Because, I mean, if there's one thing that I've been hoping and praying for the longest of time is to see a upgrade in quality for the teams that qualify through the MCP stage, or right now as it's known as the MCPS stage. Because the past has seen GeekFam represent Malaysia. The past has also seen Farang and Toda represent Malaysia. And I'm not being biased towards Malaysia. It's just that, in these regions, these 3 teams have been the ones who have represented, the servers so far, or the particular, countries so far, right? The regions. And weirdly enough, number 9 seems to be the curse, right? Because Toda at the Plains, they get the 9th spot. GeekFam at their grand finals, they got the 9th spot. And, Farang, when they played their grand finals in 2022 at Sentosa, they got the 9th spot. None of them have been able to do any better than 9th placement. And with the improvement of the quality from these teams, competition after competition, this is what I'm actually looking forward to change. It's not just about what happens here. It's about, are they prepared for that world stage? Are they prepared to do slightly better to not just make the nation proud, but the servers proud as well?
Yeah, actually, Neptune, I want to ask you this question because AJ, I think you and I, we've been in the scene for such a long time, and we share a lot of opinions that are very similar. Neptune, do you feel that the quality of Free Fire in our region, MCPS, has actually gone up compared to the past seasons?
I mean, I would agree. Quality of the performance of the team, especially with new teams moving up onto that leaderboard, especially with Expand and AB Radicals showing up. It's a good showing that quality of like the meta being put out by the teams right now are changing compared to what we've seen from previous one. But right now, as we are seeing highlights of the fraggers as well, so this is one important part of a team wherein they initiate as well and get the kills even from afar or up close. This is where most of the points are being gathered, especially from the league stages.
And this is exactly one of the reasons why, if you are Filipino, you got to be really proud of your home nation, man. You know, the number of Filipino teams in the competition, even at the league stage, there were 5. Out of the 5 teams, 4 qualified for the grand finals. And even when we highlight the roles for the best fraggers, you see 2 Filipinos up there, SAF's McRory as well as Tadamo, making the nation proud. Jembal gets onto screen as well. But we are going to see a few more of those Malaysian players creep up a little bit more, because this is not the only role that we are going to be assessing for the day. But you can see how much of control AV Radicals has out there on the battlefield, all thanks to Tanamo. Not just with the kills that he usually delivers, but also with the assists that kind of overshadows Jembal as well as McRory here, Danny.
Not even a bit. I mean, he's literally max assists, AJ. He's like
and revivals.
He's as assisty as you can get. Let's take a look at the overall team head-to-heads, because I think this is going to be something that's very interesting when you compare the teams. And I love that they put AV Radicals and Expand, because I think these two teams are probably the closest in terms of skill right now. Vastly different playstyles. Of course, they are exactly the same in kills, teamwork as well, damage makes sense, but the win rate and survival, look at the difference between these two teams right now.
Yeah, and you know, it has always been something of a talking point for you and I, Neptune, as to how dominant Expand as well as AV Radicals are when it comes to Bermuda. But there is another team that is a little bit more dominant than the one and only Toda here. That's Blacklist International, who have only gotten 1 booyah so far, but I think they deserve their spot in this head-to-head as well. But Toda, I'll take it, man. You know, when you put Toda up there, although we know them from the previous World Series, their performance doesn't look like the usual performance that this team can chug out.
I mean, it's really not the Todak that we used to. I'm quite surprised on the placement that they have of moving in from the league stages to the grand finals, and that's one reason why I have like, you know, my mind wherein a lot of conspiracies has been creeping in. So Todak might have been hiding stress, even with how it looks right now on the web. It's not so much of a showing from Todak, where we know that Todak has a lot more to offer in these games.
Actually, speaking of hiding strats for Todak, technically, they kind of did, right? Because on the final weekend, they brought in one of their old captains to actually come in and help guide the team. So I'm curious to know, do they also have that same person that's going to be able to help captain them through the games this weekend?
I sure hope so, because if there's anything Toda needs help when it comes to Bermuda. You know, when you rank all of the teams 1 to 12, Toda is the 7th best team on Bermuda. 7th best out of 12 teams. That's not a good stat, Danny.
It's not half. You didn't even make the half cutoff. That's a little concerning. But we'll see if we're going to see that recovery from Todak. We saw the team really pick up in that final weekend for the league stage. Maybe we're going to start seeing some Todak magic. It's going to be 20 seconds before we drop into this game. But Neptune, AJ, gentlemen, take it away for our first game for the grand final weekend.
And well, thank you very much, Danny. It's really exciting to see these teams right now. I'm really expecting a lot of teams to show up. Bermuda, the OG map, AJ, we're in. As you mentioned, Blacklist International really has a good showing in this map, but unfortunate for them, we have Expand as well as AV Radicals who popped off from the league stages. But so far, a lot of strats might be hidden because of the trajectory of some of the teams from the lower to the higher parts of the leaderboard start to end. So it's something that might have change in the gameplay that they have, or I'm still curious about that like the old member or the old coach that Todak has. It might be just to make the storyline a little bit more concrete, but I'm pretty sure they have that like they already have them on the background even from the start, and that's part of the story, that's part of the gameplay.
I mean, it's one of two things, right? But very early on, we see early skirmishes here. Geek Fam taking on Sem9. Clock Tower drop. This is just crazy, bro, because I've been expecting this to happen for the longest of time now.
Yeah.
Why? Once again, Sem9 is the old Geek Fam, and the current Geek Fam is the OG Geek Fam, and both of them love Clock Tower, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, Clock Tower has been the hometown of Geek Fam, where it's old or the old. I'm being hurt with the old.
I know, right? I expected this chaos to happen a long time already, but Lemon super low, and it looks like Hakimi caught out in the open, can be punished now. Oren tries to catch up with the rest of his team members as well. This is going to be quite a messy one. All the players stacked up on each other. Sem9, they have got the advantage. Victory drops Hakimi with that headshot. That's the advantage from the AUG up top. And now the bird's eye view for the side of Sem9. Geek Fam, are they going to lose all of their players? Because this buy point now taken over by Sem9 as well. Geek Fam have got no standing in here. They need to run, Neptune.
They need to run, but there's no running. Their second floor, every time they will show up, they will be cut down in their retreat. So they have to wait and make sure that they will not be taken down here. Rush, and here we go. We have a Man04 going in against Yasta. Yasta will be taken down right now. And another takedown has been done. Appy's the only guy remaining at this point. Will be able to get away, probably flank. And there goes Geek Fam, taken down by Sem9.
Yeah, Lemon with the double squeeze, and unfortunately for Geek Fam, Sem9 slaps them right back to the lobby in the very first matchup of Bermuda of the grand finals. What a play so far. Geek Fam, unfortunately for them, they will pick up no points. The team has had 0 booyahs on Bermuda since the start of the league stage. How unfortunate, Neptune.
I mean, one thing that is for sure, you need to get Boya to get placement points, and 12 is a lot of points, especially if you cannot chalk out any kills at this game. But early engagement, just like what we've seen earlier, will make it so difficult for you to get kills even on that placement point. So hopefully that is just one off from this team of Geek Fam, and then later on they can bring it back to their favor. But speaking of favors, there's no favor happening for Pando EWG. 2 left, and I think they're split up as well. I don't know. I'm not seeing any plan out here, but hopefully it's a good one. Otherwise, hard to get might be getting them out of this game.
Brother, the fact that they managed to get away from the ravaging AV radicals with that hot drop into the high tier loot zone, I think EWG have done well already. JC, on the other hand, is just going to be making their life a little bit more difficult here. So EWG, they've done well once. Can they do it again? They play possum, positioning supremacy as they split up. They hold on 2 different sides of this hill right outside of Cape Town, waiting patiently for hard to get lost.
I mean, how lost can hard to get at this point?
We'll have to see.
I mean, to us right now is just waiting. I guess just getting some information. Buy point is in there near. They will be converging in this area, whether it's a buy point or that revive point. They have 2 of the best option that they can, and it's also too early, AJ. I mean, getting knocked out, being taken down out in here, eliminated, and bringing back your teammates is still good, because we are still on the first phase of the safe zone, and will be more difficult later on. And that is one reason as well why from the league stages, you know that we count the revivals. There's not so much of revival, because early engagement, they don't want to risk those points wherein their teammates will be dropping in hot into those areas that has been taken already. So they are calculating the risk, waiting for that chance that probably it will increase for them, but it didn't happen from the league stages. Hopefully it will change this time, because it's really important for the team to utilize those advantage that they can have.
Sem9 on fire. That's one of their taglines, and they're literally on fire right now because they are the kill leaders of this lobby, all thanks to Geek Fam, who hopped up them at Clock Tower. I think we might just see that happen 3 more times throughout the grand finals. This might just turn into an ego challenge, because I really don't see Geek Fam backing away from Clock Tower, man. Ice Grenade's not going to be popping off and making anybody move just yet. Blacklist International backs away. Good glue wall. Axis wall busts that through. M1887 down in hand. Miro with the Max 7. Neptune can force him away. Flame 7 catches up together with the rest of them, but Blacklist International just holding out to the outside compound. Now they switch spots with Axis. Axis on the inside and Blacklist on the outside, just waiting for Axis to appear.
And we know Axis Esports had good control of a compound, especially with their inside. And I think this is part of a plan of that. Push out Blacklist International out of the compound, take control. But here comes Expand also going in. Three-way battle, and not too far is AV Radicals, AJ.
Miro from the back. Cobra drops flame. Miro takes Vegeta out of the equation. Axis Esports caught between a rock and a hard place. The rock's name is Blacklist International. The hard place Expand. But now, can Expand their territory of dominance over the players of Axis and then Blacklist as well. Newbie knocks Neptune down onto the ground. Axis Esports bites the dust. 11th spot for them, but this battle's not over. Expand right outside. You can see the glue wall. Newbie backs away. Blacklist needs to recover, and Expand, they are just getting started, Neptune.
Expand right now just setting up a gameplay against Blacklist. Here comes Grenade. Too fast in there, taking out Ashura. And Too Fast right now going for the flank. A takedown will be happening, but good backup coming from the rest of Blacklist. And who knocks into the door? Farang will be in here. Nades all around.
Expand thought they were the hot third party, but Farang now, as the fourth team, wants to finish off Expand themselves. This is the team that represented Malaysia on the world stage, and they want to dominate the first matchup by taking out the most lethal team at the one and only Bermuda. Expand has dominated Bermuda so far, but can they now get away from the clutches of Farang from afar? Too bad. Tries to take down the Axel, backs away. Fantastic positioning. Axel is gonna be surviving for a little bit more. No way Jembal can touch him. Danger Zone saves the life of Expand for just a little while more, Neptune.
Yep, Jembal right now just waiting for the hit against the Axel, but will be backing off. No backup for him just yet. He needs to get position, and what better position than 1-3 split
GG.
that Farang is doing right now. The Axel, the only one remaining, and who another team might be jumping in. AV Radicals, I'm quite surprised that AV Radicals didn't jump in early into this battle, because they were in there a little bit too early compared to Farang.
Nice.
But I think there's the reason. Raymil will be going for the hit, and there goes. Expand will be retracting their place on this leaderboard.
And this is what we're talking about. You can dominate the league all you want, but for some of the teams out there hiding those strats, they're waiting for the grand finals to pop off. And now, team after team, it took 3 teams to gang up on Expand. It took Blacklist to start things off. It took Farang to shut down those numbers, and it took AV Radicals to snuff out the final hope left in Expand. And now, the rest of them can focus on farming those kills, but one threat has been eliminated. Can they also eliminate threat number 2? AV Radicals themselves. Just like Expand, they've had 3 booyahs so far on the one and only Bermuda, and they're looking for the 4th one overall in this competition, Neptune.
Yeah, I'm real surprised about the tactics of AV Radicals. This is one thing that we asked for them not to be so aggressive in a gunfight. And with all those engagement happening in the area where Axis, as well as Blacklist, even Expand is on, AV Radicals is just sitting out. They are waiting for the best opportunity for them not to be taken out early. Also getting a few of the vulture kills, and probably survivability will be a factor for them right now. Now, AV Radicals, it's a good discipline coming from them, especially from Wine, and we've seen Wine in so many risky gameplays, and this is one thing that might have been in their back pocket from the league stages being shown up in the grand finals.
I absolutely agree, man. This is just match number 1, and we have been on fire since the very start. I mean, 4 teams that got eliminated, all 4 eliminations happening in the most astounding fashion, and multiple big teams dropped already. I mean, talk about Geek Fam and Expand. I mean, Expand themselves losing their lives so early in Bermuda. That's a huge statement from the rest of the teams out there on the battlefield. And it's also a huge question mark on whether or not we can see Expand continue to dominate this competition. Because if you're going to be bombing out, this is what Natalie said earlier on, you cannot afford to do so.
Yeah, I mean, some of the teams are, I would say, Expand and AV Radicals had good investment already from the league stages, but we are talking about 8 days. This time there's just 2 days, and it's only the number of matches. The rotation as well is changing, so the momentum that they were getting for similar maps within 1 day will be lost in here because of how the rotation of the map is. AV Radicals knows about that, and that is one reason as well as they are hanging back with the usual tactic that they have, taking it slow, and this time gatekeeping Sem9, who has a good chance earlier to go against them, but with high ground, it is very difficult for Sem9 to just rush in, and they need to make a move. I think it is Oren who will initiate that move, who's a little bit close against AV Radicals.
Sem9 is actually in a very good position to make it into the next circle super safely as well. I really like the setup. I really like the strategy. Instead of being super aggressive, what they're doing is just keeping their heads down. They are intentionally staying away from engagements. They want to have that final battle. Double grenade on for the toss. Dags up nobody. Heavy Radicals now meet the players of Toda. A double glue wall pulled out. Wine with a charge buster. Through the window he hops on. Doesn't spot his back. Time turner pulled out by Chill. And Wine uses his time turner against him. Wine not low on HP just yet. Grenade misses him by a mile. Spark drops. Retus takes him out of the equation as well. AV Radicals. Wine does not deliver. And now they're down by 1 man, Neptune.
Yeah, 1 man in there, but Rezus will be brought back in here just like that. Todak is still in play, but it's still a 3v4 situation. No one from Todak has been taken out just yet. Tanamo, the leader, will be out from this game. Wine surviving, but not for long, being gunned down in there from behind. And also a possibility of Mando EWG, who might take them down the moment they step out. And stepping out, they did. Shots are being felt in there from the outside. There's no moving for AV Radicals right now. They need to take it steady, and they need to make it smart move in this gameplay. They're out and open, and no way out, no easy way out of the situation that they have against Todak.
This is what we were talking about. This is the next target. If the other teams want to pick up more points, they have to take out AV Radicals as well. The number 2 most powerful team on Bermuda. And they've already done the damage. Ritu's out in the open. Tadamo, with his life already sacrificed, cannot be brought back in anymore because that buy point now going to be controlled by the players of Toda, who are squeezing into this next zone as well. That clock, 40 seconds on the rundown, is forcing everybody to run helter-skelter towards this next circle, and it's getting a little packed in there, Neptune.
Yeah, man, I would love to see some of the teams right now engage before that safe zone closes in, but Firearm right now has a good position as well as hard to get. So this is a compound-to-compound battle happening from hard to get. And I'm really happy how hard to get is going for that survivability, not going in for the rush gameplay as we've seen them before. Yeah. Good chance for them to really move in and show up differently. But how they will play this out with 2 teams like on both sides, they need to be careful. They need not to be taken down. There goes Batman being aced by the spade.
Oh yeah, man, that's too good of a shot. Spark now drops Manchai. Eastern Wolves getting shut down one after the other as well. And Tua is expanded by the one and only Chessmen. And Anxiety are chipping into this battle as well. Everybody wants a piece of the kill point available out there in this next circle. And it's all out for the taking. Who's quicker? Who's faster in terms of the aggression? Jembal, oh, beautiful shot with the grenade launcher. Finishes things off with Ares as well. Can he deliver yet another? Hits the wall square in the center. Jembal needs to be careful. Batman charges up a nade as well. Groza in hand. Time turner pulled out. Protects them for a little while. But now, Farang in a lot of trouble. If H2G tosses out those nades, I see a grenade launcher. Farang, can they survive this? They back away, but all of them together. That grenade launcher can do the damage, but no initiative taken just yet, Neptune.
Yeah, Anxiety right now will be eliminated. No initiative being done against Firearm. Probably it's a pressure that SAP has been given them from behind. Bando EWG will be eliminated from this point. We're now left with 6 teams. And position-wise, SAF has a good advantage against Todak. They have the high ground. They have good visibility on them. Nades will be thrown. And McRory needs to make that work. Otherwise, it might be a turnaround once a few teams will be backstabbing them. There goes it. McRory connects with a grenade.
McRory goes back to his grenading ways. The first elimination so fast. And quickly back to back, they make it to survive. SAF's on fire this time around. They need to go in for a pickup. In the meantime, Sem9 getting the job done, controlling the players of Farang and also keeping an eye on the players of AB Radicals at the very same time. Can Sem9 juggle these two juggernauts at the very same time? We will have to wait and see. Orin with the AC-80 tries to chip away at their heads, finally knocks down Jesbu. Fantastic aim! And Orin capitalizes. 9 kills so far. Sem9 still on fire. Spots out AB Radicals. Earlier they kept their eyes on them, and this time Orin, he just wants so much more. He wants those kill points, Neptune.
Yeah, Orin doing it slowly but surely, getting those kills from afar. But here comes hard to get moving in against Farang, and Spade has been taken out. Safe zone will be closing in as well.
Whoa.
And AB Radicals eliminated from this game on 5th. And we are left with 4 SAF with 6 kills and complete squad going against Farang right now. Nade will be thrown. Batman taking out Jembal. 2Bat taking out 4 bits in the process. This is a lot of engagement from both sides. And Farang eliminated down to 3, AJ.
Yeah, SAF still alive and kicking. Sem9 finally starts the fight off against them. Orin, close quarters combat with the AC-80. Can he survive? Yes, he does. He knocks down Hawkeye, who's right in front of him with the AC-80. No scope, baby. Sem9 still on fire. 11 kills in hand. SAF eliminated. And Sem9 continues to look for their next enemy. Hard to get dropped. Sem9 secures the first booyah of the grand finals.
Taking that booyah, taking a lot of kills and surviving with 4 men strong. This is what I'm talking about, but this team, they will not let off. Sem9 will take this first booyah, and I think this will be a good role for them.
Yeah, I obviously didn't predict it, but based on what we were seeing earlier, remember what I said, Neptune? The positioning that they were holding on to seems to be very favorable to them, especially in, I believe, the 3rd circle. They were all running in. But what I really liked about Sem9 was no over-aggression. First initial encounter with GeekFam at Clock Tower, they snuffed them out. After that, they consistently kept their heads down, did not engage with anybody else. They didn't care about the kill points. They wanted to play strats. They wanted to play positioning. They secured their spots before being forced into gunfights. They took no gunfight that they desperately did not need to win. And whenever they did get into a gunfight, it was all for the Yas, man. What a well-calculated booyah by Sem9.
Very unexpected.
Yeah, Danny, welcome back. And what else can you say about? Because there's a lot of engagement in here. A lot of is said already, but you might have seen or probably predicted this already from the start.
Okay, so firstly, I did not predict Sem9 getting the booyah this round, simply because history says otherwise for that squad. So I was sort of looking back and thinking, okay, are we going to maybe see Sem9 be able to pull it off today? I wasn't 100% sure. To be fair, I was very, very happy with their performance at Clock Tower, right? They dropped in with GeekFam. They contested for that territory. It was a very easy pick. That basically left them free to loot. And then I love the fact that they didn't just go ham, right? You get some teams that will win a very early engagement, and then they decide to try and pull off AB Radicals, like just run and gun. We don't care. We're going to look for kills. They kept it cool. They maintain the usual playstyle. Just keep it low. Focus on placement. Once your placement's going to be like top 4, top 5, then you start bringing out the big guns. And it was so good. But let's sort of go through the entire game because there were a lot of stuff that happened that round. Firstly, GeekFam getting eliminated, did not expect that. I thought this team was going to go much further, but Sem9, they said otherwise. Can we talk about the 3-way that happened at peak with Axis, Blacklist, Expand, and then Farang like coming in last minute to sort of break some people's dreams? Axis, wrong place, wrong time. Blacklist, I think this was just supposed to be an easy kill for Blacklist, but Expand came. But then Farang came. I did not expect Farang to be able to get the kills on Expand. Like, what really happened there? Like, how was it so easy for Farang? Did they just not expect them?
You gotta expect the unexpected in a battle royale. I think this is something that we've talked about so many times already. Gods of RNG might not be on your side all the time. And people ask, like, how is RNG involved in this whole equation? I mean, battle royale, so many teams out there on the battlefield. Many teams yes, you know their usual rotations, but you don't know where the circle's going to lead you. You don't know their positioning on that very moment itself in that circle. It just happened to be a sequence of coincidental moments that led to Farang coming across that battle. And it was just unfortunate for everybody else who were in front of them, especially Expand, who got expanded in the hands of Farang. They thought they caught another team at the wrong place at the wrong time. It was the perfect one for them, but they ended up being the team that was at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Even if they survived Farang, we saw a glimpse of AV Radicals from back end, and we keep mentioning that they are not engaging. If in case they will be really moving out of that compound after the battle that really happened out there, AV Radicals will just shoot them down. But I was quite surprised on how Axis Esports, we usually see them take a compound and dominate that, not letting anyone go and eliminating anyone surrounding them. But Blacklist has taken them down from that fight, and it's not like Axis Esports.
Danny, 4 revivals.
I was going to say, this is so unexpected. We know the revival system is there, but everyone was just so afraid of getting cut off or trying to get revived.
Yeah.
I think everyone's just really scared, right? It's the grand final weekend. You don't want to be caught with your pants down. And technically, you're kind of revealing your position when you go to those revival points, especially if you're a team that's sitting on your last couple legs.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It just seems like maybe everyone was playing a little bit safe. Speaking of safe, I want to talk about AV Radicals, because that team was non-existent during the early game. This just does not look like the AV Radicals we saw during the league stage. Is this just a case of them being worried about their performance during the last couple of weeks and then deciding, let's play safe? Because this is very un-AV.
I mean, this is... I don't know if or not I want to kind of pin their non-performance on this being not AV. I just think this is the MCPS Majors Grand Finals, right? All the teams are stepping up. The heat has been just turned up on its head. And when you've got Oren going back to his smashing ways, getting the MVP, you got to be looking out for Sem9. And the patience that this guy kind of played to perfection moments ago on that battlefield, there's just no way of putting this other than the fact that all of the other teams have to be aware that Sem9 is now once again one of the biggest threats out there on the battlefield, Danny.
They're one of the biggest threats. I think they've been in practically almost every grand final is it ever exists in Free Fire. So they've got plenty of experience playing in these grand finals too. So nerves probably doesn't even kick in for this team anymore. But so far, great news for Sem9, right? They started off the league stage very slow. We were all very concerned. We thought, oh gosh, are we not going to see Sem9 in the grand finals? They qualified for the grand finals. They smashed game 1. I'm actually really excited to see what they're going to pull off in that next game on Kalahari. I mean, Neptune, just looking at Sem9, this was definitely not just a one-game fluke, right? This was actually Sem9 on point.
Yeah, I mean, Sem9, as we mentioned earlier, they were previous Geek Fam, and the gameplay of this team is they take it slow. They wait for the perfect moment before they get those kills, and that's one reason as well, as they got good position in that, the engagement that we saw earlier. They were waiting for the perfect opportunity. Fikri always in the high ground, always on the snipe, and Oren usually on a close engagement. But from what we've seen in the gameplay earlier from Oren, I mean, these teams are adjusting how they privileged are. And going back to the question of AJ, I think this is a chance, this is a showing that they are preparing to how or what the world stage has to offer.
Oh, wow. So here is our current standings for our first game of the grand final weekend. And of course, for anyone that's cheering for Sem9, you've got to be cheering super hard right now because they've kicked off the weekend with 27 points. This is so far ahead of the competition, more than 10 points ahead of SAF, who's actually in second place. And then you got Farang in third place with 15. I think some people are going to be concerned with some of the heavy favorites because this was just not a fantastic game for the typical teams.
And if you were expecting anything other than whatever you are seeing right now, then you've been following the wrong competition throughout the whole time. Because this is exactly the kind of ticking time bomb that was waiting to go off, right? We had so much of quality, and some of the teams that were playing out there just really didn't look like themselves all throughout the league stage. Finally, you see some of what's available. But one thing that I can assure everyone, that consistency is going to be very difficult to identify in the grand finals because of how many teams have improved their gameplay in Free Fire here, Neptune.
Yeah, I would agree. And I love seeing SAF as well at that number 2 spot better if they can take that number 1 spot. But we've hyped them and questioned them so many times in the league stages. This is not the SAF that we all know, especially with McRory in there.
Yeah.
This time, on that previous game that we just saw, the Nade King is back, McRory is back, and I think a lot more of nades will be coming from him.
Yeah, man. I mean, SAF, they've been sleeping for way too long. And it's just one of those teams that I was just hoping and praying is not just old news anymore, right? Because McRory, literally, he stayed away from all of those things. But, just sideline here a little bit. Viewers Milestone. Currently, we've got 4,393 concurrently watching this broadcast. For the very first milestone, we need 8,000 viewers, and it's all in your hands. Don't forget to drop that like and make sure, more importantly, you share this broadcast out. If you've got a little bit of extra time on your hands, if you're watching this on PC, open up a couple of extra tabs and just watch all of the broadcasts, right? All of the languages out there available. Just search for it if you're a true Free Fire fan. Build up those numbers. I want those giveaways.
We all want the giveaways, AJ. It's not just you. This is stuff for all of us, right? You've got the incubator vouchers. You're going to be getting the 7-day warrior skin for the MP40. I mean, this is for everybody. This is not just for a single person. So, guys, if we can get those numbers up, if we can at least start off the day with 8,000, that would be swell. I think we can absolutely do it. Let's knock it out of the park. Let's just go for 20,000. Let's aim for the 20,000. Everyone gets the Free Fire World Series skin. Let's do it. Let's freaking do it. All right.
Yeah,
anyways, I thought someone was going to continue. Anyways, continuing on, let's talk about our next matchup, gentlemen. We're going into Kalahari. We've just had Bermuda. We know that Kalahari is a very niche map for some of these teams. We know that there are a couple out there that are supposed to do well. And so far, some of the teams that are supposed to do well in Kalahari did not do well on Bermuda. So hopefully things turn around on Kalahari. But let's talk about the teams that have performed so far. How do they generally do on Kalahari? Do you feel like they're going to have an okay time here? We're looking at Sam9. We're talking about SAF.
Yeah.
Great start so far. Can they continue with this start of theirs?
Okay, you've got 2 questions there, right? Who's been doing good on Kalahari so far? You've got Expand, greatest dominators of Kalahari that we've got throughout the whole of league stage. 4 booyahs to their names. And you would expect the one closer to them to be Toda, who has secured 3 booyahs to themselves. But they are not the ones in the second place. The ones who dominate Kalahari after Expand is actually Farang through both of their placement points as well as their kills. They may have not secured as many of those booyahs, but Farang surely knows their way around that map. Axis Esports, surprisingly, the ones who kind of unnerved Farang themselves at Kalahari one too many times at that refinery, they are the ones in number 3. But we can take the top 3 of Kalahari, take those names, throw it out of the window, because it matters not in the grand finals. Because of your second point, your second question, who can we expect to step up? Everybody. It's crazy here in the grand finals.
All right, let's take a look at some of our rushers that are currently competing in this competition. I do believe we're looking at the 3 best rushers in the competition, right? So we've got Mano4 on the side of Sam9, we've got Hawkeye for SAF, and we have Too Bad on the side of Farang. And it actually looks like Too Bad is currently considered the best rusher overall if you look at his stats.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at the stats altogether, like, do you think it's Too Bad, or is Hawkeye actually pretty high up there? Like, what would you consider a good rusher?
I would consider Wine a good rusher, but please go ahead, Neptune.
No, I mean, one thing about when you look at this is rusher, it's more of a damage because you're initiating the fight, you're initiating the gameplay of the team, and that's one reason as well as we're not getting a lot of kills from these guys because they're getting the information, they're getting the feel of the situation before the rest of the team rushes in, and that is one reason why they have good damage and also less kills.
Ooh, we got a head-to-head here with Sam9, Farang, and SAF, our teams that have done fantastically so far, and they look rather even, right? The only difference between these teams so far is the win rate, right? We've got Farang, who seems to have a much higher win rate than SAF and Sam9, but The other stats are generally more or less the same. I think Farang just a little bit higher because this team has just performed better overall during the league stage. We just want to remind our viewers as well, when we look at these stats, this is all based off of the league stage stats. It's helpful, but coming into the grand finals, some of these teams are not performing.
If you want to take one of the stats that's really important here between these three teams, Farang does extremely well when it comes to the teamwork. And when we talk about teamwork, we're talking about the number of assists, rescues, as well as revivals out there on the battlefield. Farang might not be a great team when it comes to the game of revival, but they are amazing when it comes to the game work of assists as well as rescues, right? 47 total rescues. But a major reason as to why those numbers are not too stacked up on their end is because they usually survive all the way into that final circle. At the very least, that was happening in a couple of days where they were on their best performance, but they kind of withered away. The only reason why we don't see them overpowering is because the two teams that we kind of picked to compare them against are underperformers as well during the league stage. So you're not going to see a lot of numbers here.
Not for now, but maybe later on we can sort of formulate our own opinions of these teams, because we are starting to see a lot of the underdogs starting to pull ahead. Of course, it's just game one. We've only just started. We've got 7 more games to go for today, 8 more games to go for tomorrow. So we're probably going to be seeing a lot of adaptation, teams starting to pick up on strats. But one thing's for certain. I think the one thing that's not really going to change is that AV Radicals in the last game are playing the exact same thing that they have been all league stage, which is chasing for the high tier loot zone. Now, considering their performance so far, do you think anyone has the gonads to actually compete with the blue zone against AV Radicals?
Yeah, I think there's a few teams in there that just already head off in there on blue zone against AV Radicals. Unfortunate for them, they are losing out in the gunfight. So hopefully they will be able to win out and take out AV Radicals early into the game, similar to what we've seen earlier from Xpine.
All right, let's jump into this next game, gentlemen. 5 seconds to go as we fly into Kalahari. It's going to be Neptune and AJ to take over this game as your commentators. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny. As we hop on into Kalahari, the dry deserts might scorch all of their skins, might make their throats a little bit dry, but I tell you exactly what is also going to be doing Neptune. Is going to be pumping the adrenaline through their veins. I mean, match number 1 was a little bit messy for some of our top performers during the league stage. I'm sure they want to make a strong comeback. And we're talking about Expand especially here. They bombed out a little bit too soon there.
Yeah, I mean, Expand really need to consider the other teams already popping up. But one thing to be expected, AV Radicals still going into the high tier loot area. But who is jumping on with them? It is Sem9. So a good chance for Sem9 to continue their ways and take out AV Radicals in this game. But one thing expected as well, Farang will be taking that refinery. And on the other side, we have AV Radicals already starting it off. Farang, I think they've lost one member, but revived them as well. So a lot of early engagement, a lot of things happening. Pando EWG getting those kills as well against Anxiety.
Yeah, Pando EWG is going to be eating up Anxiety for breakfast, if possible, lunch and dinner as well. But you can see Anxiety slowly circling away from this compound. God Toby going to hold back and try to keep the rest of the Pando EWG players a little bit busy, whereas they send out one survivor in the name of Kanoho, but the bird's eye view as well as the AUG in the hands of Tua is going to make it very difficult for Kanoho to get away. Kanoho does have the AC-80 to turn around the momentum here. God Toby's keeping quiet. He should be playing Distraction.
Yeah, Distraction from God Toby right now, but 2 coming from EWG will be rushing on him. There might not be a good chance for him to go and survive this, but running away will not work for him. Like, it's a very tight corner for you to hide out. If you are planning to survive that, you might have taken or should have taken a compound or probably a spot wherein there's an exit strategy, and that is one thing, especially in survivability, that you need to think about. Now, Kanoho is already down, but here comes Viewer bringing back the rest of the teams. Not quite sure how much time he needs to bring back all of the teammates, but it will be a lot of time, and Anxiety might not have that because in a bit we will be moving in onto the second phase, and we know the high ground of Kalahari might be very difficult, especially with those parachutes coming in from the revive.
Oh, bro, we missed so much of action, man. I mean, the players of Farang got involved in a scuffle with AV Radicals, but all 12 teams still alive and kicking, which means Farang down in numbers, but they are just wounded animals still playing the game of survival. Toda, on the other hand, they come across Blacklist International. I love the grand finals already, Neptune. Back-to-back action, bro. We don't get a break.
Yeah, I mean, no breaks for this. Who would like a break from this, guys? Because there's no resting. They have to put it on in this fight. There goes the hit against Daddy Chill, and Spark right now has sparked the fire on this team of Todak. But unfortunately, Chill has been taken down, and Blacklist is still on that corner. There goes Grenade coming from Todak as Pedro puts in a little bit of pressure against Faiz at this point.
We do apologize for all of the action that we seem to be missing, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's just that there's so much of action and we don't know where to go. Toda continues the scuffle against Blacklist International. Faiz tries to jump out of the window, slips and falls, and Pedro takes advantage. Axis Esports on the way to interfere as well. Blacklist have got one final survivor. This seems to be an unfortunate situation that's unfolding here for those players. AV Radicals, they get into a scuffle with SAF. It's the Filipinos going up against their brothers. Axis on the way to snuff out the final player on the side of Blacklist. Ashura, Raf, what was that aim, brother?
And wrong timing coming from Raf. If he had waited for a few seconds, he might have spotted Ashura as he runs in, but Ashura already has some cover. But he have information that a member is in there. Danger zone right now might push them in, and this might be a good chance for them to eliminate Blacklist at this point. Axis Esports initiating with that glue wall. Raf right now trying to rush in, but there goes the hit. Neptune for the kill. That's not me, but that is Axis Esports Neptune.
Oh, Axis, final nail in the coffin. Blacklist International, black-faced as they get taken out in the 12th spot. No placement points at all. Oh, goodness me. The bosses aren't going to be too happy with that. Sem9, on the other hand, early elimination potential for them as they pick up the Super Booyah in match number 1. They almost were the team that was a little bit too soon to get knocked out in round number 2. But the Savior Man 04 brought everybody back into the fray, and now Sem9 has got that second life.
Yeah, I mean, that engagement on a high tier loot area really didn't work for them. So hopefully they can get that momentum at this fight and survive a little bit further. But as you can see right now on the right-hand side, we have Blacklist eliminated. We have SAF with only one member, and a few more will be counting down in there the moment the engagement happens once again. Anxiety right now has brought back the rest of the team in this battle, and they are just hanging back into the sub as they wait for Pando EWG to make that approach. And I think with God Toby earlier being hit, Pando EWG might be fleeing that area because they are not sensing any of the presence of Anxiety just yet.
Geek Fam just spotted a couple of players on the side of Anxiety dropping right back in here, and I think that's exactly what Hazik is trying to find in his crosshair. Pando EWG making their way back. Sem9 got back a little bit earlier than them, so that only means they are a little bit more ready for this battle. Oren, does he have guns? Yes, he does. Manchai in trouble, but Oren, trigger discipline. Scar doesn't pop off. Mag 7 in hand as well. Manchai, Woodpecker through the little small opening at this watchtower. Smart play by Manchai.
Manchai in there with that Hawkeye. I'm not talking about the Hawkeye member in their player in there, but Sem9 need to move in. The safe zone will be moving in, and Man 04 still on fire. Quick hit with that shotgun. But as the blue zone closes in against them, they need to rush a little bit faster. Pando WG might be gatekeeping them as they bring back one of their members.
Oren still playing the game of survival, needs to deal with Jay-Z all on his own. Man 04, together with the rest of the members of Sem9, should be able to take Manchai out of the equation. Manchai has got a vehicle. Bew a little bit too far away to do anything to help Manchai out. Manchai zooms away to catch up with the rest of his family members, but Sem9, they're left high and dry, but it's not really a huge loss here. They get to move on to the next circle without really being disturbed. High ground advantage for Sem9 to spray down Manchai, but that car is just a little bit too fast for them.
And I know EWG will be moving to the moon. Vroom, vroom, zoom, zoom. And they will be getting away from this fight. I think they have felt on how the positioning of Sem9 is a little bit better from them. And with their one man coming back from the revive flight might be a disadvantage. But no disadvantage for AV Radicals at this point. They are going in for the fight against Hard to Get. And battle is ensuing. One from each team has been taken out. And a lot more is happening as the glue walls has been laid. Nades are being thrown. And Red is right now moving in for the slay, and a good hit simultaneously by AB Radicals, taking down Hard to Get, and it was easy to get for them.
Yeah, Tadamo with the double nade. You gotta absolutely love that, man. AV Radicals on fire, and it looks like the players of Farang might just be under fire in a few moments. Pando EWG, the high ground advantage that they hold at the sub above the players of Farang is all gonna be about the angles. Now, Farang is perfectly secured in terms of their positioning here, in terms of a defensive spot. You don't get a direct view of where these players are, but that high ground might just be the perfect place to stand and lob a few of those grenades, Neptune.
But I'm quite surprised of the position that Farang has taken, because usually they take Refinery. We have a glimpse of the next safe zone that will be happening later on. They are still in there if they will be waiting Refinery. So rotation right now from Farang is probably to prepare for the smaller safe zone. They already planned it out, or probably a different tactic. The Kings of Kalahari are moving differently at this point, and we'll have to see if they will survive against Sem9.
Sem9 circling around outside of the blue zone. Farang has to deal with a little bit of firepower here. And the players of Pando EWG a little bit too busy with two teams. They're trying to gatekeep the players of Sem9, hold the players of Farang. Can Pando EWG do this? Orin down on the ground. One of the best players to take out of the equation from this sort of a distance, because Orin can make your life absolutely miserable. But the finisher doesn't come through. Orin has been picked right back up here, Neptune. And this just became a little bit bad for the players of Pando EWG. Now they're trying to deal with Sem9, but Farang's going to use that opportunity to run away.
Yeah, Farang needs to get away from this point. Sem9, on the other hand, not quite sure on how much damage they can put in here. I think EWG has a good position already, but the safe zone is closing in against them. The blue zone is already far, and the damage will be felt. Here comes the pressure by Sem9. Oren moving in after being revived and picked up. Here comes the damage by Oren, and the initiation with a knockdown. I think Sem9 is a good roll, but with a 2v2 right now and the damage of the blue zone, it's still unknown who is going to win this fight.
Oh! Well, Manchai managed to turn things around against Man04. Goes in for the pickup, and his brother Jay-Z tries to finish off yet another player from the side of Sem9. Sem9 just unknowingly helped out Farang. Farang used that opportunity to play a little bit of game of survival, and Sem9's all left in here with Fikri. They try to get in outside of the blue zone. They took a lot of damage, and Bando EWG picked up the pieces. View brings Tua right back in. AB Radicals this time round, they take on the players of Axis Esports.
And Axis Esports is putting a number on them. AV Radicals with only 2 members, Wine and Retus remaining. They need to run, but will they be reviving the rest of the teammates? With the 10 points already in this kill of AV Radicals, I think they are enrolled and they need those 2 teammates back. But on what risk will they be taking this? Because we mentioned this already, AJ. The moment that you revive a teammate, the parachute will be seen, and your position will be known as well by the other teams. Kalahari is one point where you don't want your location to be seen, especially with the snipers on play.
Let's see if not SAF can play this to perfection this time round. McRory, the only one who has not fallen just yet. The rest of them have been revived at least once. SAF not having the best of games, but Pando EWG Jay-Z still alive and kicking, manages to spray down a guy from the side of SAF, and it just happens to be McRory. Hawkeye from afar, can't really take down anyone just yet. Jay-Z plays around behind the bush, obscuring the vision of Yadob. Yadob doesn't get the hit, but outside of the circle, Pando EWG now sustaining their lives just a little bit longer, but little by little, the damage will be done by Yadob from across. Great blue walls, but Yadob finally puts an end to the runaway Jay-Z.
Jay-Z right now has been taken down 2 left for Pando EWG. 2 will be Rush, and Hawkeye will try to finish the deed at this point. SAF right now has lost McCrory, but they have not lost the fight in them just yet. 2 right now going in for the dance. The grenades by Let's Go, but the time turner has been pulled out to perfection, and the perfect timing in there by 2 for elimination of Let's Go. 2 left, or SAF right now, and a good battle being fought by Pando EWG.
Oh yeah, Pando EWG still struggling to find that number 2 spot. Eventually, finally, can they even get there? Obviously, people are asking me like, Mustasio, why number 2? Why not the Booyah? Because Pando EWG has been struggling, man. I think best case scenario for them right now, Neptune, is just play the game of survival, keep super quiet, and try to hope and pray nobody finds them. Tua, super low on HP, has got the M1887, but needs someone to come super close before he can get anything done. And if it's too fast that gets close, he can eat up a grenade from that launcher.
Yeah, grenade launcher will be pulled out in here, and Expand right now has survived this with 4 members. I think there's a good chance for them to take this Booyah, especially with the damage being taken by the rest of the team. They were careful in this fight. Farang right now only left with 3 members, and this is just surprising for Farang. They know this map back and forth, but other teams has been surprising them with approach. Expand, and they're going for the kill and for the hit. Elimination of Farang is up close. Jambal, the only one remaining, but the battle is still continuing. Too fast right now, going in for that dance, and Jambal will be taken down with the grenade launcher coming from Expand, and AV Radicals out as well. 5 team remains in this fight, and a lot of engagement has been seen already, but it hasn't stopped just yet, AJ.
Ravaging Rap this time round. It's Axis Esports, back-to-back performance. Anxiety wants to snuff out a couple of players as well, and right in front of them stands the players of Toda. Spark running around in circles, but Axis Esports finally, final bullet in the coffin, turns around. Anxiety, the next target. Axis Esports doing great as well, and Raf once again going back to his winning ways. What an engagement so far. All-out chaos in the second matchup as well. Neptune from afar drops Fura. The Groza pops off. Chessman takes out Vegeta. It's back and forth between the 2 teams, but you need a glue wall here. What a brave rescue being done out there by Axis Esports.
Yeah, cover in there from the left against Expand. It's good chance for them. Lead the pull up in there for the glue wall, and that is when Vegeta has been eliminated. But Anxiety right now will just be hiding this out, and Expand is still dominating that hill from the side. And 4 men strong. Expand will still go in for that hit. Chessman down already, and it's now left to God Toby, and as well as Chessman being taken out by Kanoho, just catching that grenade.
Oh my lord, too fast. What a spot, man. I mean, he threw that grenade 3 years before it reached its destination, and that player wasn't even there. Player runs straight towards that grenade. Too fast, picks up an easy kill point. Expand now from across. They don't have a lot of control on the circle just yet. Geek Fam, on the other hand, helping out Expand, managing to retire the players of Anxiety a little prematurely. Expand, the kill leaders now. Nade lobbed out. Axis Esports asking for trouble now. Neptune all alone needs to play the game of survival. Geek Fam, high ground advantage, and Cobra strikes Yasta.
And that high ground really is not an advantage anymore, especially if your head is on the crosshair of the sniper or the gunshot. But here comes the dance into the maze. No one's getting hit just yet, but the ring has closed against them. Expand loses the battle, and Geek Fam is taking this Booyah.
My, oh my, what a throwback we've got here. Sem9 with the first Booyah. Geek Fam hits right back at Kalahari. We've got a party here at the grand finals of the MCPS Season 4. It looks like Geek Fam is not going to be resting in here today. The teams that were lying dormant during the league stage have finally woken up, Danny.
Not just that, though. I think this is a fantastic comeback for Geek Fam, considering that Game 1 was essentially ruined for them by Sem9. So I think the boys are pretty happy. Great way to come back into the competition to show that they're still kicking, but they're not mentally cut down after that first game. I have high expectations for everybody because we did see a lot of the teams that didn't do so well in that last round really start to pick things up in round 2 here for Kalahari. So I think the competition, it's really starting to close the gap already, and we're only on game 2.
No doubt. And this just basically rings the statement that we kind of made before getting into this matchup, right? Who has performed at this map? A few. Can we expect them to perform at the grand finals? Hell no! This is what you can expect at the grand finals. All out chaos with so much of quality out there on the battlefield. Nobody has any reasons whatsoever to hold back now. And you can see them go ham against each other. You're not going to see consistency all that too much on a day filled with just great teams who know what to do out there in a game of Free Fire, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, especially with Geek Fam already popping off in here after being taken down in 12th place on the previous round. This is the consistency or the inconsistency that we love to see, because as we see some of the teams moving up and down from that leaderboard later on, match after match, we are really getting that surprise by the end of the grand finals. And we don't want any pattern. Well, I want pattern evolving. The teams want pattern evolving, but I'm pretty sure that no one would want a pattern where in domination by one team will be happening.
I mean, I think we can see clearly that pattern is not really going to be available, right? I mean, apart from actually, no. All 3 teams that kind of bombed out early were the 3 teams available, alive and kicking in the final circle of game number 2. I mean, we saw Expand. Expand picked up 4 points in game number 1, and they were one of the big fighters in this particular lobby. Massive number of kills to their side. We saw Axis Esports. Guess how many points they picked up in round number 1? Just like Geek Fam, nothing. 0 points. And they were fighting it down to the T in this final circle, right? Inconsistency is going to be a thing. But at least for the first 4 matches of the day as we hop on into Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, and then Alpine. But after that circle of matches, we might be able to see some repeats in here as the teams kind of get into the groove of facing the titans of the competition finally.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like everyone's going into the competition super scared. I'm actually really glad we're seeing a lot of hot drops in this round, right? It wasn't a case of everyone just playing super safe, not wanting to breathe on anybody, not wanting to be noticed, not wanting to kick up any dust. I think it was I think during that round, there were 2 hot drops. We didn't get to see one of them. I think we watched, it was EWG and Anxiety, I think. That was the one that we watched. And then on the other side of the map, we had Sem9 going up against AV Radicals. Everyone is more than happy to try and contest the competition if they really want to. And I think
Sem9 on AV on Farang. That was crazy. But they all made it out alive.
Yeah, but we didn't even get to see it. I wanted to see that fight so badly.
Me too.
It's okay. We might be able to catch some of these hot fights later on because we still have 6 more games to go. Speaking of 6 games, our 3rd game is going to be on Purgatory. Now, Purgatory is a little bit more of a vanilla-y kind of map. I think everyone's more comfortable on Purgatory compared to Kalahari, so a bit of a sigh of relief outside of the fact that we are possibly looking at a water circle. We always have those sort of throw things off for teams because if you're not on the right side of the island, you're gonna drown. We very rarely see teams swim.
It's a weird storyline that's being built so far, right? And I think I love this storyline. Why? Because Geek Fam and Sem9, they kind of dozed off during the league stage. They didn't really show up. Now they start off the grand finals piping hot. They were untouchable in the first 2 matches, right? Okay, not consistently in both the games, but you know exactly where I'm coming from. Now we move them into Purgatory, and the 2 worst teams in Purgatory from the top 12 is Geek Fam and Sem9. So I think we can be rest assured that someone else is going to be picking up the booyah for game 3.
I don't know. They might have been, saving strats with, the words that we keep using.
Maybe. Because although they are the worst performers, they both have 2 booyahs each at Purgatory, which is mind-blowing. They pick up booyahs, but they just don't pick up solid points on this map. I guess that was a premonition or some sort of a showing to say that we know this map, but we just don't want to perform on purpose, maybe?
Yeah, maybe just they don't want to be targeted. Like, don't drop on us, guys. Leave us alone. They drop on each other though, so it's a bit of a different story. Oh my gosh! All right, let's take a look at the overall stats. It's going to give us a better picture on what sort of happened, right? So we got a big improvement in revivals. It went from 4 to 22. This is what we were expecting from the teams. So we got the revivals, we had the rescues. I think that was basically it. Like the only weird thing to start off the day was the revivals, but we're back onto the usual. Maybe the only unusual thing is that the highest kills is only 5. I think during the league stage, we're so used to having somebody locking in 7, 8, even 9 kills.
Yeah.
Is this a case of maybe just everyone now starting to get a piece of the kill pie? Because we do remember, right, during the league stage, it was just a few teams sort of hogging everything.
Right. One possibility for this is it might have been a dominant effect of the revival for those getting like consistent kills. Like the high is higher than 5. They are being taken down because of how aggressive this lobby is from the previous match. And then they have to wait a few more moments before they get back and get a few more kills.
Yep. Hey, Neptune, you're MVP. I'm kidding. We've got Neptune from Axis as the MVP for the round with 2,000 damage, 5 kills, and 33% hit rate in that round, which is very, very high, actually, if you consider the circumstances of this map. So congratulations to Neptune. This guy was outstanding. He was dishing out the damage. He was grabbing the kills for his team. Guys, I don't know what to expect. We've had 2 vastly different games. We don't really have a leader in terms of kills, in terms of placements. It's really open at this point. But I guess we do need to bring up the discussion on what sort of happened to Expand and AB Radicals, because I mean, Expand is here. Okay, sure, that's fine. But I think we all had high expectations for these 2 teams to really be the front runners, to at least be like top 3 in every single round so far. But that's not really the case.
I mean, I think my expectations are being met. I didn't expect them to be like, the number 1 top dogs in the grand finals, because I think this is something that I've been saying over and over again during the league stage, which to a certain degree, not a lot of professional shoutcasters might agree with, where I kept harping on the fact that some teams are hiding strats. And, there are 2, line of thoughts here, right? Number 1 is like, who in the world hides strats? And then the second school of thought is like, obviously they're hiding stats. And this, I mean, going by the suggestion that they are hiding strats, you can expect things like this, right? Yes, we are still seeing teams like Expand and AV Radicals pick up points, but through dominance out there from them, not going to be possible as some of the other teams wake up. Even Toda's waking up. I mean, it's mediocre performance, but they're not bombing out this time around.
I mean, we were so used to seeing Todak towards the bottom of the leaderboard for the entire league stage. So this is actually impressive for Todak so far. But ultimately, I want to see what's going to happen on the main leaderboard, right? We want to see where everyone currently is. Who's starting to show signs of consistency and who's actually being able to adapt to the current play styles. We've got plenty of games to go, but in just a second, we are going to see the final standings. But firstly, congratulations to Geek Fam. Fantastic rubber band after their first terrible round after getting crushed by Sem9. 23 points. I think they're pretty happy with themselves. But in just a second here, we will get the leaderboard. All right. It's going to show up in just a second here. Let's go. Overall standings. And Sem9 are going to be able to maintain first place, so they don't move an inch. I think they did okay last round. They did enough to be able to stay up there. They scored 27 during that first round. Then they're now sitting on 34. AV Radicals and Expand, though, these 2 teams, they did shoot back up 3 places for AV Radicals and 6 places for Expand. So 25-24 apiece. Geek Fam just behind by a single point with 23. SAF and Farang, unfortunately, after that round, they do drop down 3 places apiece with 21 and 19 points respectively. And then towards the bottom end of the bracket, we've got Axis, Pando, Todak, Hard to Get Anxiety, and Blacklist. And I think out of the bottom teams, I think the most shocking one has to be Blacklist.
I mean, yeah, go on, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, a Blacklist International release Like when we talk about Bermuda and Kalahari, they have a better chance in Bermuda compared to Kalahari, but they lost it in there because of the engagement. And Kalahari this time, so like it's not so much compared to the other teams.
Yeah.
And I think we might see them pop off because Purgatory might be one of the best map that Blacklist International has.
Yeah.
But what happens if they don't pop off on Purgatory? Like we had this discussion earlier on that you can't afford to lean on a couple maps. You kind of need to perform across all of them. So, like, what's the expectation here for Blacklist? Like, you kind of need to pull out 30 points out of thin air.
I don't think the expectation should be high for Blacklist at all. This is not the same Blacklist that we are used to from, the previous MCP or, MCP Season 1. Thank you very much, viewers. You guys are so close. And I like the number, right? 7,077. Now we're just a stone's throw away from unlocking the very first milestone. If you guys want to help us get this done, hit that like, make sure you share this broadcast, and as much as possible, don't just share one link, right? Share. We are live on YouTube as well as Facebook, and we are calculating all of our viewership from both of these platforms. Hopefully you guys can help us reach not just the first one, but all the way up to that 20,000 milestone, Danny.
Guys, okay, just a tip. If you watch on both platforms, that's going to count as 2 views per person. We've got 70,000. We have 70,000. We have 7,000. If everyone watched on Facebook and YouTube, we would have hit the second milestone.
We would have.
Yeah.
We would have. So, guys, if you really want to help us with the viewership, if you don't have anyone that you know of that watches Free Fire, do support us. Watch 2 streams. Show us double the amount of love, double the support, and we're going to try and hit those milestones. But thank you to the 7,000 people currently tuning in. We do appreciate every single one of you for not only tuning in and watching the broadcast, but being here to support the players.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, guys, I can't believe it. We're so close. I was thinking we'll probably get the first milestone halfway through the day, and then people start to pick up. But it seems like people are starting to be a bit more of a morning person. The average gamer does not wake up at 2 in the afternoon anymore.
Not anymore, right? I mean, they want to watch some Free Fire, Neptune.
Exactly.
Yeah. About the tip, like when you're sharing, especially in Facebook, you're not limited to one share or multiple, like one-time big share. You can do it every hour, every 30 minutes. You will not be tagged as spam. So as long as you have some interval and also limited to a few numbers of shares for a specific interval, then you'll be able to get a lot more. Because let's agree, you mentioned earlier that some of the players, viewers might not be awake. So if you get that uncertain interval wherein some of the viewers will just be logging into Facebook or YouTube, then you might catch them and they will be jumping into the stream.
Look at this guy giving tips.
Yeah. I mean, but giveaways aside, I know we will hit our milestones because you guys are awesome viewers. But let's talk a little bit about Blacklist International, right? Because they can either go all the way up to the top or actually, not all the way up to the top because they've kind of bombed out 2 rounds. They've only got 6 points out of Bermuda and Kalahari put together, not each, 12 points would be very, very decent for Blacklist right now if that was the case. But they've only got 6 points from both of these maps played so far. But Purgatory, Neptune, is their best map so far. They've got the most number of kills as well as the most number of placements in comparison to any of the other teams. The only problem is, we clearly can see that the performance at the league stage is not the same for a lot of the teams here at the Grand Finals.
Well, it's not just that. You've got the top 12 best teams in the league stage competing in one big group, right? It's not a case of just we're only playing with this group and this group. You've got the best of the best here. So that makes it even more difficult. Yep. If we go back on those numbers, though, for Blacklist, what was the most points that they were able to score in one round so far? Do we have that stat?
I can pull it up. Actually,
so can I, but this woman thinks we are Google, man. Yes, we do have the numbers, ma'am. But we've got to look for the spreadsheet, this kind of information you need to prepare,
Yeah, for the total kills, I would say 23 would be the highest that Blacklist has. And this is not on Purgatory. This is on Alpine. So what more can they offer on like on Purgatory. Let me look that up real quick. On the highest that they have, it is 18. So it's not that much.
18. So there is a chance that they could maybe pull out a 30-pointer, but it's a big ask at the end of the day for Blacklist. Speaking of them, we'll let them sort of go and we'll see how they play in this next round. We're going to take a look at our flankers here very quickly, and we've got Wine from AB Radical Spade for Farang, and we have Kidaims from Todak. Now, very big difference actually if you take a look at all three of our flankers here. You've got Wine, who's got stats across everything. Then you got Spade, who's sort of in the middle and all-rounder, and then you have Kidaiman, who's more of a specialist, it seems. Like, what's the biggest difference you feel between all of our players before we go to the head-to-head?
Yeah, I think, the only difference is AB Radicals was awake through the league stage. The other two teams were asleep. Farang and Toda, they really didn't hit hard at all during the league. We are hoping for them to get that done in the grand final. No, but I don't really see that being the case just yet, unfortunately.
I mean, we just started, so maybe teams are waking up as well. Maybe they're the real gamers, the two PMers.
And if you are building up stats on your graph, you want to look like Expand right now, right? Look at this team.
The
Win
stats
rate
are
solid.
expanding. Look at them.
Survival solid. Teamwork solid. Kills, even more solid together with the damage. And everybody else just tries to catch up.
Yeah, although the saving grace for Sem9, although their stats are looking a little small here, they've got 18 total kills. So compared to everyone here, I think Sem9's actually not doing too badly, especially considering that this is the grand final weekend as well. The one time you want to really play well is the grand final. So going into Purgatory, we're going to probably drop off from this this graphic here in a moment, but Purgatory teams give us the top 3 teams that generally are going to do well here.
Generally do well, not going to probably do well in the grand finals. Let me make that general statement first. 3 top teams. Blacklist International, 174 total points so far. The best kill leaders, the best in terms of placement points. You've got AB Radicals, who are second best, as well as Expand in the 3rd spot. And out of these 3 teams, Expand has the most number of booyahs so far on Purgatory. Those are your top 3. But yeah, today's grand finals, baby.
Maybe Blacklist is going to come out of the woodworks and say, like, this really is our map. It's time to shine. They kind of need it, though. If there's a time to shine, you kind of want to do it now. So
they desperately need it.
We'll see if Blacklist can pull through. I mean, it's not a good feeling to be bottom of the leaderboard on grand final weekend. So 40 seconds to go, gentlemen. I'm going to let you take over and continue with the amazing bands. It's Neptune and AJ of your casters for game 3 of the grand final. We're back on Purgatory. Let's see if it's going to be a water circle. Gentlemen, take it away.
And thank you very much, Daniely. And one thing that I miss from Blacklist International, especially when they jump into Purgatory, is when they take over the Moat House. Remember from the previous competition, they started off from the edge, taking the Moat House, and then worked their way through. But this time, with the new team of Blacklist International, though Purgatory is still their best game, their best map, and if we look at historicals, like, they have the 2nd highest point in terms of all matches in a map, and that is Purgatory. It is 188 total points just in Purgatory if you combine that from league stages. So I love to see the usual strat of Blacklist International, starting off from the edge Moat House and then closing in onto the next safe zone. As you mentioned, might be different based on the RNG, AJ.
Yeah, let's see if or not any of the teams will be able to make their own fate. Geek Fam spreading out wide, but Toda going in for the exact same strat as well. I really understand what Hazik and Kid Ames are doing here, but Kid Ames has just got the smartest strat played. Both of them want to be very close towards that revival platform in case something goes south. But AB Radicals taking their hot drop against Sem9. This is that high tier loot zone fight, and Sem9 out in the open, but what a glue wall pulled out by Orin, but a backstab by Ramiel drops him down onto the ground. AB Radicals radicalizing this blue zone, and the players of Sem9, they bite the bullet.
Yeah, and we all know that players of Sem9 take Central. It's 3 teams in this small island, but with the addition of that high-tier loot, AV Radicals will be jumping in. So 4 teams in this small island in Purgatory, good start for them. And as we saw AV Radicals start it off, like this is one thing about AV Radicals. They jump into high-tier loot expecting that there's a lot of weapons available for them. And we know how aggressive they are. We know how they can move, especially as Wine in there taking the lead, as well as Tanamo going in as their captain. It is a good play coming from AV Radicals right now, but who's challenging them? Pando EWG. And from the previous match, AJ, good showing from Pando EWG. They put a lot of pressure against a lot of teams.
Oh yeah, I have to agree, man. Pando EWG kind of stepped it up, and if they continue their performance of stepping things up, 6 points at Bermuda, 10 points at Kalahari, maybe we can find 14 points at Purgatory. It looks like they might be able to get that done, but the strategy of Manchai kind of holding out away from the rest of his team members, I don't like a strategy like that. I prefer teams who played very patiently, very safely, just like how Sem9 did when they picked up that massive booyah of 27 points in the first game. That's the kind of play style I'm a huge fan of. But if you are AV Radicals, you can play the opposite, right? Super aggressive from the get-go. Tanam, oh, beautiful spray. Manchai plays it to perfection instead through that glue wall. Perfection. Manchai with the Mag 7 now barricades himself in. Nobody else on the side of AV taking the initiative against him. And this is what happens when you underestimate any players out there on the battlefield. They turn the tables around.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, that is one thing that we expect from Wine, but not from Tanamo. But Tanamo right now is I think they're changing up the roles. Tanamo is getting more of the feel of the surrounding before they unleash Wine into the battlefield. And with the performance of Wine so far in the league stages, he just needs to survive a little bit, get a feel of the situation before he goes in for the fight. But Retus right now, there's something that we can expect. There's no reverse shooter better than Retus at this point. And I'm not just talking about his name. It is Retus the shooter in here.
Yeah, falsely so far, AV Radicals wants everything. Fikri, with the game of survival, has managed to get away from everybody else, and now at Lumber Mill should be able to bring the rest of his team members right back in. Doesn't need to spend any money and buy them back. He has got a revival platform to work around with, but first, he focuses on the loots because the boy has nothing on him.
I mean, as he walks in there, crouching slowly, like in my mind, it's playing the music. It's like they're about to surprise someone, just waiting and creeping slowly, sneakily moving in. Anyways, getting inside, hard to get right now, is getting a good compound. But on the other side, it is engagement might be happening between Todak and Farang. But Farang is caught off guard in there, split up, and one will be taken out. It's Spade in here, and I love how Todak is grouping together on every or most of the approach that they're taking at this point, and that pushes Farang out into the other parts of this area. They need to get that revive spot. And one thing about that first match, AJ, we question why not so much is reviving their teammates. It's only 4. We saw, if I remember it correctly, SAF is one of the team who was guarding the revive spot, leaving the other teams at bay when it comes to revival. So that's a possibility as to why that happened.
I do have to agree, man. That's most probably the reason why we are seeing this little scuffle here. Farang and Toda, both representatives of MCP as well as Malaysia at the Free Fire World Series 2022 at Sentosa. And once again, weirdly enough, both teams getting the 9th spot. At the plains, we saw Toda pick up the 9th place. They couldn't really get much done. Only a total of 12 kills they managed to get at the play-ins. And Farang did the exact same thing, picking up the 9th spot at the grand finals at Sentosa. But both of these teams want that opportunity once again, and they're earning it off of each other. Farang has lost their 3rd player, one final survivor in the name of Too Bad, who needs to buy his players back outside of the circle. This circle's not going to be doing too much of a damage, and this buy point will allow his team to survive a little bit longer, Neptune.
Yeah, and this is Sim9 right now, guarding as well the revive spot for the rest of the teams to not move in on this area. But as you can see, a standoff is happening. Anxiety going against a Blacklist International. It is across the water, and this is one difficult position that you can take. One has a higher ground. One Anxiety has a lower ground, also a compound, and a backstab for Anxiety might happen at this point, but Blacklist will have good opportunity as well to take advantage of this distraction happening from above and a chance for Blacklist Mural to go in for that slay once Ashura gives them the go signal.
Yeah, Blacklist. If I was Blacklist, I'll just shut up and just not make any noise, man. I mean, you've bombed out not once, but twice now. This is your best map. You want to get to that final circle. You cannot afford to mess this up. And if your aggression hasn't really, paid a lot of dividends in the first two games, you don't really want to be taking advantage of this opportunity that you have. Undisturbed early game. You want to continue your looting process. You don't want to get super excited. You want to make sure you are ready for a fight when you do get into a fight. Like H2G as well as Anxiety. Once again, the Filipino battle out here in the MCPS from afar. Jay-Z has got the best shotgun to get the job done, but finds no opponents right in front of him. M1887, the response by God Toby, and God Toby puts Batman down.
And let's go from afar, taking it down against Anxiety. Surprise hit! Godname coming from Kanoho. Another one to finish them up. And one left. And here comes Kanoho going in for the rush. But no surprise just yet. Kanoho might be taken down in here, but Jay-Z is already onto the edge, being hit slowly but surely. Kanoho breaking down the glue wall. And where is Chessman for that finishing shot?
Yeah, Kanoho now on the verge of a quadra kill. Jay-Z spots his feet. Ay caramba! From the back, it's Cobra who interferes. Expand out of nowhere. Roy takes the final kill. Hard to get eliminated in the 12th spot. And Expand now wants to dominate this encounter. What a play! And they stole that opportune moment away.
That could have been a good shot. That is a headshot on the foot. I don't know if that's something.
That's a foot shot, bro.
Foot shot.
What are the weakest shots you can take at the foot?
It's much good sounding if I say that in Tagalog, like headshot sa ulo, headshot sa paa. Like it's headshot on the head, headshot on the foot. But this time,
at this moment, he would have been praying for a little bit more damage, man. But Blacklist International now getting caught in a crossfire against the players of Toda. Toda has got the compound right in front of them. Blacklist International, they are split up, and this is not a position they want to be caught in with their pants down. I mean, some people want to be caught with their pants down. Definitely Toda, not one of them.
I'm quite surprised about that comment, AJ. Like, who would want to be caught with their pants
down? I don't know. But Geek Fam wants to catch both of these guys with their pants down. The drone is up in the air. I don't know who that drone belongs to, but someone's got that extra bit of information that can pay some dividends to them. And all of this fight happening over a revival point, which is not going to be used by either one of these teams. Axis Esports off screen, knocking down the players of Anxiety one after the other. And Rap gets it done with a close combat gun, the M1887, which means that fight is going on face to face right now.
Yeah, face to face, cheek to cheek, skin to skin will be happening as well between the Todak and Blacklist International. They're getting close, and there goes the hit. No takedown just yet. Grenade launcher is back into picture, back into play, and being used by a lot of members right now. Good chance for Ashura for that hit, but the flag being done by Todak might be a challenge against Blacklist International at this point. They need to recover. They need to take those hits. And no, on the other side, Farang being taken down, AJ.
Yeah, AV Radicals going to town with Farang. 3 players down and out of the equation already, but still 11 teams alive and kicking out there on the battlefield. And this scuffle between Toda and Blacklist International Ultimate getting a little bit more crazier. A ultimate battle between the two teams. Ashura backs away with the charge, plus the Cobra downs Vegeta. Expand getting into a scuffle with Axis as well. But Blacklist needs to get a little bit of the composure back. They lose fights. Newbie tries to circle around. Has got the close quarters combat gun, the perfect M1887, but chill with the charge buster, tries to hop on over the glue wall, doesn't get the jump, and the glue wall saves the players of Blacklist, and they snuff out Toda instead. AB Radicals now want to jump on into the battle, and from the other side, Geek Fam wants a piece of this as well. The fight is not over.
This is international, though this is their best map. This is not the best position that they can take. They are sandwiched right now, but on the other side, teams are being eliminated. Geek Fam, Blacklist, and a lot of teams right now being taken down by AB Radicals already with 10 kills. Redos will be taken down, but Wine is putting everyone in there, turning water into wine. But unfortunate for him, FaZe will not be FaZe and will crush him in this fight.
MCPS, let's go. Grand Finals day, bro. 3 big teams, 3 big names eliminated just like that. And I have no idea what we just saw, bro. Toda out of the equation. We have seen the players of Expand get expanded as well. Axis Esports personally escorting them back to the lobby and then just leaving them high and dry there. 3 big teams out, and Axis wants to get the 4th one out as well. SAF might not be a top contender for the championship just yet, but Axis wants to take no chances whatsoever. Hawkeye, barricade after barricade off the glue wall just to avoid Raph, but Raph finds his back inside of the time turner. Raph with 19 HP, still surviving. Yado from afar, and Yado drops Raph like it's hot. Hawkeye takes Flame out of the equation. SAF hits back, and Axis pays the high price for challenging them.
Axis Esports eliminated, and they go against SAF. 6 eliminations already being done by SAF, and a lot more will be happening as they close in onto the next safe zone. But the battle continues, and it is not stopping in here. AB Radicals still going for this lay, but who is still alive? We have Blacklist, I believe, is still alive and kicking, and has not been taken down after all those engagement that we saw earlier, AJ.
Sem9 now out of the equation. Come on, somebody give them a break. Sem9 started things off hot, and then they fizzled out, bro. 7 points in Kalahari. We don't know how many they picked up at Purgatory, but clearly not enough to maintain that #1 spot domination. We can have a couple of teams catch up with Sem9 in a little bit. AB Radicals clearly looking for that spot. 12 kills in hand already. SAF trying to stop them halfway through their spot. Ramiel from afar tries to take the shot, but Ritu says, no worries, brother, I got this. Groza in hand, takes Let's Go off of the roof, and AB Radicals, 13 kills in hand, has to wonder, where does the circle go next? Towards Anxiety and SAF, or does it go towards the Malaysians? This circle has to pick a nation.
It has to pick a nation indeed, but we'll have to find out where it is. It might be in the boundaries, AJ. There goes the grenade, but Rory is back, and there goes the nade king. SAF McRory for the Kobe.
Oh yeah, man, back to back. You gotta love those nades. McRory's back, baby. Ashura right outside. Blacklist International still hanging on for their dear lives, but their dear lives are about to be expanded. Geek Fam steps on and Hazik as quickly as he appeared. Apis gets the triple. Blacklist says bye-bye. Geek Fam looking for yet another booyah for themselves, but AB Radicals eyeing that #1 spot. Pando EWG back to back. Remember the premonition from the Mustachio. They went from getting 6 points to 10 points, and I predicted 14 points. Pando better pick that up.
Yeah, they need to pick it out, but they are being picked out one at a time. Manjai has a good advantage in here for this safe zone, but the only problem for him is SAF. I think SAF already had a sight of. There goes the takedown. Yado for the kill. Hopefully they got that 14 kills, but we are left with 3. And where we are going to be pushed in, we are going to push into the water. So hopefully that that water, that river is in the right temperature. AJ.
Yeah, you can blame Danny for this, man. Asking that one question which I hate. Are we gonna get a water circle? Yes, Danny, now we got a water circle. Geek Fam, they don't want to go for a swim just yet. AB Radicals, on the other hand, super close to the beach. They're wondering if or not they want to slip into their swimming trunks, but AB Radicals wants to deal with Geek Fam first. And now there is a team on the other side of this little hill, and it doesn't matter who they are. AB Radicals wants to eat up Geek Fam first. Yasta says hasta la vista. Apis goes down as well. Haziq and Hakimi trying to return fire, but who's the team across the water? They get taken out. SAF, McRory didn't swim early enough, and AB Radicals looks like they picked the right enemies, and they've got the game of numbers. Thanamo trying to take this back, that gets it, and AB Radicals, what a booyah!
The number game really put in the fight by AV Radicals at this point. If they did not survive with 4-man strong, they might have been taken down in there because of the placement that they have. AV Radicals taking a booyah in this game. And if I'm not mistaken, this has pushed them onto that number 1 spot.
Numero uno. That's exactly what they were looking for, and they get it, baby. Yeah, I mean, I want to see a lot of things except that, buddy. But I know they're excited. Everybody's excited. AV Radicals back on fire. They performed during the league stage, and we were so afraid that the curse might follow them into the grand finals. And in the game number 1 at Bermuda, they showed us that curse is real, 10 points. But they improved in Kalahari, picking up 15, and now smashing such a huge booyah, massive numbers of kills, and they pick up extra 12 points as well. You gotta be happy with this, Danny, if you are an AV fan.
Look, this is massive for the team because we already saw them sitting in top 3 already. So to be sitting in top 3 and then to get, how many kills did they get? I think it was 13.
Too many.
It was too many. There was a lot of
Too many.
kills. To have this and a booyah. I mean, this is, we're going almost back to the square one AV Radicals, right? The team that crushed the competition in 2 days and essentially built a 100-point lead over everybody. Like, I think for them, if they can maybe pull this off 1-2 more times, maybe they even lock in top 2 already. And then they can sort of cruise if they want to. I wouldn't recommend it. No, don't cruise. Keep going. But just grab as many points as you can. AV Radicals, I mean, this team, it really comes down to this really, I hate to say it, it's a very reckless play style, but so rewarding if it pays off. The run and gun, kill anything that moves, steal all the kills, and rock that booyah as well.
Neptune, bro, my question is, are we gonna get to see a Filipino team at the Free Fire World Series? AV Radicals might just make this happen, man.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to like at least one of the Filipino team will be in there. Like, there's either the Filipino or Malaysians in there. It's a good split if there will be both in there, and that would be a good for the community as well, so that a lot more from the Philippines will be encouraged to jump in and create a team, and probably a lot more will be showing up in the next MCPS.
And that's my challenge to AV Radicals right now. Get to the World Series. Be that beacon of hope for the rest of the Filipinos out there when it comes to the game of Free Fire. And I tell you, man, their careers are pretty much set. I mean, pretty much depends on what they do with that fame as well a little bit later on. But you got to be that beacon of hope. And they've proven throughout the whole of the league stage they can definitely give people hope with their gameplays, man. I mean, amazing, tremendous performance. And thankfully, you don't see a lot of consistency from some of the other teams who are vying for the top spot as well. I mean, we saw the hotcake Sem9, 27 massive points in game number 1, and then they kind of fizzled out. Just 7 points from game 2, but because of the massive performance from game 1, they still held on to that number 1 position after game 2. Game 3, bye-bye number 1 spot. You gotta give us consistency, Sem9.
Yeah, so I think this is something that just seems to be a very, very valuable play style, or at least like if you can be explosive in 1 or 2 games, it's going to save you from a potential 6th placement drop, right? Because everyone is so close to each other. One bad round, if you're just playing average, one terrible round is going to drop you down 6 positions, which is more than half. And that's assuming that if you're in first place, you literally the cutoff for the next season of the MCPS Majors. Yeah. So don't falter now. You've got to get those points, whether it be locking in through those kills, if that's going to be you focusing on those placement points, but you got to get something from every single round. You can't afford to get like 3 points and then just say it's over. But the Wish, 25, I think 25 points, would that be considered explosive? Because I think 28 was pretty dang good. 27 was pretty dang good.
Yeah, 25 is very, very decent in terms of number of points. You're talking about more than 12 kills. You're talking about exceeding the number of points the Booyah gives you. I think that's a super decent round.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the stats after concluding the third game of the day here on Purgatory. We've got 10 revivals, so a big drop off, but we did see some teams actually going for defending those revival points. Like, is this going to start being a trend now? People are going to try and abuse these spots knowing that someone might come for a revival. We're going to pick them off as they come in.
It is possible. I mean, we've seen that from the first match, and then for the second match, we've seen a lot of explosive gameplay as well. A lot of kills coming from that second match, not only from one team but for other teams. And I think that is one reason why a lot of placement has been gathered in terms of kills because of the revive spot. If some of the teams will be able to lure everyone for that revive and just clear them off from the map, then they will be able to get that sure placement in, and like for each match. They will not worry about anyone surprising them later on, thinking that this team could have been eliminated already.
And we see a big change here in the Kaya's kills, right? Ritu to 10 kills this round. This is what I was expecting, or at least I was hoping to see from AV Radical. So it's good to see that this team, they're back on target. 10 kills on Ritu's 40% hit rate.
Yep.
That is massive. That's the biggest one that we've seen so far during that grand final. But Ritu's, this guy was on fire that round. He was just getting people left, right, and center.
I mean, he's called Ritus for a reason, right, Neptune?
Yeah.
Does Ritus actually mean something? Am I about to learn?
If you
shooter reverse.
Oh my god, I didn't know! What? I didn't know!
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. AV Radical Shooter. He's a radical shooter. 10 kills. This guy is a monster. MVP for the team of AV Radicals as well. 30 massive points. This is the biggest bomb in the grand final so far. What a way to grab the number one spot.
Well, if we're going to call this an explosive round, this is definitely explosive. 30 points ahead of the competition. Like, we also have to remember, 18 kills. That is 18 kills that didn't go to anybody else as well. That's going to be starving some of the other teams from potentially picking up those points as well. I'm really curious to see how far ahead AV Radicals is going to climb ahead of the competition now, and to see what does everyone else have to achieve to be able to take back that first place. But AV first. So you're going to be so happy with themselves. I think they're aware that they're going to be sitting in first place now. Now it's going to be a case of maintaining that first place. Keep the throne warm. Don't let anyone get off that pillow. Because we've seen what happened before, right? AV, they got a little too comfortable on the throne. They decide, I'm going to go for a bit of a toilet break, and they come back, expanders. All right, let's take a look at the current standings. I know we're all very keen to see what's happening here. So 30 points for AV Radicals for coming in first place. SAF, second place with 18 points, also sitting on 10 kills under their belt. Then we have GigaFam with 15, Blacklist with 10. Look at how top-heavy these points are for this round.
Yeah, I mean, this is one thing that we're expecting from the start of this grand finals. These teams will be getting a lot of points, similar to what we've seen from the league stages. But this time, it's a good thing that it's a different set of teams standing in there, apart from AV Radicals, obviously.
Yeah, and can I say props to SAF? They've really kicked it off this weekend. Like, I think we, or at least I, during the league stage, never really looked at SAF to be a major contender in the grand finals, but look at them today. They've been placing towards the top of the leaderboard consistently so far.
And now they are pretty much tied up for that second place with Sem9 with 39 points. GeekFam just a single point behind them with 38. This is just phenomenal with what these teams are actually doing out there on the battlefield. And Sem9 still hanging on for their dear life, all thanks to the phenomenal performance at Bermuda. And this is one of the, I guess it's not a strategy, but it's one of the lifelines that some of the teams can hope for, right? You do a couple of matches dirty, you don't really pick up solid number of points, but as long as you've got like one solid breakout round, I guess they learned this from AV Radicals, you can still maintain quite a good placement on the overall leaderboard. And the next saving grace is the fact that it's not a single day grand finals. It all doesn't end by the end of the day. You've got 2 back-to-back days. You make those mistakes, you make those adjustments tomorrow. But speaking of adjustments, AV Radicals with a radical climb to the number 1 spot.
My pulse just started racing. was it 16 points? It's 16 points ahead of Sem9. That is a massive gap between them and second place. I mean, it's a big ask for Sem9 and SAF to be able to make that climb, but this is going to be a very nice safe haven for AV Radicals, because this means that if they have maybe one bad round, they're going to be able to offset it with the points, but I'm hoping they don't get comfortable. We saw it happen in the past. They got comfortable, they dropped too low, and somebody just smacked them back down to earth, and they said, nope, you are not in first place anymore. It's going to be Expand. Now let's take a look at the other teams, right? So SAF, Sem9, very favorable performances for these two teams. Geek Fam is still up there, right? Just 1 point off of sitting in potentially second or third place. Expand, though, 27 points. This is actually another big drop from 4th to 5th. I mean, okay, so here's the thing. What's the consensus so far for us and Expand? Because we know that we've seen them be able to pick up kills, but they just haven't been able to pick up the placement points. Like they did well once, but it's been so non-consistent. I don't know what word I'm looking for. I'm just pulling up the snake here. This is their performance so far.
Yeah, I'm hard on teams during the league stage. I'm never hard on them at the grand finals, because this is not easy. Playing this game at this level is one of the craziest things that you can do. I mean, we are one step away from the World Series. If it's not tough here, it's not a competition. It's not a competitive scene at all. I mean, the essence of the competitive scene is how difficult it is for you to just go out there and bring your consistent gameplays. And clearly, that's exactly what we've got in here, right? Crazy levels of competition. And asking for consistency out of any one of these teams is going to be tough. AV Radicals, shockingly, are able to provide that. Pando EWG, shockingly, have been able to be quite decent at the grand finals. But Expand, you know, it's not their day yet. 4 points at Bermuda, 3 points at Purgatory, only performing super decent at Kalahari just makes it a little shaky. But here's the saving grace for Expand. Their best map is coming up. It's Alpine.
But they're also competing with another team that also considers Alpine to be their best map, which is AV Radicals. So it's going to be a clash of the titans. I mean, Neptune, I want your observations on this discussion that we're having. Like, do you actually think Expand's going to be able to pull through after what we've seen from this team?
Well, with the way AV Radicals has been showing up for 3 of the matches already, though it's only on the 3rd match that we've seen them really pop off. But they will be jumping into Alpine, wherein they have the highest kill record, 27 kills from the league stages. And I don't think that will slow AV Radicals down, even if other teams have been moving up. And about the question why some of the teams are getting ahead against Expand is because of some of the strats being shown right now on the grand finals compared to what we have on the league stages. And once, like, it's not that everyone will be moving up, some will be pushed down in there from the pedestal.
Yeah, it's inevitable. Someone's got to go down if someone else is going to go up. It's just the way of life. It's going to be up to the teams and their performance going into Alpine. I'm curious though, we've seen some secret strats come out, I think, right? Like some teams that we thought, we're not going to do well in the grand final, they picked up. Do you think there's a team that's decided Alpine's going to be our map? We're going to snatch it away from the Goliaths. It's not going to be AV Radicals. It's not going to be Expand. I see, AJ, you're nodding. You have a team in mind. Like, who do you feel like is going to come out of the woodworks and say Alpine is our map?
Supreme freaking Assault Forces. I just made SAF become SFAF. Okay, these guys are crazy because McRory woke up. I've been so annoyed throughout the whole league. McRory did not pick up a single grenade. I think he's going to go and pop off in Alpine as well.
Yo, I'm excited for that. Neptune, I'm going to ask your opinion in just a minute, but we are going to go for a quick break. So we're going to let the teams recoup, get ready, talk strats. But that means for you, toilet, snacks, break, call your friends, do whatever you need to do. Summon the cat and dog, sit with them on the couch and watch the next upcoming game. It's going to be Alpine, but of course, it will be after this break. We'll see all of you right after this. See ya, survivors.
Geek Fam continue to survive. The king has returned.
Will be the champion, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with the booyah for round
Who managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International?
And then Max with the booyah.
As Geek Fam continue to survive, the king has returned.
Will be the champion, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with the booyah for round
Who managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International?
And then Max with the booyah.
as Geek Fam continues to survive. The king has returned.
This will be the champion, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with the booyah for
Who
round
managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International.
And then first, that's far with the booyah.
As Geek Fam continues to survive, the king has returned.
This will be the champion, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with the booyah for
Who
round
managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International.
And then first, that's far with the booyah.
Hello, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4 Grand Final Weekend. We've just wrapped up our first 3 games of the day, and so far, AV Radicals, maybe a little bit shaky towards the beginning of the day, have clawed their way back up to first place and are currently sitting with a 16-point lead compared to second place. That's going to be a big ask for the competition to catch up, but anything is possible on a grand final. But here's the thing, gentlemen. The next map, it's one of their signature maps. It's Alpine. Do you think it's still going to be AV Radicals? Hey, okay, what's with the finger? What's with the finger? Let's go.
No. Here's the crazy thing, right? Their mediocre start to the day was still better than half the other teams who are still struggling to chug out any sort of performance, right? Like first match of the day, abysmal performance, they picked up 10 points, which is super decent. And then okay performance, they picked up 15 points, which is, come on, 15 points at the grand final, super solid. And then they hit their huge bomber. AV Radicals are very quickly becoming the huge favorites to win the whole of the MCPS Major Season 4, which is crazy because you saw flashes of brilliance, like moments, the history before we started off, right? That was the bumper that we were rolling. And one commonality between all of those teams, they were all Malaysian. I didn't see a Filipino team there. So if AV Radicals can keep this up, I'm super excited for the Philippines right now.
That shining beacon of hope. I see the glitter in Neptune's eye. He's like, yes, my countrymen.
Well. SAF, where did they come from, Neptune?
I mean, well, AV Radicals, the Radical brand, I would say. Like, they were already explosive, but a lot of things that needs to work on. Several seasons happen, several days of battle, a lot of consults, a lot of reviewing, and I think they are finding the perfect match for them. Tanamo taking the lead in this match, and I think this is the first time that Tanamo has taken the lead on AV Radicals. And I think the leadership that he has, together with the aggressiveness and the way they adjust all the gameplays that they have when they need it, I think that is a combination of the success for AV Radicals.
And the SAF, yet another Filipino team that kind of crept out of nowhere. And we think that AV Radicals did okay and decent with the 10 points and the 15 points. SAF picked up 16 points at Bermuda. And then they had an all right, in fact, horrible round at Kalahari where they only picked up 5. And then Purgatory 18. SAF is hitting it on another level today, Danny.
Are the consistency starting to show up? I kind of feel like, are they trying to pull off a reverse a reverse double whammy here, because remember last time SAF were dominating the league stage, and then they just sort of went like during the grand final. So so what if they're just saying like, let's just do okay during the league stage, and then let's go kaput during the grand final, and it's kind of happening. Second place, and they are so far ahead of the competition so far. Like, you don't really have anyone that's going to be able to compete with them. So, I mean, it's good news. Like, could you imagine SAF and AV Radicals going to Worlds?
I cannot. Like Philippines, like not showing up, and then boom! At one go, you send 2 Filipino teams to the World Series to represent our server. I think it'll be insane. I think if that happens, it's a huge wake-up call for many, many Malaysian teams who, unfortunately, have started slacking off. Now, I don't say slacking off based on, actual knowledge of what they are doing in their daily lives, but I talk about actual slacking off based on what's happening out there on the battlefield. Where's the consistency? I mean, if you're playing possum, if you are trying to hide strats, now's definitely not the time. But for all of you guys, thank you for helping us hit our very first milestone of the day.
Thank you so much, everybody. So our first reward is going to be available very soon. We're actually going to double check with production how this is going to be given out. There's going to be a code.
It's now.
It's a code right now. Okay. I wasn't sure where it's going to be, but here's the code for our first giveaway of the day. Now, as usual, this is going to be exactly the same as all of our other giveaways. This code will be available until the end of the broadcast. So if you're unable to claim the code now for whatever reason, you still have until the end of this show to claim that code. So if you can, claim it now. We do recommend it so you don't forget, and share it with your friends and family. If you have somebody that's also into Free Fire, maybe they can't tune into the show now, they can also claim these rewards too. So thank you so much, everybody, for helping us claim our first milestone giveaway for today. We've still got 2 more to go though. 2 more. So the next milestone is 12,000 viewers. Now we've hit 8,000. We just need 4,000 more.
I mean,
so all we need is for a couple thousand of you to just open the stream on the other platform, YouTube, Facebook, which one
you have to
open the other.
You have to. I mean, look at what Garena is giving us, right? Usually it's like a crate or something where it's just RNG that decides exactly what you get. I mean, you might get lucky, but you might be unlucky. That's what the crates are all about. But incubator voucher, that's awesome. Plus the MP40, you get to try this skin out for 7 days. Yes, it's a trial skin, but many of us don't have the luxury of picking up these awesome legendary skins, Neptune. And this is our opportunity, guaranteed to be able to use that gun at least for a week. I'm loving it. I mean, this way, I get to know if or not if I want to throw my diamonds in there and get it for myself.
Wait. The ultimate prize, it's a full-on gun skin. Like, it's a full, you keep it forever. It's a exclusive 2022 skin. If we can hit 20k, we will love all of you forever. So if you can, watch the stream on as many devices as possible. Tell your friends, your family, your mom, your dad, your dog to watch the stream. Let's hit that 20k. I mean, yes, 12,000 is the next milestone, but we want 20k. We want to hit that 20k so everyone can get the skin. But thank you so much.
I'm going to just ask, why are we even showing these graphics? Because it's just very embarrassing if you are Lebanon View, because unfortunately, this graphic is not super representative of what they are capable of bringing out there on the battlefield. I think Lemon is one of the most nastiest monsters that you can take out there on the battlefield. And when he plays support, he's not just a defensive support, but he's a super heavy offensive support. And I'm heavily offended by his graph.
I mean, we should be. I don't think the graph is a really good representation of what supports do, right? Like, Neptune, I want to ask your opinion. If you could make a graph of what supports are supposed to show, like, what stats are you really looking for as a support player?
Assist as well as revival will be done. Will be good for representation. Damage can be good as well, because the support is you're supporting those who are flanking and who are fragging. So you're not getting the kills, but you're getting a lot of damage, putting out a lot of damage as well against the other teams.
Yeah, I feel like assists should be combined with like kills, especially for support, right? Because essentially, like your supports are eventually going to assist in those kills. But let's take a look at the teams very quickly. We are looking at some of our front runners here: AV, Radicals, Expand, and Farang. as we jump into Alpine for our next matchup. And so far, we're looking at the total kills here. 32 kills under AV Radical's belt, 16 under Expanse, and 9 under Farang. So already we're starting to see AV Radicals hoard up on these kills. It's like it's almost winter. They're saying, guys, we've got to get the kills now before winter kicks in, because no one's going to come out when it starts snowing. And this is scary for the other teams, because remember, every kill that AV Radicals get means that that's a kill that no one else is going to get.
Yeah, and by the way, if you're trying to do the math in your head by comparing the graph and the statistics at the bottom, don't confuse yourself, because the graph was taken based on their performance at the league stage. And what you see at the bottom, the Booyah and the total kills, is purely the statistics that are picked up from the grand finals.
Yes.
So the graph and the numbers at the bottom have got nothing to do with each other, which is why I'm actually confused why Sem9's graph was so out of whack earlier on. Like this is a more decent graph. It represents them well.
Yeah, it's easier to read as well as someone that might be tuning into the stream. But looks like we're going to jump into our next map, gentlemen. 50 seconds before the players drop in onto Alpine. This is going to be game number 4 of the day. Once this game is done and dusted, we are going to repeat back through the maps back onto Bermuda. But let's see, is it going to be the domination of AV Radicals, or is it going to be Expand, or maybe it's SAF? We never know. Let's jump into this map right now. 25 seconds to go. Neptune, AJ, take it away for match number 4.
Thank you very much, Natalie. And if SAF, the Supreme Freaking Assault Forces, picks up the Booyah, Neptune, I will lose my mind, because SAF right now, sitting down on the overall leaderboard, fighting for the second, third spot with the one and only Sem9 in 39 points, 1 spot away from AV Radicals. Yes, there's a huge gap, but if they secure the Booyah, cutting down that gap into absolutely nothing is going to be possible. And then you're just going to see dominance from the Philippines at the very get-go for our grand finals, which might mean nothing when you look at the overall grand scheme of things. We've got 2 days of the grand finals, but that's one heck of a great start, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I mean, SAF has popped off right now. Day number 1, first half in here. Alpine would be a chance for them to really take that second spot. But to consider what Danily mentioned earlier as well, hopefully SAF will not be just doing this one-time big deal, and then later off just faltering down into that leaderboard, because they really have a good showing already. If you compare these two teams, AV Radicals and SAF, SAF has more experience compared to AV Radicals. They were more composed, I would say, and tactically well against the AV Radicals, but the adjustment being done by AV Radicals is much better compared to SAF.
Oh, speaking of SAF, Roy says, bye-bye, sir. Drops one like he's hot. Kanoho trades out Man 04 from the side of Sem9. We're starting off game number 3 here. Game number 4, super hot. And at Alpine, there's a hot drop here between the one and only Geek Fam and Pando EWG. Manchai loses his life prematurely at the very get-go. Super hot start. But you know, the one main thing that I noticed, Neptune, as we were flying in, Garena desperately wants these players to revive each other. Did you see the number of revival points we've got? Every single compound has got its own personal revival point. Now, there's no complaints, there's no excuses whatsoever for not being able to bring your team members back in.
Yeah, I would agree. As we can see, we saw earlier on that minimap, EWG already have one guy on that revive spot. Unfortunately, not enough time to take that revive. And SAF, as you mentioned, McRory has been taken down and revived that quickly. But this time, battle continues. It's now a 3v3 situation. Geek Fam and Pando EWG, the turnaround by Hazik in there, taking down 2 as in Appies, following it up against BU. Now, Pando EWG, good showing for the first 3 matches. Good performance from them, but I think with this start, it might be a downfall for the Wolves.
Yeah, Geek Fam, flexing those muscles. Let's hope that's not premature and it is one that is apt. Maybe a little bit of a foretelling of what we can expect out of them. But Kanoho catches the back of Lemon. Fantastic maneuver through the window. Puts him down on the ground. Sem9 struggling against anxiety. The Filipinos, I swear to God, on this first day of Grand Finals are on fire, Neptune.
Yeah, and you asked earlier, imagine if we have like Filipinos in there in the world stage, it might change the standards of gameplay because so far from what we've seen as SAF, AV Radicals as well, it's not that, like, it is tactical, but there's aggressiveness. It's so much aggressiveness from them. It changes the standards and also the gameplay of other teams. And if you put that in a world stage as one of a reference, then a lot of the teams, a lot of players from the other region will follow through.
Anxiety! Shut down! One of the greatest teams out of Malaysia, Sem9 snuffed out. What are we even watching? But Blacklist International, they might now be in trouble as well as they hot drop the players of Farang in their compound. Fires backs away. Jambal has the AC-80 in hand. Spade with the approach with the MP-40 in hand as well. But the battalion of Blacklist International players, they make their way in. Jambal, Max 7 turns around. 1v2. Jambal gets it. Back up, fires down on the ground. Spade traded out by Newbie. Blacklist fires back, but this one is on the side of Farang now.
Farang right now being taken down. One at time, fires will be picked up. Ashura right here will try to go in for that push. Here comes Backstab coming from Jesbu. It's a 2v3 situation, and here comes the rush. Jesbu will be surprised. A Newbie for the hit, and Ashura and Newbie needs to get that pick up or clear up this area against Farang, but with the quickness, mobility, and with how they move, they will not be taken down that easily, and the battle continues. Blacklist and Farang still at it. Ashura and Faiz trying to charge up and heal up after that encounter.
Yeah, brothers of a nation, both Malaysian teams taking each other out. Faiz with a perfect trip mine placement earlier on saved the lives of the players of Blacklist International. And now we've got a 2v2 situation. Faiz, can he get this hit? SMG in hand, number of bullets there, but the damage close quarters just not there. Too bad on the other hand, has got the double barrel, manages to buy back one player, two player for his side. Farang full squad once again, too bad, has gotten the job done, and that's what you want to do if you are a defensive player. Too bad, even though he does lose his life alongside Spade, he's brought his brothers back. The players of Farang continue to survive this fight.
Up and 4 men strong. Once again, 4 kills to this. Name and Mirul will be back. The code is not yet broken as the agents will be returning in here into play. But close not only to Farang but also to Todak. Mirul needs to be careful, need to be tactical, and bring back the rest of the teams right here. Only one team has been eliminated so far in here with the engagement that we've seen. There's a little bit of slowdown though from the engagement, but on how hot it starts, AJ, I mean, there's still continuity at this point.
I mean, if you are Sem9 right now, you are crying buckets, brother. I mean, you started off the day, you were like the hottest guy in the house. You were the hottest mafia walking up and down, super confident. And then we kind of saw a little bit of cockiness here and there. They got punished for it super early, right? I mean, second game in itself, they dropped 27 points to just 7 points. Third game, they pick up 5. Fourth game, they were the first team to get eliminated. I mean, if you were Sem9 once again, you gotta cry. But at the same time, hopefully, it's a little bit of motivation for them to wake up and do a little bit better. You can't get cocky. You cannot get confident in a lobby like this.
Yeah, I mean, they need to go back to their usual ways wherein they wait for the tactical approach. Usually mid to late game is where they pop off.
Correct.
And then consistently with the kills, they get the booyah. But this time, they're starting it off hot and trying to like bang heads against tough teams and aggressive teams like AV Radicals, and even some of the teams expand one of the team as well. Geek Fam, yes, they might have a good chance, a better chance because of what we've seen so far, but with the showing that we are seeing from Sem9, they need to find a different target or probably no target at all.
Let's see what will they be able to kind of pull off here in the following battles. SAF, what a good start to the day. They have just been super decent. Kalahari, a little bit of a weak showing, but they recovered their weak showing by, I mean, more than average performance on Bermuda and Purgatory. Let's see if they can kind of do the same here at Alpine. If they do, Philippines going to be smiling year to year. But if you are a fan of one of the Malaysian teams, you got to question, where are we heading towards? I mean, let's talk about Toda a little bit. It's been a horrible day, Neptune. 7 points from Bermuda, 9 points from Kalahari. And Purgatory, they absolutely bombed out. Just 2 points. And Blacklist International, on the other hand, collectively from all 3 games, they've only got 16 points.
Yeah, I mean, that is one pressure that Blacklist International is getting. That is one reason as well as they need to survive all of the battle. Earlier, they went against Farang. This time, they went against SAF. And only 2 remains from this team of Blacklist. They need to recover the rest of the teams and get a lot of points. Alpine might be a good chance for them, but as we mentioned earlier, before the start of this match, AV Radicals is a huge wall that they need to cross, or better, break down.
Yeah, let's see if they can break down this quite impenetrable wall in certain aspects of strategy. It's all going to depend on the conditions out there. Once again, Battle Royale, RNG, one of the most annoying things to deal with, but also the best factor to determine how good you are out there on the battlefield. You need to have like the response time of an athlete out there on the battlefield. Oh, SAF, as I say that, they get snuffed out by Spade. And the shots out of Expand, obviously, they were trying to look for that knock. But Farang just a little too quick with the finisher. But AV Radicals now outside of the circle. They deal with Geek Fam.
Yeah, Geek Fam right now going in for the rush, and AV Radicals, Redu's just in there trying to back off, but Hakimi has shot him, and there goes the takedown against Retus. Now, where are the rest of the members? 3 members remain out here outside of the safe zone. Geek Fam will gatekeep them, and this is not looking good for the team of AV Radicals. Once they have their faces, their showing into that safe zone, they will be shut down by Geek Fam, who is in a good role, also trying to catch up in terms of points. Takedown again against AV Radicals, AV Tanamo, as well as Wine moving in for the flank, but they might be heading into the faces, into the heads of Blacklist International.
Geek Fam really redeeming themselves after picking up 0 points in that first game. This time, they want to go ham against everybody else. AV Radicals, your time is up. Panamo goes down. Geek Fam, 7th kill in the game, and they are on fire. They leave one final survivor. Anxiety, on the other hand, they deal with the players of Expand. Too fast. He sees an ice grenade that he needs to deal with, but he's cooking up an actual frag. If this frag hits, Too Fast should be able to turn the tides their way. Expand, they disengage for the very fine second. Anxiety, on the other hand, they keep the pressure on them. But Expand is looking for the circle. They've got the better strat here, Neptune.
Yep, and they are moving in against Anxiety. Kanoho's already been taken down. Cleanup might be done in here, but grenade coming from Too Fast, but Kanoho is still alive. Oh, not for long. Here comes Chessman trying to run away from the clutches of Expand, and a good position coming from Expand. They need to group together as the challenge of Anxiety is not there anymore, and spread out. Anxiety need to get a better position as well as hiding spot in here onto this compound. As you can see, the walls has been laid. The battle continues. Axis Esports going against Geek Fam. If I'm not mistaken, a little glimpse of Pando EWG in that area.
Toda, smart circling around through Forest Red, finds the circle through a tiny compound out of Forest. Anxiety is not going to be able to spot them. Good use of those shelter as a little bit of cover to watch their backs technically. And as they circle around, potential to come across, hard to get here. The players of Toda, super smart, but Farang might just pose a little bit of an issue in a couple of seconds here, Neptune.
Yeah, and we'll have to find out if the issue will be resolved. Expand, on the other hand, has seen Axis Esports. Raf is receiving some damage. Will be taken down in there by Hakimi. And Cobra right now putting a little bit more pressure. Hakimi from behind. There goes the takedown. And it is now left to 2 members. And there goes Neptune being taken down. 1 left in here. Trying to hide out onto the grasses. And Axis Esports eliminated Hakimi for this lay.
Yeah, redemption is real for Geek Fam. 13 kills already. Now just needs the Booyah to make this super hot and spicy. Hard to get. Circles around. Drops a great number of glue walls right in front of them to deal with Farang. But Toda from the left-hand side. This means the jig is up. Hard to get. About to get annihilated. Not many glue walls to now work with as they've expanded one too many. And Farang should be able to, at the very least, take advantage with 1 or 2 kills. But Wine, slithering snake, trying to get away from a little bit of attention that Geek Fam might be able to pay to them, but Hazik shows up. Wine drops him like it's hot. Time turner elimination. Wine, super smart. Can he deal with Yasta as well? Yasta max 7. Wine backs away. It's a 1v2. Your time is now, Wine. Can you shine? Wine says no. Charge buster takedown. Apis snuffs out AV Radicals.
14 kills already, 14 elimination coming from Geek Fam. Redemption time coming from this team. Hard to get, just standing back in there, staying steady, but they will be sighted and will be gunned down as well. Forbids, on the other hand, will try to make those pick up or need to be picked up as the rest of the teams will try to disrupt the push of other teams. Firing right now, 2 members, Too Bad and Just Boo, just waiting for a good chance, but Geek Fam still on the roll in there, taking out the Axel.
Yeah, Geek Fam wants to eat up Expand as well. Expand has found the circle, and a couple of players on the side of Farang have done so as well. They are on your screen, Too Bad as well as Just Boo. But although they hold a circle, they need to now deal with the players of Hard to Get. Good grenade, that's just a nice grenade. It tags up Aries just a couple of bit. Just Boo repositions, pulls out the double glue wall, so no grenades can fly on through that window. Smart defensive play. But now they need to deal with Hard to Get. Oh! The nade bounces off. That's a lucky glue wall pulled out. And Too Bad survives. The second nade tags him up. JC just needs to be a little bit more aggressive. Aries, on the other hand, dealing with Ashura. That boulder defensive play by Blacklist keeps him alive as Anxiety says goodbye at the 7th spot.
7th spot for Anxiety. 6 remains in here, and Geek Fam still not over with the domination that they have. And Farang, on the other hand, is still waiting in this compound. They have a good use of all those walls, but not so much in putting in. And what a hit! That was Ashura catching that grenade, taking down of this game.
From the front, but that was a backstab by the nade. The guy didn't see it coming. Too Bad now. Oh, what a time turner! Pull down. It saves Too Bad's life. Yet another nade. Jay-Z now just going ham with the grenades as he's pissed off. He should have gotten that slay. He saw the time turner. He's not liking it at all. Expand from the back. Batman down on the ground. And it looks like Expand is about to snuff out a couple of more teams before getting to the players of Toda. Farang have got a compound for themselves, but all of this battle between these 3 teams, Expand as well outside of the next circle. 5 seconds to run, and they gotta hustle because that's quite a bit of ground to cover, and they need to face Geek Fam as they run towards them.
Already spread out as a firing squad as to who will be stepping out of any compound. Hard to Get right now will be rushing in from the side. Expand will try to get away, but one thing, with the glue wall laid out, Geek Fam will be the next target by a lot of teams. Hopefully they can get that, they can get ahead of the pack. Farang will be taken out of this game thanks to Todak, and we are now left with 3 after Todak has been eliminated.
Yeah, Hard to Get still alive and kicking, and the players of Geek Fam finally step on in. Yasta inside. Hazik, grenade launcher mistake. Hazik knocks himself down. X-Roy from afar. AC-80. Circle disrupts him. Can he drop that nade? This nade is gonna be big. Nade drops in too fast. Takes Hazik. What a nade. And now Expand. Can they snuff out Geek Fam? It looks like it's gonna happen. 9 kills in hand. They circle around. Up is time turner perfection, but Geek Fam says goodbye. Expand now on fire, and they want to aim for Hard to Get. Expand. What a booyah. They're still alive in the grand finals.
And they were asked, where were they? What happened to Expand? This happens to Expand. They takes the booyah as well as a lot of kills. They are back in play, and there's still life left for this team, AJ.
This is what I was talking about. It's no issues because Alpine is the home of Expand, baby. And they expanded their dominance once again. Yes, the other teams may choke and we will use that as the best opportunity for ourselves. But what a move by Expand. They snuffed out the players of Geek Fam, and that was not an easy one to deal with. But the one mistake here by Geek Fam, which I don't know if it's a huge one, it's not stepping into the circle when they had the perfect opportunity. They started moving a little bit too late. Now, if you look at that overall second last circle, the second final circle that's going to be pushing everybody in, the ring that was closer towards the next position was on the side of Geek Fam, right? So that means they just have a little bit more time to move. So I understand the patience, but they didn't move quick enough. And now finally, when Expand started shooting at them, extra damage from the blue wall as well, panic sets in. They unfortunately messed that final one up.
I think what they're expecting is only a few teams will be surviving the battle that they were just viewing from afar, and they will just be picking off a few members. And Geek Fam was surprised. Expand still managed to survive with 3 members and put a lot of pressure on them, keeping them from moving in the safe zone. And even when they turn around, like looking for hard to get, like Expand right now was on a roll. They're heated up, even a Slay in there with that aside. But let's welcome back Danny and ask her on what she thinks about this game.
I'm just glad to see Expand coming back into this game. I was a bit worried. I thought, oh no, the league stage curse is kicking in. It's actually coming in to bite Expand. But no, they do prove that they're still in this competition. 25 points from that round. That is, it's going to bring them back in. Do you think it's going to bring them back into second place though?
Second place is quite a bit to ask for, right? Who was in that final circle? You saw Geek Fam, and Geek Fam hard to get, but Geek Fam was just right behind them, right? So that's third place, and earlier on Geek Fam had 38 points, so maybe not. I think Geek Fam still did quite a bit. AB Radicals, just like what Sem9 did with game number 1, where they kind of overflowed with the points, should be able to sustain that number 1 spot a little bit longer because it's not enough for Expand to overtake them. But there is a potential here that Geek Fam might have been able to skip a step up because they were on fire in that round when it came to the kills, Neptune.
Yeah, I agree. Like last time we saw them, if I'm not mistaken, that was 13 or 15 on the kills already, and they were just waiting for everyone to die down and get that booyah. Unfortunately, they were taken down in there by Expand.
I mean, if you're Geek Fam, though, you're still happy. You got so many points from that round. So Geek Fam taking home all of the goodies. I don't know, they're taking everything, you know. We also got Expand taking home the entire pot pie, none left for everybody else. But that's going to actually finish up our first round of maps, gentlemen. We're going to actually rotate back onto Bermuda. The teams are going to cycle back. And now they have a chance to start adapting, right? Because fresh map means you kind of don't know where everyone is going, because I'm assuming that people are going to change their drop spots going into the grand finals. You don't want to be predictable by following the league stage. You do want to try something new. So now that we have some information to work with where the teams like to drop, the team's general play styles, if you're AV Radicals, you know that they're always going to go towards the high tier lit zone. It's time to see some shenanigans. We already saw some hot drops, but I suspect we're going to be seeing even more as well. Some of the teams may be trying to feed on the so-called bottom feeders, because we are starting to see a trend with the leaderboard. Some teams that are really struggling to get points, that are not doing so well today, that could be targets for some of the more hungry teams that are looking to grab those kills. Very quickly though, before we take a look at the overall standings, we have some stats here from the game that just happened. We had 16 revivals, so I'd say more or less average in the revivals. It's definitely better than 4 that we saw earlier today. 59 total kills. We actually saw today, I think the most was 65 total kills. So this was getting pretty close in that kills department. 8 kills being the highest, and it's going to be Hakimi on the side of Geek Fam to secure the top 8 kills for the round. 54 headshots, 75 knockdowns, 16 rescues. Actually, I think this is pretty low for rescues. We're actually used to seeing 20-ish rescues on average.
Yeah, I think this is low because of the engagement that has been happening. Rescues are not happening because of quick elimination of the teams.
Yes.
From early engagement, they just make sure that there's no challenge later on, and I think that's what's happening right there.
Yeah, it's something that you have to expect at this level of play, right? The players are very concise whenever they do go in there for an engagement, and the follow-up from most of these players are extremely fast. I mean, look at Too Fast, no pun intended. This guy is a monster, right? He follows it up with a shot and a grenade to follow up right after. You're not going to survive that. In fact, sometimes it's a double grenade that puts you out of the equation. But Hakimi once again picks up that MVP title for himself, making Geek Fam proud. Today has personally been a good day for Geek Fam. Apart from that first match, we talk about their road to redemption, and the redemption of the grand finals has started off early here. After picking up nothing from Bermuda, they smashed it at Kalahari, where they picked up a booyah, and now yet again we see them showing up close to a booyah, but it's decent of a run.
Decent of a run. Most important thing is they have they've really shown some level of consistency. Like at the end of the day, you can blame the round one for the fact that it was a hot drop, right? They jumped in there with Sem 9. It was a 50-50. They lost the 50-50 and they got basically nothing out of it. So Geek Fam showing that they are in the driver's seat today. They're doing fantastic as a team to watch out for. Very quickly though, before we move on over to our stats for the entirety of the tournament, MVP is going to go to Geek Fam. 18 kills, 14 assists, 20. This is going to land them first place overall because Expand only had 25 points for that round.
30
I hear
total
shock.
kills.
Oh no, not shocked. I mean, we expected this, but
Yeah.
I was just thinking Neptune was going to go. Apologies.
That's okay.
But yeah,
I don't apologize.
Geek Fam, at the end of the day, we didn't expect them to be one of the teams that shows up super strong at the grand finals. But we've been waiting for this throughout the whole league, right? In fact, questions were asked. But for them to hit hard on the day of the grand finals, on the opening day of the grand finals, for me personally is super shocking because this is the team that's making a comeback after a long, long time, which means the hustle was definitely there. They didn't slack off. They were practicing each and every single day, keeping their skills sharp, and we see that at the finals.
Oof, 26 points. Geek Fam, Geek Fam, Geek Fam. These guys are just going off today. Expand, second place, so close to getting the first place, but they just needed one more kill to either tie the knot or two more if they wanted to sit in first place. In third, we've got Hard to Get, 13 points, not so bad. You can see that the lobby was basically dominated by Geek Fam and Expand with 20 kills, like 20 plus kills. Everyone else sort of like trying to go for the scraps. Now, speaking of scraps, I think two teams that have really suffered this round was Sem 9 and SAF. We've only got 1 point for Sem 9, whereas SAF got practically nothing.
Yeah, I think this is a curse for SAF because the moment that we call them out, that is when they were dwindling in performance. Even from the league stages, they are not performing, especially if we're expecting a lot from them. Not quite sure if that's something that they are it's something of a pattern, but we'll have to see later on.
No way.
Yes,
Geek Fam have actually taken over first place. They climbed 3 spots. They're 1 point ahead of AB Radicals.
Yeah.
Hello.
Exactly, right? And AB Radicals kind of just bombing out on that round, pretty much not picking up solid points.
Yep.
This 8 points, that was the worst round of the day for AB Radicals. And you got to be salty if that's the case, because that was at Alpine. That was like the map of AB Radicals, where we saw them break their own record when it came to the number of overall points picked up. So they're going to be super salty about that. And if they are one salty ones, here's another salty one, Sem 9, who had the greatest of start to day one of the grand finals, and they hot dropped Geek Fam. They gave Geek Fam 0 points, and by the time we get to the final map of this first round of rotations, Geek Fam is number 1, and look at Sem 9, they bombed out the rest of the way. What a day, what a storyline we've got here.
Man, this is like we saw the rivalry during the first first game of the day. Now I'm just thinking like, what's going to happen now? Is Semnine going to maybe try and start dropping on top of Geek Fam to be like, we can't give you first place. We've got to take those points away from you. We're going to have to start sniping Geek Fam. The possibility is there because what are the chances of these two teams both dropping into Clock Tower again? Because we are going back into Bermuda and we know both of these teams love to start on Clock Tower. But wow, what a storyline so far.
Yeah. Apologies, by the way. We see you, we hear you, mostly we read you. You guys have a little bit of an issue with the redemption code. Yes, it says it's expired for some of you. We are getting that fixed right now. There's a potential we might flash the code in a little bit. We're getting it fixed in the background. But that's the important thing, right? That we acknowledge that there's a little bit of problem and we are fixing it instead of ignoring you. Okay, so just be a little bit patient. We'll all get our codes in a little bit. But in the meantime, we are jumping right back in here for the reset, guys. Back into Bermuda.
Back into Bermuda. It's a reset. It's a redo, but not necessarily a redo, right? After the first 4 games, and particularly for the teams towards the bottom 6, you really need to start evaluating how you're going to approach these next 4 games. Because remember, guys, Grand Final weekend, yes, it's 2 days. You got 16 games to make it to top 6. You've already flumped out the first 4 games. You actually need to pick it up now. Because if you completely bomb out during the first day, I think it's practically impossible for a team to make a hard enough climb to get back up to at least top 6. We're starting to see the gap climb. But very quickly, though, before we jump into this next map here, we've got our snipers on the screen. We've got Hakimi, we've got Ramiel, we've got Yadope. And look at the damage numbers these guys are rocking. Hakimi, 6,700. And then Ramiel in second with 4,200.
Yeah, so for the snipers, I really like to point out how crucial the snipers are, especially in some maps wherein you not only need, but you or not only have, but you need 2 snipers on Kalahari. But this time, as we jump in Bermuda, it's only 1 sniper that's really needed in here. Getting information not only for the enemy, but also a good spot for rotation, especially with all the not so much in the open area with the compounds as well as nature in there. Snipers really has a crucial role in this gameplay.
Let's take a look at our head-to-head teams here. We've got Sam9, Farang, and SAF on the leaderboard so far. Now, these are not the top teams currently. They're sort of sitting in the middle of the pack here. SAF probably doing a little bit better. But, gentlemen, what is the consensus that we sort of have here for Sam9, Farang, and SAF? Because I have to say, Farang have not really been present for the first 4 games.
Decent? Yeah, okay. Averagely decent performance for Farang on Bermuda and Alpine. Horrible performance for Farang on Kalahari and Purgatory, where they only picked up 6 points collectively from those 2 games, right? But overall, they've got 33, which means they're not out of the running for that number 1 spot. Not only do they have the second half of the day to play with 4 games to go, including this one that we have coming up, but they also have day number 2, where there's 8 more matches waiting. So if you are a team like Farang, if you've got the kind of quality that Farang has, the kind of quality that brings you to the world stage, I think there's still a lot of time for you to catch up. But my eyes are mainly on SAF, who have been quite the surprising team today. But of course, as we were kind of building that hype train towards SAF, they bombed out the previous round. 0 points they pick up. And so that one has to be a team that we look out for. And Sem9, I mean, they showed up, and the strongest place they showed up was this map that we are about to jump into, Bermuda. So I'm hoping for this to be the revival point for Sem9 moving forward in the day, but a little bit of a different mode, I guess, where they start off hot at Bermuda again, but this time keep things up.
Well, let's see if they can knock out Geek Fam, assuming both teams decide to drop in Clock Tower. But I think another good way to describe the teams on the screen right now is that they're really showing that hot and cold performance. Like, they have games where they're on fire, and then they have other games where you're just sort of thinking, like, wait a minute, are they still in the fridge? they're not quite there. But we'll have to let the teams decide how they're going to perform. But I would love to see one of them absolutely crush on our reset here. We're back onto Bermuda. It's game number 5 for today. Are we going to see a new team currently leading the charts? We've got 20 seconds before the teams drop onto the map, but I'm going to pass it over here to AJ and Neptune. Gentlemen, take it away for match number 5.
Thank you very much, Danley and AJ. Really excited to how the teams will be adjusting and responding to what happened from the early parts of this day. I mean, Bermuda is quite explosive for some and not so much for others, but those who fall or who fell down just managed to stand and not only stand, but got their heads above everyone else. Geek Fam is what we're talking about. Will they continue this on, or would other teams move up as the cycle has now been reset for our maps? Now, as we can see, it's a little bit too far though on the high tier loot area, wherein we're expecting AV Radicals to drop. Zem9 right now on their way to Clock Tower. And where is Geek Fam? They will not be jumping in and out. Hot drop. They will be choosing a different approach.
I like this, Geek Fam. No ego challenge. They've got their eyes on the prize. Geek Fam backing away from Clock Tower, picking up Factory for themselves. On the other hand, we've got AV Radicals who are going in for that 2-2 split. Two players going to focus on to Sentosa, where they are going to be moving on into the high tier loot zone. And if nobody else follows them, this is Zipline that can lead in the other two right together with them. SAF starts things off hot as Neptune finds the end of the double vector setup of Let's Go. That's the first blood, first kill. Axis in trouble.
Let's Go right now is being pushed by two members of SAF as Neptune has been taken down already. There goes Let's Go for another hit against Rap. And the Devil Vector is really getting a lot of damage, but a backstab, literally backstab against Let's Go. But the damage has been done, but the pickup will be happening as well.
What a terrible call by Let's Go. He should have just moved in for that slay as well. I mean, he could have just handled that one small corner without over-aggressing, because at the end of the day, he didn't have a lot of backup there. But SAF, Yadope now, going up against Axis Esports. He has got an opportunity, but he needs to wait for the backup.
Backup is not happening just yet. Yadope's just getting some information, but he has been seen, and it's thanks to the glue wall. Once you have a glue wall in there, there's no surprising anyone just yet. Let's Go will be back and play. McDo right now will be flying in, and let's see what damage SAF can put against Axis Esports once they are complete. Spark right now, I think he's a little bit lost as well in this compound, and hopefully Spark will not be losing his life, or probably get some information and call back some of their teammates, bring them in here for the battle.
Let's see how can they engage, because Toda, they're flying right into Katulistiwa, and maybe they will be the eclipse that overshadows Axis Esports. Great glue wall pulled up, and Flame goes down. Aims has that Mag 7 to get the job done. No backup for Flame just yet. Wrap a little bit too far. The rest of Toda in here to get the job done, and this is just a good way to clean up house. Two more players left on the side of Axis Esports with barely a coin on them to buy your players back. This might just be the end, Neptune.
Yeah, might be the end. Axis Esports is taking some damage. 2 down already. Raf also half health. And the rest of Todak will be rushing in. There goes the takedown. Raf is already out. And 1 remains for Axis Esports. But I think it's already far, far away into the hands of SAF. Vegeta needs to be silent. They need to be quiet, and probably with the distraction being provided by Todak right now against SAF might pull them out of the compound, and he has a chance to bring back his teammates.
SAF, just 1 kill in here so far. Toda might not be good ones to pick on right now. Not just because they are on fire visually, but they have got their eyes on the prize. Toda, they were not a team that was very scary on Bermuda first time round today. Only 2 kills that they picked up for themselves. But you see the change of pace in this game. They really are doing so much better in terms of those engagements. But one could maybe push that on towards luck with the very surprise drop that they took on Axis. Axis was not ready for that engagement. But against SAF, who have the high ground here, yes, Toda might be at a small disadvantage, but they deal with the disadvantage by running straight into the danger zone. Just like me, they don't care about this danger zone. But McDo, let's go! They're flying straight in for this fight. SAF wants to eat Toda up alive, but I don't think you can eat this fish.
Yeah, pretty much from the Filipinos right now. Fly high, butterfly, into the clutches of Todak right here. And we'll have to see if they are G for that Paro G. But Todak has been regrouped and they have some cover as well. Danger zone, though it's not that much of a threat from them. SAF will not let go of the position and the pressure that they have against Todak.
Oh, the disrespect they show towards the danger zone. Flying straight into this fight. Thoda, on the other hand, they want to deal with SAF. They back away into a tiny little compound. A couple of grenades can put an end to them, but Chill takes the initiative, jumps on out, manages to find one. Hakimi, on the other hand, takes Bew out of the equation. Good luck on missile. Thoda, they have got a good hold on this compound, and SAF about to walk into severe elimination. And it looks like the end is just beyond the horizon here. McDo sees that and he runs away to play the game of survival.
And now the end is almost near for SAF. Todak right now is surviving battle as we move into the other battles that's happening. Tanamo for the kill. Geek Fam eliminated first in this map, and well, it's a similar story from what we've seen earlier, but we'll have to see if Geek Fam will be able to recover later on. All AV Radicals right now is going in against Pando EWG. The chase is on against two members of the Wolves, and AV Radicals really need to get these points. They are hungry for those points, especially to take over that #1 spot.
Tense moment, bro. What a game. What a day. Grand finals absolutely on another level. Free fire. I mean, we've seen this grow, Neptune, from competition to competition through the years. The teams have just elevated their strategy out there on the battlefield. And it's so fantastic to see some of them really stick it out. And one of those teams to really stick it out together is AV Radicals. And look at where they are, on the brink of qualifying for the World Series. As long as they can keep this sort of a performance up. At the very least, the kind of performance they chugged out at Purgatory, where they hit that 30 bomb. They cannot allow themselves to falter anymore because the other Malaysian teams will run past them in a blink of an eye here, Neptune.
Yeah, and no running past AV Radicals at this point from EWG to us right now. Oh, that was a missed second shot in their grenade launcher, and Wine a little bit too rushy, but right in time in there, pulling out a time turner as well as a shotgun. And JC, the only one left with 11 teams remaining, possibility of 10 remain. It is Anxiety challenging AV Radicals at this point, and Anxiety right now needs a lot of points as well, as they are sitting on 7th spot.
Anxiety, AV Radicals, glue wall after glue wall. AV Radicals has no respect for these glue walls, bro. That's the 4th one in a row. They just knock it down the moment it comes up. Furious was so annoyed. He has to deal with this. And 3 of those ice grenades to deal with as well. AV Radicals going ham against Anxiety. Anxiety can't take it anymore. They rush straight in for the fight. But Wine, he has got that M1887 straight into the time turner. And he gets shut down by God Toby. What a reflection. And now Ritu's gonna be the one to be hunted down. Anxiety took shot after shot, and now they return fire. Yet another grenade to kind of deal with. Time turner perfection out of Ritus, but low on HP. Runs out of his time turner. Plays the ring around the Rosie, but cannot get away from Fura as he turns around to shut him down. Anxiety makes AV Radicals pay for those cheeky plays.
Anxiety right now is in there, making them pay. Tanawa still alive and kicking, trying to run into Mars Electric to that buy point or the revive area. But AV Radicals, that's one thing that really catches them off guard. The aggressiveness that they are showing in here, though. Against Pando EWG, they have a good intention, but once Anxiety is in there, I mean, there's no backing out from AV Radicals. They need a plan of exit as well as what they have on the plan of approach. Wine is a little bit too deep into the battle most of the time, and I think that is one thing that that they're not comfortable when they're suppressing all those aggression for AV Radicals.
Suppression of that AV Radical aggression is one thing that's a little impossible sometimes. But Sem9 looks like they are getting lucky with this engagement because AB Radicals is just stuck between so many teams, man. Talk about Farang, talk about Axis, talk about Sem9, Expand just beyond the horizon. This is a party right here at the factory, and I don't know who sent out that invitation, but everybody responded. I want to be that popular, Neptune.
Well, the invitation is in there, but the thing is, by the end of this party, only a few will remain. So I don't think I want to be in that party, though, AJ. But EWG right now.
I don't know. I mean, it sounds like a fun party, right? Where the strongest one will stand, everybody else falls. You know exactly what I mean, man. Those kind of parties get a little out of hand, but it looks like Sem9 wants to take control of that factory. Expand is just hiding, playing their strats from the back, and Pando EWG says, hey guys, we want to join the party as well.
Yep, I know EWG right now will be flying in as JC has just revived some of the teammates. Manchai has been taken down there by Expand. 1 point already for Expand because of Manchai.
Oh my God.
I think with some of those coming back from the revive flight, I think this is the revive flight that is bringing in all those kills. Wine right now, good position from above, but what else can he do?
No, Pando EWG just shot themselves in through one of those launch pads, man. And it looks like they were not invited to this party. All the teams are teaming up. This is the third team Expand. They're the third ones to snuff out an EWG player. This is really not your party, EWG, and everybody made that clear. Good time turner, saves the lives of the players of Sem9, but the Axel chips in, Oren goes down, Sem9's about to be toast. A lot of those high grounds picked up by the other teams, AB Radicals as well as Expand, now joining hands to snuff out Sem9.
And Chessman right now going in, cleaning up the lawn as a day closes in onto the next safe zone. And the next circle right now, Axis and Neptune is being chased by Todak. Not so much chase. It is one from above and one from below. And they need to be careful on their approach right now, though they have good intention. Once you get stuck in there, in that basement, in that tunnel, you might be out of it. McCrory will be stuck, on the other hand, from the outside. Blacklist is just gatekeeping them, and McDo and McCrory will be taken down in here. 2 eliminations coming from Blacklist International, not so much, but if they continue this on, they have a good chance to take down SAF on that 11th spot.
Blacklist. First time they played Bermuda today, they only took away 4 points. So by that calculation, they're doing decently all right, but it's not enough just yet. They need to survive much longer. They need to get a few more of those kill points to their side. Manchai, the Lengchai, still playing the game of survival outside of the circle. Can't move on forward. Blacklist will end him. Has no medkit. And Manchai is going to say bye-bye.
Oh! AB Radical saying bye-bye in there. Wine spotted in the water tower. And that is Blacklist just getting information from all around. And there you go. Just like that. 3 teams eliminated on the spot as the safe zone continues. And it is closing in onto the 5th phase. It is Blacklist going into rush. And they are a little bit late in the party. But they might be the last team standing later on if they can manage to get all those slays.
So that needs to be a little careful here. Axis Esports right behind them. Farang, on the other hand, dealing with Blacklist International. Newbie's going to get picked right back up. The defense is there, but they're out in the open. Farang Spade has got the angles on them through those glue walls. This AWM, those glue walls are absolutely no match for this sniper. But it's all about the angles that he works around with. And because the other team's just a little bit too close towards the edge, they can run away and play the game of defense. Blacklist gets away. Sem9 now going to be their next challenge as they run straight into the compound of Sem9. Newbie with the charge buster. Oren can be the biggest difference maker here with the grenade launcher in hand. It's all about his plays, but he does not strike just yet. Oren gets taken down.
That's taken down one at a time, and there goes another one. Man 04 out and about. Sem9 eliminated in here 5 points from Blacklist, outdoing their previous Bermuda gameplay, and they are still in the role. Probably a backstab against Expand, and also trying to sandwich them by sandwiching them, and Parang as Blacklist just rushes on too fast in there, a little bit too fast against Too Bad, but here comes Grenade, but Expand will not be hit just yet, and a lot of teams is scrambling to get out in the open area of this next safe zone.
And Blacklist now trying to take the fight up against Expand. Expand Spray just turns around, and Farang helps out the players of Expand. Cobra steals away the kill after Farang helped him. How disgraceful, how ungrateful. Too Fast doesn't care, they want more kills. Grenade launcher continues to pop off. Farang delivers one in. This is a crucial bomb. Has 4 more to work around with. Time Turner does not get pulled out by the glue wall. Helps them survive a little bit more. Jump ball, can he drop the finisher in? X-Roy knows he is there, just beyond the wall. It's all about the jump shots now. Jambal gets the job done out in the open. What a headshot onto Too Fast. Jambal, the snipe master. 5 kills so far, and Farang wants to eat up Expand.
Jembal and Jesbu combination right now are trying to use this wall to their advantage. There goes the hit. Jesbu taken down Too Fast, and no surprising Jesbu at this point. He sees you and he will be able to get away. Expand right now, pick up against Too Fast or on Too Fast. Might be a chance for them, but we'll have to see if this will happen. Battle on this wall. Jesbu right now, not yet spotted, and will be able to use this airdrop as cover. A good turnaround and take down by Roy, and a surprise hit by Hard to Get from afar.
And that's Expand, baby. Farang eaten up alive instead, but Spade, the final survivor, he backs away. He can still turn things around, and as Expand is now distracted by the players of Hard to Get, Spade can execute a little bit of revenge here. Hard to Get trying to deal with so many of the teams at the very same time, but Axel still finds a way to drop out the players of SAF. Axel drops Jay-Z as well. Axel's on fire, but still stays away. Thoda eating up the points of the players of Expand. Expand now need to focus on that recovery, but Batman can undo all of their aggressive plays. He's got the grenade launcher, distracted from jump shots at the back, and Expand once again gets saved. Hard to get try to finish off the job with the Max 7 and Ares. Ares runs around, finds no one. Expand still alive, Neptune.
Expand right now still alive, but rushed by Hard to Get, and there goes Ares for the takedown against Expand. Farang right now, Spade a little bit too comfortable in this watchtower, and Batman will be taken down, but Todak will be knocking into the door, hit by Spade, but the 4 men strong of Todak looking at that Booyah up close. 1 remains, and I think this is it. Todak will take this Booyah as the man advantage takes over.
What a game. Bermuda was lit by all of these teams just going ham against each other. Yes, Thoda picks up the Booyah at the very end. But you know, a lot of teams, they perform to the T out there on Bermuda Neptune. What a game we had on our hands. And Thoda, I don't know how they slithered in from the back. They found that access, but winning out quite a number of those gunfights proved to be super beneficial for them. But here's the problem though, bro. They've bombed out in 3 out of 4 games, and the best match that they had so far was from Alpine, and that was only 10 points from that game. 28 points from 4 of those games. Not the best day of Thoda, so hopefully this is the start of a good comeback for the team.
Yeah, I mean, a good start from them with that Booyah, with a placement point coming from Booyah, but I don't think there's so much kills coming from Todak in there. They're just hanging back on the outskirts of each circle as the battle happens. I think Expand has a lot more of kills in that fight, and even Farang from afar, at least they have that scout tower that they can use and snipe, especially with Spade hanging back in there before he has been taken down. But we'll have to see later on how well these teams are, and I'm worried about AV Radicals because they are in a good showing of trying to catch up on that #1 spot, but with this elimination on 11th place, not so much on placement, but with the kills, that might change the things, but not so much as a huge lead.
I think Expand has got a huge chance of catching up with the players of Geek Fam now in that number one spot, right? And Geek Fam kind of lost the gameplay a little bit too early here. Expand picked up a decent number of slays. The only problem here is, to make that chance a little bit more stronger, they should have picked up the Booyah for themselves. But Danny, your thoughts on that crazy match?
Todak, welcome back. I think a lot of us have been waiting for them to actually start to show us something, and this is some good news. But it's not enough to make me feel confident in the team, right? I think we were all hoping for the final week of league stage Todak to be what we saw today, and it seems like they've sort of gone back to the old Todak, I guess, the one that we're used to seeing from the beginning of the season. I'm not quite sure what happened to Todak, to be completely honest. I really thought the teams got themselves together. They fixed their issues, and that they would be a lot better going into grand finals. But maybe the team's sort of having an identity crisis as well. They can't figure out what really works for them, and maybe they're also running into some of the tougher teams. They're not necessarily winning all these fights as well.
Or maybe it's just a little overconfidence after they showed up quite well after the final week of the league stage, right? Because they were super happy on that winner cam.
Yeah.
And, today, they've picked up an average of 2.5 kills from the first 4 matches that they played. Yeah, that's very bad. I'm not sure as to how many kills they picked up at Bermuda in the second time around, but it really doesn't matter, because even though they had a decent game, more than maybe 15, 16 points, it's still not going to be enough to catch up to, the top 3 spots. But it's a good start. I mean, hopefully the second set of matches on these maps are going to be so much more better, because Toda didn't show up for the first 4 games.
No. I'm a little bit worried, because if this might be the only one for today, I think they might just be stuck on that bottom of the bracket.
Yes.
It ends up being one of the teams that feeds one of the bigger teams. But we'll have to see. Maybe Todak decides, okay, we're going to play with our usual squad during the first 4, and then the captain comes in for the final 4. Maybe it's a bit hopeful. I don't know. Don't listen to me.
It's so risky. I mean, that strat is so risky, especially from what we've seen in some of the teams right now, especially for the first part. A lot of teams has been popping off already, investing into those points. And if you're the teams who are trying to catch up, and after a day, like one day is a huge difference already. Study of the gameplay as well as rotation, a little bit of adjustment for some of the teams who did well or bombed out in some of the matches can be used against Todak if that was the original plan for them.
It may have been the original plan, but very quickly, let's take a look at the overall stats for this round. Only 10 revives, so we're slowly going down in the revives as a team start to camp. Although we did see the disaster, which was EWG's revive, right? They brought the whole team back, and they just ended up being little birds for other teams to shoot out of the sky. I think it was Wine actually that got most of those kills.
Yep, and like a lot of teams, because of how everyone is looking up against Wine, and Wine is just putting a lot of damage as well. So Wine has a good view and of those coming back from the revive flight, especially like how high it is on the water tower. But those Wine has been shooting earlier on has also a good view of those shoots.
Yeah, actually, what do you guys think of some of these teams really capitalizing on the whole just sitting on top of buildings and shooting down at people? Because it seems to be, we've seen it very successful in Alpine, right? Where people revive, they sit on top of the windmill, you can't really hit anyone up there. Now we're starting to see this this water tower stuff happening on Bermuda. Is it going to be something that we might start seeing on something like Purgatory? Because we already know that Kalahari, there's so many high ground places that you can sort of work with. But is it always the safest play to be out there?
I mean, it's safe because no one sees you, unless, of course, someone comes back through that revival flight after you and then spots you sitting down like a duck.
Someone still shot down Wine. Like, he was up there. He still got picked.
Yeah, that's quite of the distance that he put between himself as well as Wine, right? But where I'm coming to with this point is, yes, you're safe, but so what? I mean, you're playing a few of those survival points at best, but you can't really pull any of those kill points to your side. And most of the time, the plays that are executed for some of these high ground, campy sort of plays are towards that final circle where a couple of those revivals are pulled off. And then they're just going to try to keep their heads as low as possible. So I'm surprised that Wine came back super early and chose that strat, because he could have actually gone somewhere else.
He could have. And I think we're so used to seeing Wine just really pop off on the ground, rushing at people and being able to get those knocks. But maybe just looking at him play like that, it makes me feel like AV Radicals today are feeling threatened, even though they did have that one very good game. And it's starting to show that because they're not playing like how they used to, where they're very confident in themselves, that they're just sort of falling off. Like, I feel like it's suddenly turned into a confidence issue with this team. We'll talk about them a little bit later on, though, because we do need to give props to Expand. This team, MVP for the round, 19 points for this match as well. Expand have been getting better and better. And I have to say, I'm really impressed with this team, considering that they did start off a little bit slow.
Yeah. Surprising performance at Bermuda, where they usually hit hard, Neptune. This time around, they picked up 4 points in the first game. So this is a solid recovery. 19 points from Bermuda is this team going back to their winning ways. But, consistency is key. And this is one of those teams that really needs to bring the consistency in if they want to represent Malaysia at the world stage later.
Yeah, I think for Expander, just going back to the basics, we're in, as we mentioned earlier, the suggestion that we have for Sem 9, waiting for the mid to late game to pop off, not really going for the early engagement if they need to, just know an exit strategy. Because at some point, if for those aggressive teams, or not really aggressive teams, but those hot dropping, they're just going in head on, no plan of exit. And that's one thing that they need to work on at some point, and then wait for that mid game to the last game for that Booyah as well.
Oh, wow. Say hello to your number one team. Say hello to Expand.
We're going to see them in just a second. We'll take a look at the current match standings for this round first. I know there's going to be some people thinking like, wait a minute, this isn't right. That's not Expand up top. No. We're talking about a different leaderboard. This is the match that just happened. So Todak, 22 points for the round. Good recovery. We're going to have to wait and see if Todak can continue with this trajectory for the remaining matches for today. 19 for Expand. This is going to be enough to possibly push them to the very top of that leaderboard. We will check in just a second. Farang with 16 points. This is something that I've been expecting for a long time for Farang. They have not been really sticking their head towards the top of the standings so far, and I would like to see them continue in this trajectory. Hard to get 13. This is a good recovery. I know for a fact they're hard to get. They are sitting towards the bottom of the leaderboard. It's nice to see them up here. And the same thing with Blacklist, but we really need to see more from these two teams. They've just been sitting towards the bottom of the leaderboard. They're just keeping it warm. But outside of that, it's not really doing too much. But speaking of a lot, here's the overall standings. Expand, first place, 71 points, ahead of AV Radicals, who's sitting on 67 points. Expand. They're expanding the lead.
Geek Fam is at 66. I think Geek Fam is in the second spot right now because they should have 70 points to their side. Unless I've got my math wrong, but we can get that checked out later on. But AV Radicals, decent in terms of performance, but Expand climbing back up here to that number one spot, guys. Talk about the hustle, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, this is one thing that we really need to do. If usually comeback is more exciting, and I think that is one thing that is that they're doing right now. Storyline of being there left bottom and then slowly moving up, and that's one thing that this team has to show, and good showing has been done by those coming back. They just need that consistency that we usually ask for, but it's very difficult to put out all the consistency because, as we see from Expand, they drop off from the start, slowly move up and down for some of the matches as well. If this continues on an upward trajectory, we might be seeing Expand and AV Radicals once again taking the lead.
Yep, we're seeing teams go up, but I have to say, gentlemen, SAF and Sem 9, these two teams just keep going down and down. They had such a strong start today, and now we're past the halfway mark. they are literally teetering on the edge of not qualifying for next season. Like, what really happened with SAF and Sem9? Was it just a case of like them having a very good head start and then just sort of petering out? It feels like it.
Well, I think that's the usual SAF that we're talking about. But before we go there, this is the new code that we were talking about earlier. And take a screenshot, put that in, and redeem that. And do let us know if there are any issues. At least you will be getting that resolution up ahead before the time limit expires.
Yeah, just firstly, we want to say thank you to everyone that did report the problem, because if you guys didn't report it, we wouldn't have known, and Garina would not have been able to get the investigation going. So thank you for letting us know that there's an issue. Again, if we do have any other codes in the future and there's any problems, let us know, tweet us, send us a message on Facebook, do whatever you need to, but sharing is caring, and it absolutely helps if you're able to help us out. So already, as Neptune said, if you haven't claimed the code, claim it now, because this should be valid, but it will expire at the end of the broadcast. So if the show's over and you're trying to claim the code and that one's expired, that one's really expired.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, we've finished our 5th game of the day, which means Kalahari is next up on that leaderboard. Now, we do know a couple teams are going to be pretty happy with that matchup, but I want to talk about a team that I'm actually not happy about right now, and that's Pando EWG. They are currently sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. What has happened with this team? Because I think up until this point, especially during the league stage, they were always middle of the pack. They would have their good days, they would have their bad days, but we wouldn't really see Pando just drop off. But today in particular, this team has just shot off the face of the planet. We just don't see them.
I think it's not terrible yet. You know, because when you look at the disparity of points between Pando EWG and maybe Hard to Get, who are 4 or 5 ranks above them, there's 7 points between them. So one decent game can shoot them up, not 1, not 2, but literally 6 to 7 spots, right? So a lot of the teams out there are obviously going to be very heavy on the offensive today. And Pando EWG has been doing decently all right. I mean, if you want to kind of put a benchmark to how well Pando EWG is doing, Blacklist International is in the 11th spot, 1 point above Pando EWG. So if we want to hit on Pando, I mean, we got to knock down on Blacklist, we got to knock down on Axis, Anxiety. These teams are all, you know, but they're not out of the running just yet because of how the teams have actually, you know, even though not a lot, have consistently put in some decent amount of points to their side. So the run isn't over just yet on day number 1. But of course, to the top heavy side of this competition, as it has always been, you still see the domination of Expand. You still see AB Radicals in the 3rd spot. But Geek Fam, this one came out of nowhere.
The shooting star that nobody expected. I mean, I love it though, because for the longest time we'd always run the comparison of Geek Fam and Sem9, right? Because they just have such an interesting backstory to the fact that both of these teams were actually Geek Fam. It's just one was the new Geek Fam, one was the old Geek Fam. And then one's like the new old, which is a bit confusing for anyone that doesn't know the story, but that's okay. All you need to know is that at some point, both teams played for Geek Fam. But I'm so impressed with the fact that Geek Fam have been able to perform the way that they have today. Like, they came out of nowhere. These guys are dominating. They're landing the shots. It's not a fluke. They're not getting lucky. They are actually competing with these top dogs. Like, were they saving strats? Or maybe they're playing the league stage with their feet. I don't know what they're doing. But they're really proving themselves today. Speaking of proving, though, let's take a look at our top fraggers for the tournament. We're going to look at Tanamo, McRory, and Jembal as our top fraggers, and pretty big discrepancy in the damage department here. Both Tanamo and Jembal very, very close in terms of damage, but the most important one is McRory. He's getting kills. He's not necessarily doing the damage.
I mean, it's all about the efficiency, isn't it, Neptune? Like, who cares about damage if I can get the kill points?
And I think with the kills and damage comparison, it also goes into the efficiency of the team. Like, some members of your team might be doing a lot more of damage, and then you're getting that kill later on because of how the roles has been set up.
I mean, Farang, the guy has more damage than him, but less kills. So I like to be efficient. So yeah, this guy is on fire, no doubt. Let's look at the team comparison here. With Expand obviously kind of expanding their web across all of these stats. Geek Fam not really wants to scream about, because once again, these the graphs, the data was taken from the league stage. But if you compare how they've been doing, these three teams specifically on the day of grand finals, look towards the bottom. 1 booyah each on the day of grand finals. Total kills pretty much equal for Expand and AV Radicals, and Geek Fam's right there with them.
Look, if I was part of production, I would expand Geek Fam's little web to something that looks like a hybrid of Expand and AV Radicals, right? Because win rate, it's not their strong suit, but they're definitely getting the survivals. They've got the damage department, they've got the kills, they've got the teamwork. I mean, these guys they are so good. But I want to know, okay, is Geek Fam potentially going to end up being the holy trinity with Expand and AV Radicals? It seems like they're getting very, very close to actually being a major contender with those two titans. We could be seeing the birth of a third titan in just a second, as we are going to jump into our next matchup, ladies and gentlemen. It is match number 6. We are back onto the sandy desert dunes of Kalahari. AJ and Neptune, take it away. We'll see, is it going to be Geek Fam domination? We'll find out. Gentlemen,
thank you very much. Thank you, Danny. I mean, yet another Geek Fam domination. We hope, because the last time we did see Geek Fam drop into Kalahari, they hit that 23, 11 on the kills, 12 with the booyah. But, we want to see a little bit more from them this time round, Neptune.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, a little bit more from Geek Fam, even for the other teams. And I'm quite surprised as well, as because this might be a chance for Farang to take over the reins in Kalahari, as they know the map so much, and I think they dropping off from that refinery, letting that go early. I think that is a downfall for Farang at this point, as we see the teams right now dropping off in this game. And so far it is Eastern Wolfgang going against Anxiety. Once again, the sub will be their converging area, and we'll have to see who will take the win at this point. And AV Radicals once again will be getting back on that high tier loot area. As we look into the battle, Eastern Wolfgang right now is now being challenged by Anxiety. Chessman is the only one above, but a good side against Pando EWG. 1v3 situation right now, as the rest of the teams of Anxiety might be going in. Viewer right there for the backstab. Nades will be thrown, but Manchai will be able to survive that. It's a good pinch coming from Anxiety at this point. Viewer right now will be running away. Few HP remaining, and he needs to heal up. 2 of those med kits, and they need to recover as well. Kanoho got Toby, and Führer has been damaged from that initial engagement. And we'll have to see as to how well Pando EWG can hold off this area, as JC, a long flank, and a possibility of the reverse that has been done against them will be done against Anxiety. Got Toby backing off right now, not so much on HP, and not so much of a moving space as well for Anxiety. I think this is, I would say, not a good move for Anxiety right now, because they are stuck, and 3 members of Eastern Wolves Gang is just putting a lot of pressure against them, as they slowly just go in on that chess battle. Your move, my move, and who will take that win? We'll have to find out later on, as Chessman backs off, but might be seeing the sights of JC later on.
SAF just getting a little bit callous here, as McDo goes down. And Doda, they attack Blacklist yet again. Now this one's starting to become a little bit of a rivalry, and off-screen, Farang snuffs out Orin from the side of Sem9. Sem9 returns fire, but it's against SAF. A 3-way fight going on, and Sem9 aiming for the wrong players here.
Yes, M9 has aimed for the wrong players, as we saw Chessman as well. This time, aiming at the wrong players, being taken down, but Kanoho will be seeing one from EWG. BU right now, Time Turner used against them. Back up, coming from Pure, a little bit too late, as that glue wall will stop him, but there goes the recovery as well as a hit. There goes a Viewer for that kill, and Chessman needs to be picked up, but I don't think there's a chance for them. There goes God Toby as well as Pure on the pushing end against Pando EWG, but it's taking a long time right now and a lot of chances for them to be gunned down later on.
Let's see if or not they can circle around here. For the players of AV Radicals, this is not a 10 situation, but if you're SAF, you're toast right now. McDo has no exit strategy and has no guns to defend himself. Wine drops him with a double barrel, but his partner's having a little bit of an issue finishing off that player, but it's all right. There's a couple of blooper moments. Anxiety, on the other hand, Pando EWG delivers the potential final slay, but Fura makes it work at the sub. Full squad of Anxiety right back in it.
And this is this is the best timing for a recovery for the team. Wherein there's a lot of places wherein you can drop. You can also protect some of the teams, putting a lot of pressure as everyone is still far apart. And Pando EWG, speaking of far apart, JC has been laying back in there very far. And I think it's the element of surprise that JC can put in on that engagement. It's just that it's not working that much against this team of Anxiety.
Pando EWG managing to deal with a lot of the problems that Anxiety posed earlier on, but with one smart play, Anxiety's right back in it. Full squad revival. And Pando EWG is not far away at all. They're just nearby to kind of redo this whole engagement stuff again, pick up those kill points. And, you know, if it goes the way of Pando EWG, good on them, because Anxiety just gave them an extra 3 kill points.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking about. Like, a lot of kills by just staying in one area. A good response by Tadamo in there. And when we thought it was otherwise, Jembal taken down.
Bro, imagine that. Riptide Rhythm goes your way. Sniper can snuff you out. But instead, it's your opponent that had his glue wall taken down that takes you out with a headshot. How unfortunate. Fura, on the other hand, Anxiety slowly turning the tide against Eastern Wolfgang. This is not what you want if you're EWG. You allowed your opponents to survive that. The guy brings back his whole squad, and now they turn the tide against you. Double nade, and Sam9 goes down in the 12th spot. Sam9, what are you doing?
Yeah, another story of faltering in there towards the second half of this grand finals. Though it's just day one, but we don't want that happening. I mean, once you have a good chance of getting a point, at least continuing on. But Sem9 has been in that role, especially as they ended number 7 spot from the previous match. But Pando EWG, this is the worst story for Pando EWG at this point. They could have just gotten away from this area, but I think it's the confidence that they have taken out Anxiety from the early part of this match.
A tiny correction, by the way. I thought GeekFam was in the second place earlier on, but I graciously delivered extra 4 points for them as I was tracking their points across those matches. So, unfortunately, I have to take those 4 points back. It was imaginary points, and GeekFam are in the third place, which means AV Radicals, second place, expand number 1 spot. Brother, this is starting to look very much like how we ended up the league stage, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a good showing. The good showing of Expand, understanding how their gameplay work, how they can play this to their favor. Wherein, yes, we can be put down early in this game. Halfway through, we'll be moving up, and then once the day ends, then we can get a lot of points. And AV Radicals, well, I'm seeing a little bit of falter coming from them. If they continue that on, it could have been Expand in there sitting on second place and will be left behind in the dust on that number 2 spot.
I mean, can you imagine if it actually is this close for the final match for tomorrow? it's going to be heartbreaking for whoever it is that picks up the third spot because you lose the access to the World Series by a couple of placements, which, I mean, you got to be salty if that happens to you, man. But you got to deal with it because that's the kind of supremacy the other teams have within this competition. MCPS, the talent has grown. Teams have become titans. And it looks like some of the old kings will fall because of that, because they haven't really kept up with the rest of the competition. And one of those kings might just be Farang, but they are hanging on for their dear lives, Neptune. Farang still has a good opportunity to hop right back into the top three's fray, but they need to get the booyah this time round.
And they need to get the booyah, they need to get the kill points. And Todak and Farang, if they are planning to lay back early and then just catch up, well, Expand and AV Radicals will be on their way because I don't think Expand and AV Radicals will be letting anyone take ahead of them. Or if in case they were taken out in there on the top 2 spot, I think they can get that. Not easily though, not easily, but they can get the points needed to get back up.
See if they can pick those points up, of course, later on. Expand. They need more points. Yes, they are in the number 1 spot, but once you get a little bit confident, that's exactly what the other teams are built for, to smash your confidence right back down. And therefore, they have to be very careful with how they approach this competition. Blacklist International, the ones who have been mediocre at best today. This team is sitting down in the 11th spot after 5 rounds. If you are Blacklist International, you're not going to be happy right now with the performance of your Free Fire team.
No, who would be happy if your Free Fire team will be in there in the bottom half or not even in the top 2, and they need a little bit of, I would say, coming back, pep talk.
Yeah.
Pep talk coming from organizers, probably their in-game leaders or whoever is managing the team, for all teams to move up, to step up. Because if we see the same story as we've seen from the league stages, that only means that not a lot of teams really studied and did their homework in terms of countering the top dogs.
Let's see, of course, if or not the strategy to counter those top dog plays might still maybe come through within the next 3 rounds, including this one, of course. Kalahari, we used to know it as the Farang map. Oh, so painful, even as I say it, we used to know it as the Farang map. Because Expand just very quickly swooped in and dominated Kalahari at the league stage. But earlier on, it was a superb showing by Geek Fam. But, even though they had a superb showing there, it's not like the players of Expand kind of fell back. Because if you remember, earlier on at Kalahari, Expand got the most number of kills on the battlefield. They know their way around Kalahari, this team.
Yeah, I mean, with the snipers that you have in there, with that advantage already, you can get the kills in Kalahari. You might not survive longer taking that booyah, but once you get that position, good position, as what we keep mentioning for Farang, wherein they take that refinery, but they had let go on that from the first Kalahari match early, thus they didn't get a lot of points. This time, no one will be going in for that refinery because the safe zone has moved towards Bayfront, and this is where Blacklist, Todak, Access Esports, even Geek Fam, hard to get, has been staying in there and needs to get a good position to take advantage of the gatekeeping capacity that they have.
Yeah, Ritu Svanamo, fantastic on the revival, but now they're caught between the players of SAF. Good ice grenade. Wine pushed back outside of the circle, and SAF piles on the pressure. The players of AV Radicals are being pressured by SAF, but Toda says hello and helps out their enemies. In this case, their frenemies, AV Radicals, by snuffing out SAF. Toda, you do not know what you've just done. You've helped the monsters survive.
Yeah, the monsters will be surviving as well, but Monster in there from Red Tools is putting it a play. 3 kills from AB Radicals, but they are still surviving. Blacklist in the middle of everyone else, and they need to be careful because Expand is expanding their dominance, their area on this playing field, and Newbie with a grenade. Oh, right in time in their deflection.
Oh, denied. No grenade for Newbie. That glue wall was too good. The timing of that glue wall, just perfection. Hakimi snuffs out the final player of Anxiety with his grenade launcher, and Hakimi himself gets taken down. I think that one was a little bit of a blunder.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing. One problem with having a grenade launcher is you can take out yourself in the process, and that's why some of the teams out here who has been using that grenade launcher to perfection has been hyped so many times. But the question is, where is McRory in that grenade launcher gameplay that he usually shows? It's not showing this time. It is Expand showing up and taking down Blacklist in this compound.
Yep, Axel down on the ground, too fast, trades out one player from the side of Blacklist, but they cannot jump out of their compound just yet. Farang, on the other hand, playing a lot of pressure. Spark takes out a SAF's McDo. Expand dealing with the players of Farang now from up top. Too fast and X-Roy, they've got the Mag 7 double barrel in hand. We look away for a single second and Aries drops. Let's go. Farang, full squad. Expand, they are in a lot of trouble here. X-Roy with the ice grenade double on those glue walls, gonna keep them alive for a single second. Time Turner is the savior for Farang, and Farang scrambles. Expand misses that opportunity, and they will back away.
Yeah, backing away from this fight. Farang has a good advantage in there, and there goes Too Fast, taken down by the grenade launcher, but Too Fast will be taken out by Cobra with a shotgun, and it's now a 3v3 situation, if I'm not mistaken. There goes X-Roy, but the safe zone is closing in. Hopefully they have a good approach to rush in onto that next safe zone as we see SAF being taken out by Blacklist International. Expand still rushes in and into the gunshots of Axis Esports.
Expand now, surviving with just X-Roy and Cobra. One CQC guy, one long-range guy, but the long-range guy doesn't hold on to a sniper. Farang taken out of the equation. X-Roy dropping Spade, and you gotta be happy if you are Expand. But now, the circle's gonna be a very big problem for Cobra to deal with. X-Roy a little bit too far away to back him up, and Axis gonna be a huge problem. But the players of Geek Fam distract Axis, which means Cobra has an opportunity to play the game of survival, and he strikes with the AC-80, but pulls too much of attention to himself. Tua drops Cobra. Pando EWG taken out of the equation, and Pando doesn't even secure that kill before getting taken out. Expand dropped in the 6th spot. AB Radicals, they want to claim their #1 spot right back here, but Geek Fam wants to make sure that doesn't happen. Geek Fam's looking for that booyah as well, Neptune.
Yeah, Geek Fam is really trying to take the throne and maintaining that #1 spot, but Axis Esports is putting a little bit of distraction against AV Radicals right now with 3 members, and with the compound being taken by AV Radicals, they have better advantage at this point. Axis Esports going for the flank, Geek Fam on the right-hand side, both of them same ideation, might be taking AV Radicals in the same process, and we'll have to find out who will beat them to it. Raymil, on the other hand, on the sniper, trying to gun down all those glue walls as Todak is behind them. AV Radicals will be in such a pinch that they might be squeezed by a lot of teams later on.
Yeah, Axis now. Huge task ahead of them. Can they drop Geek Fam? Can they stop the ravaging monsters, Geek Fam? It looks like the answer is going to be yes. Axis drops them, and it was 4 bits that aids a little bit of assistance in there as well, which means AV Radicals now, one of the hot ones to pick up that #1 spot. In fact, they should be able to complete this run. All they need to do is just survive a little bit longer. They don't need the kills. They just need all of those placement points in Neptune.
Esports eliminated right there. Grenade help by Hard to Get, but JC has been taken down, and AV Radicals has the potential to be in gatekeep right now. Hard to Get going in for the push, and there goes the takedown. Aris against one, and Batman in there goes in for the grenade launcher. Hard to Get for that booyah.
Yeah, Philippines, stand up. These guys are on fire. fire as they step by with a massive booyah to their own names. Hard to get. So far in the competition have picked up 40 points. The last time we spotted them, hard to get, I believe they were sitting down in the 8th place here, Neptune.
Yes.
More than enough points picked up now to jump around 3 or 4 positions up the leaderboard. And I feel like the top 3 isn't going to be too far-fetched for hard to get, and I feel like they would have been able to outperform SAF's overall performance, and that's quite the shocker because SAF has been solid at least at the start of the day.
Yeah, I mean, hard to get. It's a good break for them. It's been a long time that this team has taken a break. They were able to get the top 12 from the league stage up to the grand finals, but hopefully this is a good motivation from them. But I don't know. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to put a little, too much of a hype for them. We need to see consistency coming from this team, whether it's hard to get, whether it's SAF, because so far they are doing well, explosive in 1 round or 2 rounds, and then later on just faltering, being pushed down in there, not even taking that top 3 spot.
Let's see what our host Danny has to say about this fantastic booyah. Danny, your thoughts on Geek Fam unfortunately bombing out?
Oh gosh, I mean, it was disappointing, but maybe it was coming at some point. We all at one time the Goliaths do eventually drop, and it seems like this was the game for Geek Fam. But it wasn't just Geek Fam that really dropped, right? There were a couple teams that really dropped the ball this round. I mean, Sem9 got 12th place this round, which this team cannot afford to get.
I mean,
it's so sad to see them do so well at the beginning of the day, and I had so many high hopes for them, and then it's just, I don't know, this plane ain't flying anymore. It's like dragging its stomach on the ground. But I mean, the SSM9, it's not looking so great. I was kind of hoping that they'll pick up again. They've got 2 more games to go today to at least maybe get back up there, but not looking so great. Hard to get though. That was a shocker. This team is actually starting to pick up. They started the day a little bit slow. They're actually got a couple of good games under their belt. They are on track to actually making top 6. I think the ultimate goal for some of these teams, and particularly hard to get, top 2 likely impossible, but top 6 definitely doable for this team. So
I mean, in order to guarantee that, what hard to get needs to make sure is they strike well at Purgatory later on, because we saw moments of weakness from hard to get, and those moments of weakness where basically their 2 worst games so far was at Kalahari and Purgatory earlier on, where they picked up just a single point from each of those maps. So 2 points over 2 games. Crazy, terrible performance. But the rest of their games, they've picked up a decent average of 12.5 points. This time, they pick up the booyah plus a couple of kills. Wait, hold on. Hard to get got massive number of kills.
It was like 13 kills. It was a lot of kills.
So they outperformed themselves, as well as kind of patched up, or kind of just, when you've got like too big of a hole, you've got some extra sand here, you just go and cover that hole. That hole was their bad match.
It's a mound now, it's not a hole anymore.
So they kind of patched that right back up, which means hard to get is right back in the race for not just top 6, but I'm talking about top 3.
You think they're gonna make top 3? I'd say that's
not with this game. They're back in the race for top 3.
Sure. Yeah, because they've still got 8 more games tomorrow, and then we've got 2 more to do. So yeah. I think that's definitely a doable dream for this team. It's just they got to fix the issue of getting caught out in the early game, right? Like that seemed to have been the issue for this team. Sometimes wrong place, wrong time, they get snuffed out when the game starts, and they don't really have an end game, because you can't have an end game. So to have the end game, you got to survive and actually make it up until that point, which is what we're starting to see from this team. They're getting into those final couple of circles. They are competing with the big dogs. They're grabbing those points. And that's why we're starting to see the rise of hard to get. I mean, I was worried about this team because I thought oh my goodness, could you imagine an MCPS where hard to get isn't there? I think we've seen them in so many MCPs that it's almost like they're a staple in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, for hard to get, it's similar. If they can not bomb out, it might be similar to what we've seen from Geek Fam, wherein you fell down, catch up in the points. But the way hard to get is playing is from earlier on when they were doing well, they're just making on the placement. Kills, not so much. They wait for that mid game, the usual, the basic tactic that we see from some of the teams. And I think this is a good start for them because it's already paying off for them. Maintaining in the mid and then getting that booyah, good motivation coming from them. And if they don't bomb out in the succeeding matches, then they might be able to get that top 3 or probably top 2.
That's an excellent point, Neptune, because I didn't even think about that, right? Because as you mentioned that, you were absolutely right. The most number of kills Hard to Get has gotten so far was actually 5 kills. And that was in the previous match on Bermuda. Before that, they were averaging around 1 or 2 kills per match, which is, and they were just totally just depending on placement points, right? So good on Hard to Get. It looks like the second round of maps are so much better for them. They found their groove, they found their momentum, and now it's all about just keeping things up. I mean, before this one game of Booyah, it seemed to have been an easier task because you just need to deliver once again 12 or 13 points in average. But now you've outdone yourself, haven't you? Now you've upped the stakes. Now you got to keep up this sort of a gameplay. Hopefully they can.
I'm worried though, because we've seen some teams where they have these amazing games and then the follow-up game just sort of is just not so great. So,
Sem9.
Oh gosh, please don't remind me of that team. I'm hoping Sem9 turn things around.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got 2 more games to go. Hard to Get, they have opportunities to perform. Same thing with Sem9, but it's going to come down to whether these teams can make the adaptations work. MVP for the round, it's going to be 4 bits from Hard to Get, 25% accuracy, 5 kills a round, and 2,300 damage. I mean, I didn't think we would ever see someone from Hard to Get as our MVP, but boy, am I glad that we're getting one.
I mean, 4bits is a really good player, even from before Hard to Get. 4bits has been like screamed out and by the casters so many times, and it's about a time for him to take this highlight of a show for him. Again, momentum can be taken from this win, but the other teams who are much hungrier might take them down early at this point. So hopefully Hard to Get will take whatever they got in there for taking the placement, kills as well, followed up moving forward. 15 kills and 27 total into the points. Good standing for Hard to Get right now.
27 points. And this is massive as well, considering that towards the bottom of the leaderboard, you need less points to actually climb. So 27 points. Where is this actually going to put them? Like, does Hard to Get qualify for top 6? Because I do believe there was, I think AJ, you said so, right? They were sitting in 8th position.
Yeah.
So Hard to Get, they made the climb to top 6. Can they make it to top 3 at the end of the tournament? Now you've got me thinking.
That's the one. That's the one. I mean, top 6, no brainer. Top 3, they got to hustle. They got to, like I said, they raised the bar for themselves and now they got to outdo that. But I don't want them to have like that sort of a mindset, right? Don't aim for 27 again. Just play chicken, just play campy, get the placement points, just like the previous average matches. And you are Gucci, brother. You will be in the top 3 by the end of the day.
Absolutely. Now here's the current standings for the round that just concluded on Kalahari. So Hard to Get 27 points. They nailed 15 kills. This is almost unheard of for this team, and I am glad that it has happened. Access Esports picking up 14 points for the round. Expand with 12 points, being carried really hard by the number of kill points that they picked up. AV Radicals, yes, they may have ended up in 2nd place, but with only 3 kills, only 12 points to them as well. Now, this is a bit of a shocker, actually, because normally you would expect AV Radicals to be sitting on 7 to 10 kills at least. But 3? Something's going on with AV, and I feel like the mind games has just started getting to this team.
I would agree. I mean, it's probably on the early parts. Kalahari is not really their map. Once they jump in, it's so risky with a high tier loot area, especially with other teams already have good position. If they jump in onto a hot drop or in top dogs or aggressive teams will be in there, it will be very difficult for AV Radical, especially in Kalahari.
My heart!
Yeah.
My Hard to Get. They climbed 4 places, now sitting in 4th, just behind Geek Fam. Although Todak is pretty close behind, but to be completely honest, Todak have had a really tough time getting points. So I think Hard to Get, they are going to be sitting very comfy in 4th place here. Gentlemen, this is big. You know, something also funny to note here is that no team has gotten a back-to-back booyah yet.
No teams have gotten a back-to-back booyah. The double booyah, though, is something that we have to really admire the team about, right? And, you know, it's not easy to kind of pull that off in the competition. I like that. It's a little bit of a ceiling of challenge that the other teams are not able to meet. But the biggest question here is, are the teams going to be able to handle the heat? Because, yes, it's a quick jump for hard to get to that 4th place, but as quickly as you rise, you can fall as well. So you can't focus on anybody else's performance but yours. You just have to play this careful. You cannot pull a Sem 9. You can't hit that booyah. You can't hit those high notes and then think that you've gotten the world and then bomb out the rest of the competition. You got to just... I don't want 27 points. I just want decent average 12 points per game from hard to get. You're going to see top 3 for them.
Top 3. I mean, you're asking them to basically just 1v1 Geek Fam at this point, you know? Get in the sumo ring, put the pants on and just go. You know? It's like fight for 3rd place. Very doable. Although, if you want to compare the two teams, though, I would say Geek Fam probably has an easier time doing this. Like the team seems to show a lot more consistency, whereas for hard to get, they had the one really good round.
Yeah.
So let's see. Maybe hard to get's going to prove us wrong. They say, all right, we are awake. We are fired up. We're ready to go. We've got coffee is on the way. And they're ready to take that 3rd place away from Geek Fam. Or maybe, just maybe, they can actually snatch away another spot, you know, to make AV Radicals go down. Because that's a team that is currently on the decline. I hate saying it, but really, I'm surprised. I thought AV Radicals is going to do better, but the team has just started to go down and down and down. But just a quick update for anyone that didn't tune into our earlier matches. We did start the day with Sem 9 getting the booyah on our first map on Bermuda. Then we had Geek Fam picking up that booyah on Kalahari for match number 2. AV Radicals with the 3rd booyah of the day here on Purgatory. And then Expand finally picking up their own booyah in match number 4 on Alpine. Onto the reset, we had Toadite picking up their first booyah on match number 5, and then now just the match that has concluded, hard to get picking up their first booyah in match number 6. Now our next game is going to be Purgatory, but we are going to let the players sort of rest up, recoup before we jump into those last 2 games, because guys, we have already played 6 games today. During the league stage, the players played probably at most maybe 6 games, but even then it was very rare. Not everyone is playing 6 back to back to back. So I know the players are tired. They're probably going to go to the toilet, grab some snacks. If they've got coaches, it's time for the coaches to come and be like, all right, boys, pull out the whiteboard, pull out your pens and papers. We're doing a little bit of homework before this match starts. Because 2 more games to go. There's only so many points to go around. But from what we have seen, and before we go into this break, I want both of you gentlemen to give me one team that you are so far impressed by.
Expand. Hands down.
It's very difficult. Like, hard to get for now.
Hard to get. Okay. Now. Okay, Filipino pride. I don't blame you either.
Amen.
Filipino
you gotta be impressed by hard to get, because this is not like regular performance, and this is the grand final. So if you want to really hit hard, today's the day, tomorrow's the day. I mean, you go hard to get. So yeah, super impressive. I have to agree, Neptune.
I think for me, I'd say Geek Fam. I really just didn't. No one expected this team to just come out of the woodworks and be like, "Hey guys, we're still here. You know, we're aiming for top 3." So we've been absent the whole tournament, but we are finally here for top 3. But I think a lot of people, we're all for it, especially for the rise of the underdogs. Yes, we've got Expand and AV Radical sitting on top of the leaderboard. I think that was to be expected, but the question was 3rd, 4th, 5th, like who's going to take those positions? You know, no one really saw these teams coming. They just did such a fantastic job. Now, just a quick reminder for all of our viewers, we are going to go for a quick commercial break. It's going to be 5 minutes. So as always, if you have to go to the toilet, grab your snacks, call your friends, walk your dog. I think that's enough time as well if you really want to. But make sure you come back refreshed.
No, Danny. That takes more time.
You can do everything. You can walk your dog and watch Free Fire. There we go. Multitask, just like us women. All right, we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, we're going to jump into our 7th game of the day. I hope you're all ready for this. It's going to be Purgatory, but after this 5-minute break. See ya, survivors.
as Geek Fam continues to survive. The king has returned.
Only the champions, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with the booyah for
Who
round 5.
managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International.
And then first, that's far wrong with the booyah.
As Geek Fam continues to survive, the king has returned.
Only the champions, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with the booyah for round
Who
5.
managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International.
And then first, that's far wrong with the booyah.
fan continues to survive. The king has returned.
This will be the champions, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with the booyah for
Who
round
managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International.
And they fight far with the booyah.
As Geek Fam continues to survive, the king has returned.
This will be the champions, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with the booyah for round
Who managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International.
And they fight far with the booyah.
Hello, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4 Grand Final Weekend. We're just about ready to wrap up day one, but we've got 2 more games to go, and that's also 2 more opportunities for our teams to pick up points and solidify their positions on the leaderboard for the first day of this Grand Final. We've had a lot of surprises. We've had some not so surprises, and we've also had moments where we are actually quite proud of the teams, because we've seen some teams that didn't do so well during the leaderboard rise up, spread their wings, and prove that they are a fantastic team. And then we've had some others where they sort of are still struggling to deal with the competition, and sometimes that happens, especially on the Grand Final, right? The nerves get the better of you. Teams are trying out new things that might potentially counter XYZ's team strats, and that requires teams to change on the fly and see, like, okay, what works in the league stage didn't work out this time. How are we going to play moving forward in the Grand Final? Because the Grand Final, absolutely different atmosphere compared to that league stage. Welcome back, Neptune. Let's kick off the discussion here before we jump into our second last game of the day. It's going to be Purgatory, and the leaderboard is it's in an interesting state. I think at this point in time, we can say that top 2 is effectively almost locked in, but 3rd onwards, very easy for change to happen, right? Like as much as I want to say Geek Fam and Hard to Get, they're looking good. The teams are still a little roller coastery, a little unstable for me to say that they're going to stay there. I mean, do you agree, or do you sort of see the leaderboard differently? Because I'm thinking like 3rd onwards, anything can happen.
I think even the top 3 is not locked in. I mean, it's an open competition. No! Like, there's no way in hell the top 3 is locked in. And, of course, it's not dependent on what Expanded AV Radicals and Geek Fam do. I think they've been doing a tremendous job already, and they're going to continue to try to do a good job. But some of the other teams are slowly waking up. We're looking at the rise of Hard to Get. We're looking at the consistency of Thoda eventually going to creep up on the top 3 as well. We're looking at Farang. And Farang, the one that went to the world. We're looking at, potential upsets here. And, it's just day number 1. We know that some teams can hit those massive days. I mean, AV Radicals, they might not seem like the biggest of threats out there, but they are capable of hitting like close to 40 points in a single round. Even if they do falter, which they haven't yet, they have got more than a leeway to get back into the competition, right? So a lot of potentials out there. So no, ma'am, the whole fight, the whole competition, the whole leaderboard still open.
Do you think the same way, Neptune?
Yeah, I
What do
mean,
you think?
it's still open. There's a lot of potential for other teams to really catch up in terms of the points, especially on how close some of the teams have. And like, let's look back. Hard to Get was able to get a lot of points in there. And if that can be continuously done by these teams, by other teams as well, not only Hard to Get, then they might be able to change what we are looking at on the top 3.
Fair. I mean, I have this mindset only because these two teams, AV Radicals and Expand, they seem to show the most consistency so far. I think everyone else, they've sort of been all over the place.
Yeah.
They might be placing high, but they're not placing high enough sometimes, or not getting enough kill points. There's a lot of factors going into the grand final, so really anything can change. AJ, I think you're right as well, right? It's an open field. It's not like you can say, all right, top 2's reserved. No one's allowed to be top 2. Everyone else can fight for 3rd onwards. It can really be anything. Let's take a look at the head-to-head very quickly before we jump into our 7th game of the day. So AV Radicals, SAF, and Geek Fam are going to be our featured teams here. We're going to ignore the graph in the middle because that sort of doesn't apply to today. Things have really changed. But what does apply is the total booyahs and total kills, because this is what's happened today, right? And Geek Fam, the surprise team, came out of nowhere, 40 kills, just 4 kills behind AV Radicals. And AV Radicals, up until this point, we could say they were sort of the kings of kills. Not necessarily anymore. They're actually tied with Expand, if I remember correctly. But SAF, this team has run into an issue. I want to say they've run into a brick wall. We saw SAF really explode starting out the day. And then all of a sudden, they just sort of disappeared into nothingness. What do we suspect is the problem here with SAF? Is it maybe them running into the issue that wrong place, wrong time, too early into the game and just getting eliminated?
I think you hit the nail right on the head, right? They exploded and they're breaking into multiple pieces and scattered around the field.
Smithereens.
Together we stand strong, divided we fall. That's what happens when you explode, which is why I don't want Hard to Get to aim for massive numbers of points. Like, do decently, man. I mean, just keep your heads down. Don't have to aim for the stars. It's you can calculate your moves at the end of the day, and teams that aim for these explosive rounds, they kind of underestimate their opponents a little bit too much. And the moment you do that, you are going to get punished. And unfortunately, that's what we see for some of the teams out there.
Yeah, SAF in particular, but maybe we're going to see the rise of this team again, Neptune. Maybe they've exploded. Now they've already asked the maintenance crew to put them back together so that they can explode again, ready for the next explosion. Best time to explode would be now, because if they can get something like 25 points, that's just going to shoot them back up that leaderboard. Like we've already seen, right? Any team that's sitting in towards the middle of the pack, 20-something points, boom, you are top 6. It's almost guaranteed at this point. But we'll have to see. It's really down to the players and who wants to dominate on Purgatory. Because remember, I may have jinxed it the last time, but the X factor really is the water. You don't know where it's going to be, if they're going to get water at all.
Yep.
I think that's also the downfall of SAF in there from the previous match that they have.
Right? Because they were on the wrong side of the river.
Right.
McGlory swam to the circle and then...
You really drowned, unfortunately.
Yeah, about SAF, like speaking of exploding, I mean, they've been practicing using that grenade launcher and grenade. Probably it's like getting back against them.
I mean, this is the signature play. AJ's been screaming for McRory and be like, McRory, where are your grenades? Why are you not using the grenades? It sounds like my dad. He's ranting.
I mean, you gotta be an Asian dad sometimes when you realize that some of these boys need the push, right? I mean, some of them are super cheeky, all right? They are young boys. They need that little bit of shove. Not everybody has got a brand behind them. Not everybody has got like a coach to kind of urge them to do a little bit better. So yeah, I take that responsibility sometimes. I'm the Asian dad.
Yeah, you gotta stop telling the players to stop being like me, I think people call them hippies, the people that don't want to do what everyone else is doing. Don't be a hippie. If it works, it works. Just do it.
I mean, I don't want to generalize. I like hippies. So, but,
not those kind of hippies, but okay.
You see what I mean? So, at the end of the day, I'm the kind of guy who likes doing what 95% of the population does not do, right? And that's going to be something that gets you up to the top. But you got to be really careful with that as well, Danny.
Yes, you do. And then you get people like me where something's meta, I will refuse to do it for no apparent reason. I think it's my ego speaking. I don't know what's really going on in my brain. Clearly something's broken up here, but whatever.
I mean, okay, speaking of doing, right, if there's something that you guys want to do is you can play and progress. What you can do right now is gain 1% for every BR and CS and LW game, up to 10% daily. That's crazy, man. I mean, people look for these experience points, upgrades, and bonuses all the time, Neptune. And now's your time to do it because the 8th and 9th of October, that's exactly when you get this boost between 5 p.m. today until 12 a.m. the 9th of October. So you got to make good use of these experience points boost, Neptune.
I mean, I would agree. I mean, at some point you can grind, but with this boost, you will be grinding it a little bit better. You'll get a lot more in return. Yeah.
It's free as well. You don't have to pay any monies. It just requires participation. So do it within the event period, guys. You've got starting from what time again today?
5 p.m.
5 p.m.
So right now. I was like, wait.
Wait. But you need to be watching and playing at the same time because we don't want you falling off of the grid like when we start off the games now.
Yeah,
just watch the stream on your parents' phone. It's okay. Just tell them it's for a good cause.
I mean, don't. Yes, we know we are taking a little bit of extra time with you guys. You're wondering where's the match. We've got a little bit of a remake in the background. So obviously, we want each and every single player to have the best environment to play with. So if any one of them has got any complaints whatsoever, we make it a priority to redo the room so that everybody has that equal playing field. No complaints once anybody loses prematurely, and of course, no extra bits of advantage here or there. But some of the teams, they've been making some of their luck out there, especially like Expand, right? I mean, we see Sem9, a team that started off hot, and then just like hot water, you lose your heat over time. As opposed to Expand, that started off the day, they got 4 points. 4 points. I mean, if you're staying at the hotel, 4 points, that's good. If you're getting 4 points in a battle royale match, that's very bad, right? If you Expand, they woke up.
They're following their team name. They literally call it Expand. They start from 4 and they just slowly expand the point score. It's getting bigger and they're doing a fantastic job at doing it. So kudos to them. Very, very smart team name.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to represent the brand, you have to manifest it. And they're manifesting Expand at this point in time. But AV Radicals, I think we need a little bit more manifestation here. They need those radical points. That's what we're so used to. The 30 points after around 18 kills, Booyah as well, whatever.
AV Radicals. Go on. Neptune.
One thing that I love to see from AV Radicals, the radical gameplay, is the radical vehicle gameplay that we haven't seen in a long time from this team.
I mean, I just want to see improvements, and we've been looking at, which are the teams that are going to go into the second set of maps better. AV Radicals have started the second set of maps worse. They scored 10 points at Bermuda game 1, and then they scored 4 points in game 2. I mean, if you thought that was bad, they scored 15 points on Kalahari in round number 1, and then they scored 12 points in Kalahari round number 2. Now, I don't know if you can notice a pattern here, but they weren't doing like perfectly well and, overboard like they usually do in the league stage. But, they're slightly slipping off, man. They're slowly slipping off the radar here with the downward performance, and all of the other teams are catching up with their upward trend.
But is it enough, though? I still feel like AV, at this point in time, as long as they're still getting 10 points, they're sort of untouchable. Unless you see like 2 teams pull off 20 points in a single round, then maybe you see something different. But we kind of don't know what's going on. What we do know is that the match is finally ready. So we are finally flying over Purgatory. It's going to be 40 seconds until our teams drop in on this map. Hot drops, very likely, as this is our second game of the day. Some teams are in dire need of points. So sometimes it's going to call for some very desperate measures. But what we're not desperate with is talent, because we have amazing casters to cover this game. We've got AJ and Neptune as our casters for game number 7. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dan Lee. And we jump in to Purgatory. Neither heaven or hell, but this will be the turning point for some of the teams who want to to concrete their plays in there. And we talked about this earlier, AJ, wherein if it will have been a fix on the top 3 in there, this is where they need to put it off. The next 2 matches in here for day number 1 needs to be best for Expand AV Radicals, even for Geek Fam, who fell off early and now starting to get back up. So we'll have to find out if that will be the case for these teams.
And this is also where 3 teams can prove that the top 3 is not set in stone just yet. We're talking about hard to get Toda and Farang, who are sitting down in that 4th to 6th spot. One good solid round for them can launch them up into the top 3. And that's exactly what we want to see, right? We want to see the grand finals continuously shuffle in that leaderboard so that it will keep us on the very edges of our seats as we go into game after game. But speaking of the edge of your seat, the players of Expand and Sem9, they're dropping in here a little bit too close to each other, but thankfully Sem9 detours towards Central. Fire Brigade will see the players of Toda, and once again, Toda splits away their team 1-3, one on that revival point, just in case things go south down at Sentosa.
Yeah, the thing is, you're already imagining your teams to go south if you're preparing to revive them. So, not quite sure if that's a good idea. And you are putting 3 of your members against 2 teams in that island. So, we'll have to find out. Because, we talked about this from background. If you imagine yourself on a certain situation, I'm pretty sure that will be happening most of the time. So, if Todak, that is what they're imagining, then that might be happening as clearly as we saw it in there on their drop points.
There could be a different play totally, going on here for the side of Toda. Maybe they know that dropping onto that island, specifically between 2 big teams, is a super risk. And they're sending out 1 player to do the scouting first. This is the second time you're seeing this. We might just see Toda maybe switch their spot, their hot drop here on this map tomorrow on the final day where it truly matters, because you don't want to take those chances. And if you can scout out an empty spot a little bit earlier, that sort of information will mean life or death for you, and also mean if or not you're going to go to the World Series, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. And if that is the case, then that is a good start. You don't have to wait for the end of the game. You're starting within game to study your next plan of approach. And speaking of approach, Farang right now going in, approaching Anxiety with Jesbo in there for the kill. Too bad was able to get that elimination as well. 2 points, 3 points already for Farang. As 2 is left, Führer will get back in here, and Kanoho will just be waiting for the rest of the teammates. But it's a little bit too risky for Viewer because there's no other compound, and this might be... I was just about to say that he will be waiting, but he goes in fire against them.
Yeah, man. I mean, no trigger discipline at all. Führer should be caught out now. Time Turner just buys him a few extra seconds. Finally taken down, but he has bought more than enough time for the rest of his team members to back away, play the game of revival, and of course survival. Kanoho, you see, all that Führer was doing there was pulling away the attention of the players of Farang. So, technically good play, but the question is, can Kanoho survive and bring in the rest of his team members, because he's now running straight towards hard to get.
Hard to get right now. A team that has a good, given us a good show from the previous match, but Anxiety might have made this mistake leaving Kanoho, and there's no question that Kanoho is a good player. Just this move coming from him, and it's a good thing he had sights against hard to get, but no. It's very difficult for him to really rush in. There's no backing out at this point, and this might be a risk that cannot be taken. There goes the takedown. Elimination of Anxiety from the get-go, and Anxiety out from this match.
Hard to get will say thank you very much for that extra kill point. That was a bonus. I mean, just beautifully handed to them on a silver platter, which they will take. And hard to get wants to aim for another solid round. Back to back, we are seeing 2 teams that we speculate could make a little bit of sound here and the top three. We're talking about Farang as well as hard to get. Toda, one of the three, hasn't been spotted out just yet. And I'm still waiting for Toda to wake up because so far, these fishes have only showed up at Bermuda, which is a little disappointing.
I mean, Bermuda would... We would expect that some of the teams or a lot of teams will be doing a great job in terms of points in Bermuda because of how OG it is.
Speaking
but
of them,
they are in here, but Chill will be chilling in there, being taken down by Axis Esports.
Yeah, Axis now gonna do a number on them, and looks like Axis wants to just reduce the number of possibilities of troublemakers in the top three. Flame had made it 87, cannot circle around. Glue walls proving to be too much of an issue for him as he backs away, has a little bit of backup. Pedro runs away as quickly as he can. Spark has the vehicle to deal with, and Pedro's just gonna be that sacrificial lamb that will buy time for the rest of the Toda players. But we can see a chase ensuing here. Neptune on the side of Axis Esports. Yes. Pedro caught out, but just pulls a little bit of a distraction, buys just a tiny bit of time.
There goes Une on him. There goes a takedown. And just like that, Flame will be able to take them down. But before that, Raph has been taken out as well. So it's like I'm really surprised of some of the response of the teams right now. Earlier, we saw the moment that the glue wall has been taken down, they shoot back. And this time, it's pretty much the same story. So I love how the response as well as how these teams are be playing it on.
Jesbu, Mac 10, double time turn is pulled out, but into the time turn of his opponent. Jesbu flies straight on into. Let's go, circles around, but into his glue wall. Jesbu outplays him with that headshot. Mac 10 supremacy. Jesbu, look at that. You know, conservation of bullets, man. I need this Mac 10.
There goes Macdo going for the kill. McRory has been taken out by Jembal in the process, and Macdo right now taking down those glue walls, giving an opening against Jesbu, but Jesbu will not letting it off. Glue wall will be disintegrated with this shot, but there goes Macdo for the dance and the turnaround, but he will be taken down by Jesbu. A little bit too quick, and the pickup against Speed will be done. Now we'll have to see where the rest of this team of SAF is, and if they can be hunted down by Farah.
And that's exactly why you want to save the bullets on your Mac 10, because you want to be the king in those CQCs. But now, Farang, with the opportunity to challenge them, SAF will play the game of survival. How many coins does he have? Has only enough to buy McRory back. He wants his Grenadier back, at least for the next circle, to play the game of survival. Sem9 gets caught out by Pando EWG. Who catches who? I don't know, but it's EWG at that buy point. One grenade knocks Tua down onto the ground, and nobody else can go in for the save just yet. But Sem9 on the open grounds, Eastern Wolves gang now have the advantage.
Tuas right now has been taken down, but Eastern Wolves gang with advantage of the height. Oren and Man04 might be the next target, but I'm quite surprised as EWG is backing off from this engagement. Later on, if this continue on and the chase by Sem9 will be done, everything will be balanced, or the places might have been changed, and them moving around in here outside of the safe zone might be like a good showing of why Pando EWG is not moving up in the leaderboard, because they have good intentions, survivability, they can get a few kills as well, but the moment that they have the pressure, they back off and they really don't fire back against the enemy and put them a challenge.
Yeah, they don't want to take any chances out there, man. I mean, you're talking about a team that's sitting down in the 11th spot so far at the grand finals. They want to get those guaranteed placement points. I don't blame them. You can play chicken, because sometimes that's the only strat that you can double back to, right? Until you find a little bit more confidence, a little bit more momentum, then you get to play your chances. Pando EWG doesn't have the ability to play chances. They've got no points right now to their side. Jesbu from afar, Yado down onto the ground. It's going to be Toda against Axis, though, right here in front of our screens. And slowly, Axis getting hurt by all of that circle's pressure. But both teams now outside. Neptune steps on out, and Chill taken down. Fantastic with the angles. This grenade, Neptune, can he get the job done? Yes! No, Flame backs away.
And Flame will be able to back away. Vegeta will be taken down. Moving into the house. And this is a compound access esports might have an advantage of. But there goes the dance. Get away by Zodak right now. And a good turnaround by Kid Ames. And you don't call him Kid Ames for nothing.
Yeah, Toda, final guy. Is this nade gonna be the final one? Neptune misthrow does not take him down. Kid Ames recovers his health. Neptune steps on in. And Maniac 7 in hand, but Kid Ames has got the Mag 7. And you know, this auto shotgun can do a number on you, especially if it is in the hands of Kid Ames. But how much more time can he buy for himself? This is gonna be a 1v2. It's gonna be an all-out shotgun fight. 3 different shotguns to play with, but Kid Ames has got the M1887 as well. Turns the corner. Neptune responds. Neptune tries to slice him out, but Kid Ames pulls out yet another glue wall, exposes his body to bait that shot whilst he recovers. Turns the corner! Kid Ames! That's what I'm talking about!
Kid Ames for the clutch right there as we move on. Hard to get right now, fighting it off, and the pickup of the teammates, Fallen Brothers from Hard to Get. 5 eliminations already for Hard to Get, and I guess they still have the momentum. Farong has been taken down in there by Blacklist, and if I'm not mistaken, Hard to Get also dealt with a few members of Blacklist International from this battle. Now, this is Hard to Get already within the top 9 of this match. 2 games remaining for this day. Hard to Get already a number 4 spot, and they need to get more to make sure that they stay there or even move a little bit more higher.
Too Fast has the circle, but they're losing player after player. Now Cobra all alone. But what this slithering snake can do, you cannot underestimate. But 2 teams chipping away at him at the very same time. Earlier on, we saw Kid Ames play the game of survival. He managed to get out 1v2, no problem. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But now how does he get his team right back into this matchup? And does he have enough time? Because not only do they make their way back in, if he succeeds, they need to loot up. That's the more difficult part, Neptune.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, with this safe zone, 3rd going into the 4th right now, it's very difficult to get a good position to drop unless it is simultaneous to the knock and as well as the kill being done by the teammates. But Blacklist right now will be moving up on the higher ground. Backing away is the team of Blacklist, and Ashura is now preparing as well as the rest of the teams. Geek Fam right now, no backing off from them. They just head straight into Blacklist International, and Geek Fam might get a chance to take and eliminate this team as Blacklist International really is not firing back that much.
Oh, ice grenade will not connect. Geek Fam backs away off screen. Eastern Wolves gang drops Man 04 with the grenade launcher. We hop on over to that action. Oren down on the ground. It looks like Pando EWG is quickly taking over this situation. Those multitude of the glue walls you see pulled out there by the players of Sem9. That is a desperate maneuver to back away from Pando EWG, who's managed to take over the situation already. And that LMG doing a lot of damage. Lemon shut down as well. Fikri, game of survival. Can he get away as Pando EWG annihilates 3 out of 4 players on the side of Sem9? Fikri, game of recovery now, but he needs to peek out because he needs to get through Pando EWG to get to the circle.
Yeah, get in the circle, cross the waters, the most difficult thing that can be done by Fikri right now, and going against 4 members. Though Fikri has the accuracy, but not so much of the time needed to do that. Fikri right now being rushed by JC, sighting him, and the shot is on, and Fikri right now will pull out the time turner. Glue wall will be out by Eastern Wolves gang, and as quickly as that, the moment they get close, elimination of this team. And we are now left with 8 teams, AJ.
Blacklist and the players of Geek Fam going ham against each other. Why are we not seeing that fight? And Blacklist International gets eliminated.
That is why. It's about to end.
Heavy Radicals, on the other hand, long shot. Manchai taken out of the equation. Hard to get. Tries to run out of the circle. Batman, the final one in here. But he needs the rest of the DC universe to save him from this game, especially from the blue zone. Kid Ames now has to move on in as well. Cobra, remember, we said we need to keep our eyes on him. And the guy now is going to be one of the vicious players inside of the next circle. He doesn't need to move, but he's all alone. Game of numbers not on the side of Expand. A lot of storyline storylines can go multiple ways here, but one of the main ones is going to be with AV Radicals looking to secure that number one spot for them. But the problem here is Geek Fam looking for the exact same, and they have an opportunity, Neptune.
Opportunity to take down SAF, hard to get a toe deck, and those going solos. And Geek Fam is just waiting onto the edge of safe zone, gatekeeping everyone else. Let's go, trying to go and grenade them. Toe deck eliminated by Cobra from his side. That's a 1v1 that happened in there, and I'll have to see who else will survive. Bando EWG eliminated there just by Raymil as they cross that water. We are now down to 5, and let's go. And McDo just waiting for that opportunity, or probably just waiting for time for them.
Yeah, that guy's the king of positioning, man. I mean, he manages to sneak away, lie down, ice grenade tossed at him. He avoids the blue zone as well as that ice grenade like a champ. Expand finally taken out of the equation. AV Radicals desperately wants that number one spot, and they want to go up against Geek Fam. Those that sit down right below them at the third place. A total of 4 points between them. SAF stands between these two teams, and SAF wants to get into the top 6. Can they get it done? They are already there, but SAF once more. Shots out from AV Radicals. Tadamo down on the ground. 0 kills so far. He needs to be rescued. Wine maintains fire. All of this suppressive gunfire from Wine should help them pick Tadamo up. And as I say that, Tadamo recovers his HP. AV Radicals will be ready for the next battle. And SAF is the distraction that the players need on the side of AV. And SAF, they take out the players of Geek Fam one after the other. They get snuffed out, but AV Radicals now have the numbers advantage, Neptune.
AV Radicals swarming against Geek Fam here and onto the edge. We are seeing Yasta taking damage, and Yasta will be taken down. Kibi, the only one left, and taken out. The Booyah will be taken by AV Radicals. Gonna take over off at that number one spot.
Yeah, man, baby. Number one spot ripped back by AV Radicals. This looks like so much of what we saw back at the league stage as the fight for the number one spot went back and forth between Expand and AV. But the one team that we did not expect to see in the mix of this battle for the number one spot is Geek Fam, who very, very cool, calm, collected, got into that final circle. But unfortunately for them, the Filipino brothers of AV Radicals, SAF, intervened at the perfect time. That was the perfect distraction that AV Radicals needed before they got into that fight with Geek Fam. If it was just Geek Fam versus the players of AV without SAF in the mix, things could have been a little different than Neptune.
Yeah, it's because they are on the edge of the safe zone, and once that started closing in, SAF has no choice to show up. And once you show up, I mean, you will need to start firing. The distraction of SAF was just the best timing because of all those positions, and AV Radicals has a chance had a chance in there to eliminate the team as well. But a lot of engagement that happened in that battlefield, as well as how a Blacklist has been taken out in there in that fight. But I'm really, really happy as AV Radicals didn't falter this time in this game.
Well, Danny, you know, we have seen a lot of teams go up and down. But what are your thoughts on AV Radicals radically moving back up into the number one spot?
I think we had to have expected it at some point. If it wasn't today, it was going to probably happen tomorrow. But the race of first, it's always going to be a race that's never going to end. Yeah. I have to say, though, I think this game is a very good representation of the powers of the teams that are currently competing in the grand final. So when it came to like the last 5 teams, we actually had the current top 4 teams plus SAF. So I think we're starting to see some of these teams establish their mark on that leaderboard. It's not done and dusted. It's not over. Of course, the race, it's like we're only not even halfway, actually. We're only match 7. Match 8 is the halfway mark. But I think it is easier for us to start distinguishing who's starting to show consistency, where we could possibly expect some of these teams when they're ending the rounds, what's the average we should be expecting from the teams as well. I was surprised that Hard to Get actually managed to survive for that long because Neptune and I, when you were gone during the break, we had a bit of a talk, right? And I think both of us sort of agreed that firstly, we're glad that Hard to Get managed to climb this high in 4th position, but we're both worried that it was just going to be a fluke. You know, like a one-hit wonder kind of thing. So this match, it's stop. You didn't even say Hard to Get when I told you who you were impressed by. But
I didn't say Hard to Get, but remember what I said? I said they're very capable of just picking up decently average points. 12 points is what I want from them for the final 2 games.
But we were worried that they were just going to be the one-hit wonders. They have like one good round, and then it was just going to be like...
Have more faith. I think they are fantastic. I think they're phenomenal. I mean, give me average 12 points.
Do you like roller coasters? Do you like roller? Okay, then.
No.
That makes no sense then, because if there's one way for me to describe Hard to Get, they have to be a roller coaster, and it's not like the nice ones where it's just like, oh, you have fun. It's the ones that where you think you're about to die. You know, it's like, oh my god, those kind of roller coasters. That's the Hard to Get roller coaster. And they're fun to watch. So there's that. But when it comes to putting your faith in them, sometimes I need to preserve myself, I need to make sure that I'm okay before I can put my faith into somebody else.
Hey, I tell you, Hard to Get, they were aiming for the top 3 fight, and yes, it's going to be a tough fight, right? Yeah. Yes, it's going to be a super crazy tough fight to get into that fray of things, but it's going to be possible. SAF, I'm not going to be surprised if they are now in the top 6 fight, because, super decent performance coming out of SAF. They just needed about 6 or 7 points more than Farang to play the top 6. And I think them in the final circle kind of provides the room for that to happen.
Well, that was the thing. Like we did discuss that one of the issues Hard to Get had was getting into the final circle. And it seems like they're starting to find that solution. So once they've established the safety of, okay, we can guarantee like second last or last circle. Now we've got to figure out how do we get the kills, right? Because the kills are the follow-up after the placement points. So I'm just really glad that they are starting to prove me wrong, because if they proved me right, I would have been a very, very sad camper. But I hope this continues. They've got one more game to go. Everyone's got one more game to go to really flex their muscles, grab their last shot of points before they're done for today. Because we do need to remind all of our viewers that this is just day 1 of the grand final. We are not crowning the champion today. We are crowning the champion tomorrow. So the teams have a day to recoup, to look at their strats, look at where the other teams are dropping, to see how they're going to adapt going into the next day, because I suspect tomorrow we're going to be seeing a lot of change. The teams may be dropping in different places, teams actually sniping some of the not so good performing teams to try and pick up on those points, because the gap's so small for some of these placements, especially when the race for top 6 is actually not that big. It really just comes down to being able to grab those couple crucial points.
And that is one reason as well why there's a little bit of worries for those the teams who might not be doing well. Like, popping off and then doing average because of how close it is. Once a certain team gets the number of points, it's easy for you to be pushed down in there, especially in the middle of this ranking. So that is where the worry is coming from. Not really for the performance of the entire team, but on how they are placed against the other teams as well.
All right, let's take a look at our MVP for the round here. It is Jesbu on the side of Farang with 7 kills to his name, 2,000 damage, and almost just shy of a 30% accuracy for the round. Now, weirdly enough, we actually didn't see Farang make it to the final circle. They did get eliminated, unfortunately, a little bit earlier on, but I mean, they got 10 kills. They only got 1 placement point. What kind of happened?
I mean, we win some, you lose some. Farang trying to hold on to their dear lives for that 6th spot. And this is what we were talking about, right? Can SAF make it into the top 6? Because they have Farang here who are holding out against them. And SAF, yes, they did get into the final circle, but the biggest question is going to be like, how many of those kills did they manage to find a kind of pull to their side? Because we know SAF, and we know that SAF isn't like the most aggressive team out there on the battlefield. So that's going to be a huge weakness, but there's potential here. But I like the fact that, a lot of these teams are putting up a strong fight up against each other, not just the big names.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually strange for me to see Farang with 10 kills. I don't think we normally see this team picking up major kills unless They are high on placement points. But very quickly, 21 points here for AV Radicals, 15 for Geek Fam, 12 points for Hard to Get, 11 for Farang and SAF, 9 across Todak, Pando, EWG, and Expand, 8 for Blacklist, 5 for Axis, 3 for Sem9. This team. Oh, I need to see a doctor. I feel my heart palpitations kicking in.
Don't even think a doctor can help you at this point.
It's like a chronic illness.
I mean, if you're a fan of Geek Fam, though, you are happy. I mean, like, decent performance out of them. And AV Radicals picks up the #1 spot again. And the biggest question is going to be, how will Expand respond to this storyline now? Because now they are, I guess, not really left in the dust, but they have now once again need to fight for the #1 spot, but not outdo one, but outdo two teams who are doing quite decent in the competition so far.
I mean, I think they're used to it at this point. They basically did it for the entire league stage. It was just chasing AV Radicals. I would think the team is very capable of doing it. And of course, with just an 8-point difference between the two of them on the leaderboard, it's going to come down to Alpine. And I mean, guys, it's a head-to-head. They're both Alpine teams. They both do well on this map. I think this is going to be a really exciting map to end the day. But we'll talk about AV Radicals and Expand a little bit later on, because weirdly enough, 3rd to 6th, no changes. Everyone's going to stay put. But we did see one change, or at least a couple here. So SAF is able to bump themselves up one place. Anxiety, unfortunately, bumped down twice. Panda, EWG, and Blacklist, both teams actually taking over Anxiety. I think at this point, gentlemen, are we looking at a cutoff here for a team that likely won't make it the top 6? Because I think for me, I gotta say, Anxiety, this team is just not moving.
Yeah, for Anxiety, like they have been pushed down in there this time, 2 slots. And with the performance that they have, there's not so much of a showing that they can do the same as Hard to Get from what we've seen earlier. So as saddening as I want to say this, Anxiety really is not doing that well, and this might be the end for them unless they turned it around and other teams just bombed out. So it's a huge ask though, but Anxiety, they need to step up.
Right. I mean, you're putting your faith into other teams doing badly, and that's you want to be in control of your fate. You don't want to leave it to somebody else. Yeah. I mean, fingers crossed. Maybe they sort something out tonight. We can see Anxiety make that climb tomorrow. But yeah, I think after today's performance, there's a lot of people out there that are going to be having a lot of question marks when they look at Anxiety and think, oh, can this team really do anything? Hopefully they're going to prove us wrong. But we do have one more map to go, gentlemen. It is Alpine. So I think we're going to bring this discussion back to the race for first place, because we're also looking at the 2 top dogs for this map. 8 points. What do you feel is going to happen? Do you think that we're going to be seeing Expand be able to close the gap with the 8 points, or is AV Radicals actually going to be able to pull a fast one and keep Expand knocked down?
Well, I mean, if we look at history a little bit for assistance here, it was Geek Fam as well as Expand that picked up massive number of points on Alpine the last time around. Expand hit the Booyah, but they were beaten by Geek Fam, who got 1 point more than them because of the massive 18 kills that they picked up at Alpine, right? So yeah, maybe we can expect these two to just continue to climb up. But AV Radicals bombed out prematurely. They were not in the final circle, hence why Geek Fam as well as Expand were able to pick up so many of those kills. So the question now is going to just be on whether or not AV Radicals can survive to that final circle. Because then we might find someone else.
Yeah, Neptune, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, for AV Radicals, we initially told, we initially seen that Alpine is a map for AV Radicals. I think the bombing out from that Alpine map might be the fluke that we want to see, and this time they might be moving up in here in terms of points. I mean, it's just a different contrast from what AJ mentioned. I'm just looking forward to AV Radicals really popping off this time, bringing in a lot more of kills, similar to what they have on the highest kills that we got in this competition.
Yeah, maybe just bring in the classic AV Radicals, right? The magic, the trigger fingers. get those kills and maybe just have enough points to stay ahead of Expand. Very likely. Finally, we're going to look at the head-to-head here before we jump into our final map of the day, which is going to be Alpine. Now, total kills, it's going to be led by Expand here with 50 kills, 46 kills for Geek Fam, so trailing very closely to Expand. And then we have Farang sitting on 35 kills. Now, we know for a fact that Farang, they're more of a placement points team. They're not necessarily bloodthirsty. They're not vampires, right? They're not as hungry as Expand and Geek Fam are when it comes to those kills. But I want to hear your thoughts on Expand, gentlemen, on Farang, gentlemen, because I think this team, we were hoping that they were going to be top 3 material, but that hasn't really been the case here.
I mean, they're not too far away from really proving themselves in the competition. I think they still have time, because overall, if you look at the trajectory of Farang, 65 points, I mean, yeah, it's a little questionable as to where is their dominant play versus, a team like AV Radicals that is at 100 points right now, already Expand on those 90s. And you got to really look deep inside yourself if you're Farang, right? And ask yourself, why in the world did you bomb out at Kalahari and Purgatory? Because, it's not once, but they did that twice. So Kalahari and Purgatory, especially Kalahari.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm just dumbfounded.
It might just be the grand final shakes. You doubt yourself when you go into those grand finals. I think everyone does, right? Everyone gets some kind of adrenaline. You feel shaky. You think you're making the right plays, but it might just be the nerves kicking in, and you kind of do things that you wouldn't normally do. But it looks like we're ready to jump into Alpine here. 20 seconds to go before the players drop right in. Neptune, AJ, take it away for match number 6 for day 1 of the grand finals.
Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the final game of the day. 7 back-to-back rounds, grueling matches, and we all ended at Alpine. Match number 8, as it kicks off, the biggest question is going to be whether or not someone else from the 4th to the 6th spot is going to be interfering with the top 3, because now the top 3 is really starting to run away with the points here, Neptune.
Yeah, first to reach that 100-point mark, and the rest is now up close. I'll have to see. That would depend on the drop points as well as AV Radicals. They will be taking this alone. I don't think anyone will be contesting this, but it will look at Expand. They are in there heading towards probably Forest Red, or if not Fusion, and they might be meeting up SAF in there in the process. But no, they have dropped in a little bit split up this time. Now, this is a little bit questionable for Expand. This is a huge split up for them. Yes, information gameplay might go into action, but with early engagement as well as other teams already gunning in for their heads, then they might be in here out for earlier than expected.
I understand why they can afford to play it a little bit more riskily, because this is, at the end of the day, Alpine, where every single compound, almost every single compound, has got a revival platform. And we're not talking about buy points. We're talking about free full team revival. So, you're playing your chances here if you're Expand. If that's the strategy you want to go for, good on you. But it's also because when you drop into Alpine here, Neptune, there are so few of those loot areas to kind of go and explore for yourself. And they want to split themselves up. So you got to win some, you got to lose some. But you're betting a lot on luck here.
Would agree. I mean, luck and probably overconfidence as well, because maybe they're thinking that they can manage to take down a few members on their own. But speaking of taking down, there goes to take down against newbie Farang right now, eliminating one of the members of Blacklist. But we'll have to see who else will be taken down. Jespu has been knocked down as well. There goes the hit. Too bad, taking down twice in the process. And 3v2 situation up. Blacklist in the shorter end.
Yep, the players of Blacklist, all they can do now is run away. Hey, grenade! Perfection, Ashura cooks it up, and Too Bad eats it up. Jembal joins the players of Farang, and Jembal now returns fire. Ashura does not get to finish off Too Bad just yet. A good save coming through, but Jembal hasn't really done anything much just yet. Ashura finally finishes off the player that he was eating up earlier on, and Farang now on the back foot as Blacklist turns the tables on them.
And tables has been turned right now. We'll have see Jembal with the height advantage, getting information as to where Ashura will be popping off, and good use of that fence, of that wall right now to hide off your presence in this area. Spade, on the other hand, will be moving in onto the flank, probably spotting one, and Ashura might be in a pinch right now, seeing there onto the buy point, and that is expected already.
Yeah.
No one will be able to get that buy just yet. Jembal right now will be coming back, and Spade as Jembal and Spade right now will be pushing in against Ashura as the three members of Blacklist in here will be back in play.
You know that meme, how things have changed? You know, that's the game of numbers, 3v2, how things have changed, all because of that one solid nade played. But now as Blacklist hunts down the second last player of Farang, make that third last, because it is Jembal who's brought right back into the mix. Pedro engages Blacklist International newbie, spots Spade out. Spade jumps right back out, has got the shotgun, snuffs out newbie and Ashura back to back. Spade, give me a break. This guy is playing it on another level, Neptune.
Yeah, it's not only the Jack, he is the king and the ace of this team. Blacklist will be running away. Miruli, and a good cut down in there by Jembal. Just cutting the approach, and a good shot against Blacklist International. First to be eliminated in this game. Now, we are left with 11 teams, and Farang is too far off with 5 points already. And this is what we expect about this team. And we waited for them to pop off, and this might be a part of their plan, closing that lead against those above them. Currently, from the previous overall standings, they are sitting at number 6, and with this start, if they continue this on, they might be moving up a little bit further higher into that leaderboard, probably number 4, depending on how they perform this time. Expand will be in the middle of the danger zone. The rest of the teams will be in there from the outside. Sem9 and Anxiety will be the battle on a 1-3 split this time.
Sem9, Anxiety. Let's see if or not one of these teams can set this up before Eastern Wolfsgang drops by to spoil the party. One of them needs to farm the kills on the other. And if you're looking at who desperately needs this, it's going to be Anxiety, man. But, can we really say Anxiety? Because Sem9, they started off like the hottest boys on the block, and then they fizzled out like the cheapest firecracker you can buy in Petaling Street.
The thing is, like, if you are in a good running already, and you, like, the other teams are doing the same thing, moving up, especially from how we started off this match, it's not really that stable as to who's taking the lead. So a lot of changes will be happening, and with that being said, Sem9 is slowly being pushed down in there on the leaderboard. So it's just one more good play or one more good match for Sem9 might bring them to a good momentum, and we've seen that from Hard to Get. I mean, the first Aboya that they got, and then they went and managed and take those placement even with a kill. So if that happens, probably Sem9 will be moving back up.
Batman is chilling with his plushies. Eastern Wolfsgang from afar, trying to figure out if or not they can snipe this guy off of his high horse. Not a horse, a metal building, but you know what I mean. Batman, on the other hand, I'm surprised he is not going for the loots. He's just chilling. It's quite early, man. I mean, I'm not understanding that plan there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's Batman in there just staying back because he just came back from a revive flight, and then Forbits is the one tasked to take over and bring back the rest of the teams, getting information. And, well, it has been done by Wine earlier, but this time the safe zone is a little bit smaller. So if say, Batman is in a good run, very close to that middle of that next safe zone, then he's a good chance to get that placement point even without getting the kill.
Okay, Batman's now running towards the revival point. Spade, as he engages with Hard to Get on the way out. Forbits is not going to get taken down anytime soon. Manages to get away. Batman survives, and I believe Batman is going to be able to scan the rest of the team members back now in the next few seconds. Good play by both of the team members of Hard to Get.
Yeah, I think it's communication that has been one thing that can contribute to that play is communication between Forbits and Batman. You don't want to risk both of you rushing in. At least one will be moving in, and Forbits has a good chance because of the catapult that he took. And this time, Batman is giving out that distraction, giving time for Forbits to recover or revive the rest of the teammates.
Let's see if or not the players of Geek Fam can snuff out the hopes of SAF, who once again have problems with waters, man. I mean, I think the first thing SAF needs to do after this competition is just get like their diving license, get used to the water a little bit more. Because every time they get to a body of water, SAF's run just ends there.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's because they're so explosive. They utilize those grenades and even grenade launcher. Once you dip that in water, then it will be no use. You can throw it, but not so much of damage, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that's the case. That's how fire works. I'm sorry, SAF. But, moving on, Expand has to deal with Farang if they don't start moving, literally. No pun intended there at all with that sentence, because I was about to go on to a different point and then I saw them out in the battlefield. Sem9 knocks Jay-Z down onto the ground as they're flying out in the air. Come on, Sem9, give them a break. Let them land first.
Well, free kills. What can you say? Sem9 is taking advantage of free kills that they can get near out of the angels falling down from the heavens. And good plan for hard to get, but unfortunate for them. It's not like that open area anymore compared to what we have. And I'm quite surprised that these teams have been falling off from the revive close to those compound there, where other teams are just waiting, because we're just in the second phase of the safe zone going into third. But how it ended up because of the map itself, it's not that huge though. So there's not so much of breathing space that you have even from the revive.
At this point, I'm getting hungry, but that's not what I was about to say. At this point, I'm waiting to see who's going to take advantage of this circle. Because, bro, you are 10 minutes in. You've got about 6 to 7 minutes to go on this game. 6 minutes if it's going to be super fast before we even get to the final circle. 7-ish minutes if we get down to that final circle, kind of crunching everyone in. And you've got 11 teams still alive and kicking. That's like too many teams for this next circle. And, this is just all-out chaos. And Expand is staying away from all of that chaos, which actually means this team is going to stand a huge chance of picking up the booyah towards the very end. As long as they can keep their heads down and get in towards that final circle, Expand's the kind of team that knows how to finish the job at Alpine.
Yeah, I mean, and they can just move in slowly in there, just pick off some of the teams who are moving the same way as they can, and there's not so much of a risk in there because we know the mechanical skills of Expand has. They just need to be on the edge, gatekeeping some of the teams, but we'll have to see how well will that play, because speaking of gatekeeping, I think Geek Fam is gatekeeping Todak as well. They are on the south side of this map, and not only as Todak is in their crosshair, they also have Saf in there onto the sides, who has been moving in there, might be backstabbing them in the process.
Victory, big shots, man. Expand down on the ground. And there's no expansion of that player just yet. He hasn't been snuffed out. Axis responds. Orin down on the ground. Orange Esports loses a player now as well. Expand back on their feet. I like the recovery. And now Lemon is a little bit too far away. He's got a grenade launcher, but the distance, the range of between him and the rest of the players of Expand, a little bit too far. Grenade launcher absolutely useless. So he needs to be super careful in this position. Hazik, on the other hand, just trying to keep the players of Toda behind those glue walls with his grenades, but he will run out of time, run out of space as the players of Geek Fam now snuffed out by the players of Toda. Aims with a gun in his hands, and the Max 7 drops one. Can he find another glue wall perfection? Geek Fam runs away with the perfect defense.
Oh no. Max 7 in there, taken down by Yasta. Kid Ames will be out and about. Pedro will be taken down as well. And there goes Geek Fam eliminating Todak in the process. When I thought Kid Ames with a shotgun as well as movement. Remember, he did a 1v2 clutch earlier. That didn't happen in this point. Probably pressure as well as the distraction of the rest of the teams. Some point you can do well solo, but not so much when you need to think about your teammates.
Hard to get. I just wanted decent performance, pare. Not you bombing out super early. 10th spot. Too early, man. Too soon for the team. Victory hits again. Axis this time in his crosshairs. 7-9 response. Vegeta taken out. Victory's on fire. Axis Esports needs to do something about this. Vegeta on the way here to get picked up. Flame gets the job done as Neptune hits a double. SAF being toasted by everyone.
Yeah, SAF right now is just stuck in there from the outside. And that's one thing about this compound gameplay and in this map as well. Once you get yourself stuck on the outside, you will be a target of those who are getting those points. Society, on the other hand, only get 1 point, but challenging Farah in this gameplay. It's a 1-3 split as Kanoho will be staying back in here. And a good push right now, but unfortunate for them. There goes the takedown of Anxiety by Farang. 3 remain in here, but Jesbu will be taken out in there by Kanoho, and we'll have to see who else will be exploding at this point with a grenade launcher in the hands of Kanoho.
Yeah, Kanoho, Max 7 pops off as well. Grenade launcher plus Max 7. This guy, close quarters combat, is a demon. Mid-range, he's an annihilator. He snuffs you out without thinking twice. Kanoho now down on the ground, and he needs to be safe. No circle finishes the job. Anxiety surviving with one final player as loses his life as well. Jembal, you're too far away from the circle. Jembal's gonna expire in a little bit as well. The one and only chessman, he plays the game of survival at least decently for himself. Now, there's another grenade launcher that's in the hands of Expand Neptune.
Expand might be able to use that grenade launcher, especially with 8 teams still alive and not so much a cover for the rest of the team. But AV Radicals right now, this is what I love about this team. They are adjusting their gameplay, not so much in an aggressiveness. They're waiting for a good chance to get into the final safe zone and then later on get those kills. But will they be able to survive as a pressure from a lot of teams is happening right now? They were able to step in, but McRory from above has a good shot against everyone else. It is Axis in there next on the target. Geek Fam eliminated, and that is by AV Radicals. A lot of information, a lot of visibility being taken, as well as the kills being taken by this team from above. And there's no stabbing Saf right now. Oh, I spoke too soon. Your dope has been taken down in their process.
Yeah! Oh, GG, man. Too fast stealing away the kill points from the players of SAF. SAF now drops down. That's not part of the plan. Yes, they are out of the circle, but they've got a little bit more time. They don't need to move just yet. They could have used the other side of the tower. That might just be the game-breaking mistake from the side of SAF. They just need to hold on for their dear lives. Expand on the other hand. They still have the grenade launcher. Too fast, the final survivor, needs to play to perfection, and he goes down as well, but Team Expand hasn't been expanded just yet. There's another survivor for this team.
Yeah, there's another survivor for Expand, but there's no survivor from Saf in there. The mistake of dropping in from that tower a little bit prematurely has been their downfall. Speaking of downfall, Rap has been taken down in there. The Namo and Ray Mill is on the ground, but Retus and Wine, they might be stuck in this small room. No way out, but they need to run. 4 teams remaining right now as 5 soldiers fighting. Axis eliminated in the process, and Retus will be taken down with a grenade launcher from Manchai.
Wine is still alive, too fast, alive and kicking. He's got the grenade launcher. Expand, looking for the booyah. Needs to get through Wine, and I cannot think of a better matchup. 1v1 in the final game of day number 1 of this grand finals. 2 players have got the grenade launcher going up against the best CQC player in the competition, the one and only Wine. Too fast tagged up. Manchai just needs another shot, and the circle does the damage. Bye-bye, Expand. No, time turner. Too fast still survives. Wine tagged up. Expand finally goes down to the circle. And it's now CQC God, the one and only Wine from AV Radicals, jumps on in. Grows the response. Wine taken out. Manchai says Bando is still alive.
So EWG, good showing from them. This time taking this booyah, and that was an epic end for this day. 1v1v1, and what is more epic? The consistency of Pando EWG this time paid off as they take that 12 placement point for the booyah.
Oh my God, what a play. What a team. Pando EWG, I mean, if there was a good time to wake up, yeah, final games, definitely one heck of a good time to do it, right? And they were, the last time, I think, very close to that 50-point mark, around, I think, the 8th or 9th placement. This should allow them to jump up quite a number of spots. And I'm looking at the top 6 here for Pando EWG, Danny.
I think they do just make top 6. It might just be enough. But we've got to wait for the calculation. So we'll have to hold on to our hopes and dreams. But let's talk about what really happened in this matchup, right? So the final circle ended up being a 1v1v1. And essentially, I think it was just Manchai, right? He lobbed a couple grenades. He was able to get rid of Expand first, sort of left Wine to his own devices. And I have to ask, what was Wine's decision for sort of like bouncing in and out of the blue zone when he was actually trying to 1v1? Because his movements were strange.
He
Was it just
didn't
a
have...
juke?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Wine's movement is always strange because we keep questioning how he rushes things. As we saw earlier, he could have a flank on the right-hand side, but I think with a grenade that has been thrown on him, we were expecting them, or he was expecting them to look that way. Thus, he went in on left-hand side.
I think the answer is actually because he had quite the terrible gun. He didn't have the M1887. He didn't have the Mag 7. You can't rush your opponents. I think he had a UMP. He had a UMP in hand. Yeah, I mean, a good SMG, but decent at best, right? You can't rush at your opponents like that.
Yeah.
And the stepping in and out of the circle, the man just totally did not realize the circle was closing in on him. He was just trying to sidestep the bullets. He didn't know he was stepping out of the circle. There was just panic moment, and then he got snuffed out. That was just unfortunate.
I wonder if he started panicking once he saw the circle, right? Because like once you're in it, you see it, and it was like, oh god, need to outrun the circle. But you know, it gets rid of your health so quickly that late into the game. So
if Wine had the double barrel, I think that would have been an easy booyah for them. I mean, he wouldn't have stopped. He wouldn't have been dancing around with no circles. He would run straight at you, around your glue wall, pop, one shot, bye-bye, booyah for me. But and this is the main reason why you really have to focus on your looting game. This is the main reason why you can't get cheeky, can't depend on revivals, even though Alpine is littered with revival points. You can't because it's still a disadvantage. You don't have your favorite gun, especially in the final circle. No booyah for you.
Yeah, but I think AB Radicals, they're sort of like, okay. I mean, they got kills that round, so the booyah would have been a bonus. So yeah, they're okay. I mean, they saw Expand getting eliminated in 3rd place. So I think after that, they just thought like, okay, we're fine. You know, Expand is, I think at this point, 0 chance of Expand actually being able to take over, right? Because it had to have been an 8-point gap close. And I think AV actually ended with more kills as well, right?
Unfortunately, that is the case. AV Radicals, as usual, popping off. But, you know, it's just so crazy to see the team that, you know, used to do quite decently at the league and then bomb out at the grand finals, not bring that nonsense into the grand finals of the MCPS Majors Season 4. This is AV Radicals winning on a whole new level, and it's the kind of consistency that we've begged out of them for the longest of time, multiple months, more than a year now, and finally we see it. And I hope they make this all the way through towards tomorrow as well, because they now deserve a spot at the World Series.
Do they deserve it though? I mean, if you don't make top 2, I'd still be questioning whether they deserve to be at the Worlds. Because ultimately, you have to play your very best. And if someone plays better than you, then they did better than you. I don't know. I'm actually still concerned about AV. I feel like the team's still kind of bounces up and down in terms of playstyle. And we're seeing teams catch up. I think the biggest contender right now is actually Geek Fam. There's a good chance that Geek Fam could actually steal a spot from Expand or AV. It really depends on their performance going into tomorrow. So I'm really worried that, you know, could you imagine a world where AV just misses out?
I can. I definitely can, and I will believe it even more because we've been watching this crazy tournament from the very start. So much of quality that even Pando EWG can squeeze in an MVP. Come on, Pando has been keeping their heads down throughout the majority of the league, throughout the majority of our grand finals here as well. Finally, in the final match, they wake up and they say that we are going to sneak ourselves into the top 6 as well. I mean, I don't want to ask for a break. I think it's been a fantastic day, but give me a break. I want to see more out of them. Hopefully tomorrow we see Pando EWG do this a few more times.
Yeah, it could be the beginning of the end for some of these teams. I don't think this is going to be the beginning of the end for EWG. I'm hoping this is when they kick into gear, AJ. It might be a little bit too late for today, but yes, you're right. We've got 8 more games happening tomorrow. The maps are going to be exactly the same. Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, Alpine. 8 games to go. But firstly, let's wrap up today. Final MVP for today is going to be Farang here with 9 kills to their name, 7 assists, 5,000 damage, and 13 match points. Now, I have to say, pretty interesting to see Farang yet again make an appearance as MVP for nailing a lot of the kills, but their placements so far have been very questionable.
At least it's better than previous ones where they got only 1. So it's an upgrade.
It's an upgrade. Is it enough to keep them in top 6 though? That's the big question.
It should be. I think it's decent because you hit 13 points and you bombed out super early. This is the kind of insurance package not a lot of people can afford. So I'm glad to see Farang. I'm glad to see Farang not really struggle in the competition, but I'm shocked that they're not dominating either.
That was what I was thinking as well. I thought that we would see Farang end up being top 3, top 4, top of the leaderboard team. That's a team that we was really, really looking to.
Yeah.
And they're just sort of sitting in the middle. Maybe they're saving the magic for tomorrow, the real grand final day. Sunday, last 8 games. Save the pixie dust for when it counts the most. Now, final game. This is game number 8 for today. Pando EWG ending the day with 19 points with the Booyah and 7 kills to their name. AV Radicals, they do get second place here with 17 points. Axis Esports with 15, Farang with 13, Geek Fem and Expand with 12 apiece, SAF with 9 points, Anxiety with 7, Sam9 with 4 points, Blacklist International with 3, and finally Todak and Hard to Get with 2 points. Now, unfortunately, not a great way to end for Hard to Get. I do suspect that maybe Hard to Get is going to be dropping in just a second. And I do believe we're going to take a look at the leaderboard right now.
Nah, they'll take a while. Now.
There we go. It took a while for it to come in. And no changes for our top 4 teams. But the only changes we see, right, is Farang making a climb to 5th place, Axis climbing up to 7th, and then Pando climbing up 2 places to 8th place. Now, this does mean SAF drops down 2 spots, SM9 drops down once, and Todak unfortunately drops to 1.
And SAF just tagged in another Filipino. Hard to get. You go get it. And about 20-ish points, 21 points away from Geek Fam is a decent spot to be in with another day of the grand finals to play for. And once again, if you're from the Philippines, you just got to admire the quality here, right? Low in numbers, but not in quality at all. AV Radicals and Hard to Get, good representation. And there is a fair chance to see 2 Filipino teams representing the server this time around at the World Series. It's not impossible just yet, but of course, it's not going to be easy.
Slim, very slim, but I think it is very possible of Hard to Get just come out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah.
Come swinging, come burning, pick up all those points. But one thing's for certain, though, if you take a look at this leaderboard, though, top 3, it's going to be hard for Hard to Get to penetrate top 3. There's a 20-point gap between that.
Yep.
But below that, it's very likely for these other teams to make that climb, right? Farang can definitely chase Hard to Get, Todak to Farang. So, the race for top 6, it's still very much possible. But top 3, I think those teams are starting to get a little bit too far ahead of the competition.
Yeah, I mean it's because of the consistency that they had
Yes.
against those other teams. Because some of the teams have been in the top 5, top 6 because of one good game. But for the others, they might not be getting the booyah, but they have been consistent in the middle, getting either kills or placement, and that's the golden ratio that we usually say all throughout this broadcast. And if you might not be getting that booyah, at least you get the good kills in there to make yourself afloat on your position.
If I'm AB Radicals or Expand, tomorrow is going to be a day where I cannot afford to falter, not even a single time. Because the only reason why Geek Fam is not in the number 1 spot is because right now they suck at Bermuda. They really can't get much done on that map. But apart from that, all 3 other maps, they pretty much got a massive number of points for themselves. And they are being held back by just this one Bermuda map. You're talking about the players of Geek Fam picking up, number 1, 0 points on Bermuda the first time they went in. Second time round, they picked up 2 points.
Yeah.
Case in point.
Imagine that Sem9 were unsuccessful in actually trying to shut down Geek Fam for game 1 of the day. They would actually be in second place. They couldn't even be in first place.
Yes.
So, I mean, anything's possible here for Geek Fam. I'm looking forward to seeing if they are able to sort of patch up their issues with Bermuda. Bring out the duct tape. I don't care what you need to do. Just fix Bermuda.
Yes.
Once they've had that sorted, I think there's a good chance it's going to be a top 3 race to make for that top 2 worlds. But AJ, Neptune, thank you so much for casting the games today. You two, as always, have been an absolute pleasure working with. I know everyone's going to miss you all as well, but all of us are going to be back tomorrow.
Yes.
Exact same time, day 2 for the grand finals, 8 more games. We are only at the halfway mark here for the MCPS Majors Season 4 Grand Finals. We might have our favorites, and of course you have your own favorites, but at the end of the day, we're going to let the guns do the talking as the teams fight their way either to top 2 to qualify for the World Series or top 6 to make it to Season 5. But thank you for tuning into the broadcast. We'll see you all tomorrow at the exact same time for the MCPS Majors Grand Finals. We'll see you later, survivors.
Nice to this.
To be eliminated as Geek Fam continues to survive. The king has returned.
This will be the champion, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with the booyah for round
Who managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International?
And they're back. That's why.